Hey gamers, welcome to the craziest fucking video ever. This is bullshit. I gotta say something. So, this fucking week, I do a video. It ends up being 4 hours long. I'm like, okay, that's like a fluke. That's just something crazy or whatever. Sometimes it happens. I go on to the next video. I'm like, okay, there's no way this video will be 4 hours long. It ends up being 4 hours long. And suddenly, Wednesday comes around, and we have a fucking insane stream. An insane fucking stream. I don't know what the fuck it is, because I feel like, I think I did another 4 hour video like last year or whatever the fuck, and then crazy shit happened right after. I don't know what it is, but it seems every time I do a 4 hour video or so, there's something crazy around the corner that's just gonna come out and like just fucking be astronomical. What the fuck happened, right? So he announces this rich interview, and I'm like thinking, okay, this is gonna be fucking cringe bullshit. It's gonna be Rich just trying to be funny, and it's gonna be annoying, and it's probably gonna end with DSP coming off like the bigger person because he's gonna be smug as fuck, whatever. I was expecting a complete vanity project. Like, okay, Rich, say you're sorry. Apologize for using a fat face. I was expecting shit like that to happen. What we ended up getting was fucking lunacy. Lunacy! So I'm putting on Tevin's restream of it. I'm listening to him. Watching this, and I was doing my daily drawing stuff. I have this New Year's resolution. I draw every day, whatever, right? I'm working on this, and I have Tevin on in the background. Dude, I had a hard time focusing because I could not believe what I was listening to, and I was just like, I had a lot. My mind was racing on like fucking shit to say. I was like, I can't believe what I'm listening to. I can't believe what I'm listening to. So, I'm just gonna say it now. This video, minimum 4 hours long. Minimum. Just the minimum. Probably gonna be longer, honestly. To the point where it might even be a two-parter, to be completely honest. It is so fucking insane that it was like outside of everything I was expecting. I could not believe what I was listening to. It was insane. Insane. And like, I left that day. After like Tevin was done streaming, I was like, dude, Kinda Sav was restreaming it. And Lee restreamed like the like after it, whatever. That being said, it was restreaming it. I'm like, it is gonna be a fucking goldmine to just watch people like react to this in real time. Like, and I felt like I should have restreamed it, to be honest, but I was like, no, because this was me the whole time. I was like, oh my god, oh my fucking god, oh my, I was slapping tables. I was just like spinning in chairs. It was insane. So like, seeing all these people like react to it in real time, it's gonna be a fucking trip. I didn't get to, like, that being said, to get to the reveal. I got to Kinda Sav revealing what the stream was gonna be, and it's like how do you react to it? Oh my god. So I'm gonna watch this little video that Lunar World Order put up, and at the time when he uploaded this, I was like, this is like a perfect video. It doesn't, I doubt it captures everything, but it captures what you need to understand what DSP is going through during the Kino arc. And now it's gonna be even, it at this point ascended. It went, it's like you're watching the Super Saiyan 3 episode of like Dragon Ball Z, and you're like, alright, this is Super Saiyan 1, okay, wow. Super Saiyan 2, alright, pretty cool. Super Saiyan 3, oh, that's fucking dope. That's peak fucking Super Saiyan. That's what this is. It ascended everything. Oh, let's just watch. Oh my god, I'm like, even after, I'm just like, I can't even, like, dude, this is insane. I'm like losing it right now. I'm like getting amped. Oh, I'm on the wrong. I'm on fucking OBS. Oh my god. Okay, here we go. Here we fucking go.
I'm having such a good time now, but I can't fully enjoy it. I'm being honest with you guys right now. I'm trying to be like
Oh
really
my
open with
god.
you. I can't really fully enjoy this right now because I have this eating feeling. What's eating Gilbert Grape, right? What's eating at? I have a feeling that the end of this month, this documentary is going to come out, and a lot of the people who are like, "Oh, this is great," are going to be like, "Wow, that guy actually was a piece of shit. Now it's fun to shit on Phil again. This was the ultimate redemption story."
Already, we're off to the races. Off to the races. That would have probably been the best thing to happen to DSP in all reality, because what came after was way worse. Like, dude, that documentary came out and it was like, yeah, this makes him look bad. But man, he was panicking about that. He was like fearing that documentary was gonna torpedo his resurgence and all this other stuff. This, what he did yesterday, it buried him. Like, everything, like, just take everything to account. And even if like you want to say, well, DSP was the master, whatever, right? Who would want to work with this guy? Like, the leaked DMs have a lot of context, sure. Like, a lot of people want to say, like, oh, DSP's evil for leaking the DMs, but to be fair, Kino Casino was gonna leak them anyway, so it was a whatever situation. I mean, I guess for DSP it would have been better for him to let Kino Casino do it because he could play the victim card. Again, if you're in a position where it's better to be the victim, what are you doing? What are you doing? like, man, I don't, like that much of a victim. Like, if it's better to be seen as the victim in that situation, like, I don't know what to say, because at this about being the victim of, like, being made fun of online, it's like, okay, yeah, whatever. But to be in a position where it's preferable for you to just let Kino Casino leak DMs and do all this stuff, when that's the preferable option, I don't think you should be having an online career. But this dude was like, oh, and they're gonna watch June the King documentary. Everyone's gonna hate me. I think they should hate him more now. Even if you want to pretend that all the stuff he said in the DMs were lies, like, the extent he was willing to lie about, like, it's bad. I mean, the extent he's willing to lie regardless, to lie about lying, and then to lie in the DMs in general, and what he lied to those DMs about, like, it really makes him look like a piece of shit. It is so crazy to me that he was this panicked about the June the King documentary when his own actions is worse. Like, dude, I can't believe what we're saying. 25 seconds into the Ludwig video, I have a whole monologue about this. I just can't believe what happened and what transpired. It's insane. If you told me at one point in my life that this would happen, I would not believe you, and I don't know what would have happened. This is insane.
But it's even better now because the redemption story's canceled because his documentary is so bad. Fuck that guy. Let's shit on him again. And I don't want to deal with it. I don't, because I'll tell you right now, if that happens,
I think he should have. I think he should have preferred that, honestly, because that has happened to him throughout years. He knows how to deal with that. This can have more long-standing, like, impact that he probably doesn't even know could happen. Like, that's what's insane about this. Like, the June the King documentary, in DSP's mind, has covered stuff we already know about DSP. But nowhere in the documentary did June the King mention, did you know that DSP LARPed to be friends with Kino Casino? And then, like, he did, like, this is shit, like, oh my god. Jesus. Go back to all the fucking rants he had about Marl, the SOK, detractors. All that she said about them is shit he claimed he did to Kino Casino. He can't even complain anymore about the detractors. They pretended to be moral for years, and then like they trolled me. DSP, you did that. You did that. And honestly, like the moral stuff could have been avoided entirely because DSP could just have not modded that person. It was like this dude, man. It is insane. I've never seen anyone do it like DSP. This is like peak insanity. I'm terrified at the runtime of this video. I don't know if I should even look at it. When I'm done with whatever I'm talking about, the only thing is I know I want to stop by 6 p.m. my time because I do. There's a movie I want to catch. That's the only thing I know. That's the only thing I know. Right now, it's like 12:06 p.m. So I have like 6 hours. So that's the minimum, I guess. Fucking, I hate it here.
That happens. All right? I'm done. I'm not going to be doing any kind of collabs or anything. And I'm not saying the Kino Casino guys are going to turn on me or anything. Who knows what's going to happen, right? But then, I'm done with it.
Oh my god. Oh my god, why did he do this then? He told us that he did this whole LARP and all this bullshit, and this video, like, I don't know if they're going to turn on me. But if they do, I don't want, if this video turns sour, I don't want to work with anyone. I don't understand. What is wrong with DSP? What's wrong with this guy? What's wrong with him? Like, dude. Getting that Wolverine figure? Not getting that figure was like the worst thing to happen to humanity. Like, I don't know why that figure like created this cascade of bullshit. Like, you know, there's a part in Chris Chan's documentary where they talk about like Chris Chan being like locked in a closet with like something traumatic happened, and that can explain a lot. Like that can explain a lot in Chris Chan's like whole life. And Chris Chan being autistic is another thing that contributes to a lot of fucked up shit that's happened to Chris Chan, which explains a lot. But DSP is the only dude that like parades himself as a well-adjusted guy, but has all this weird shit happen, and it's like what happened, right? Like Chris Chan, like where is his nonsense on his sleeve? Like you look at Chris Chan, you know something's going on there. DSP, like I don't know what happened to him. It really is. Like, Kat slowly started to drug DSP. Like, she started to, like, give him, like, fucking estrogen tablets, slipped in some bleach. I don't know. It's so fucking weird. This dude is insane. He needs help. He needs to get it so bad. I'm like stammering at this point.
I will shut myself off to the possibility of doing work with other people, and I'll just sit here and do my own content forever.
A little
hermit on a fucking island. I don't care.
Being completely serious, he should be left alone. That's the best thing that could, like, it's the best thing for him, and he needs to get help. Like, I think even being left alone is bad for him because he's gonna go more in the deep end. Like, either way, DSP is going insane, one way or the other, to the point where it's like, does he have black mold? Is he like sniffing in like sports? Like, is that what's going on? Maybe they have a mouse infestation, and like, because apparently like, you could get like Hunt's disease, I don't know, whatever the fuck, from fucking mouse droppings, and that's also can like lead to bad things to happen. Is that what's going on here? Like, what is happening in the pig pen?
I don't care because I've had enough.
Kat really does need to get out of there. That place is like so toxic. Like, she needs to get out. She needs to leave. Like, that woman has had the worst luck. She like, DSP got insane luck when it comes to like getting away with consequences and all this other bullshit. She got insane unlucky lifestyle. Like she is like the yin to the yang of this luck situation. Like it's insane. It's insane.
Of it. I really have had enough of this bullshit of everyone shitting on me. And I'm not gonna even put up with it anymore. It's gonna be a flat out, I don't want to hear about anyone else, about other people's content, nothing. I don't want to hear about what anyone said about me. I don't want to hear about this guy, that guy, nothing, right? Right now it's good because everyone's saying good things about me. But it could change in 2 weeks. And if that's the case and we go back
try 8 months
to the whole bullshit, and yeah, I know it's paranoia, because people are saying in the chat, listen, not paranoia. Yes.
Oh my god.
That's actually exactly the description of it. A good description is paranoia. But it's very well justified paranoia.
I've justified paranoia like
many times. You understand? And so, will this be time number 10?
I don't understand, right? He's so stressed out about this, and then he tells us that he was willingly like trying to sneak Kino Casino. Like this dude, like he found a way to put himself in such a bad position. Regardless, like, it's so insane. However you look at this Kino Casino arc, that, oh, DSP lied to Kino Casino. Oh no, Kino Casino was the one that lied and DSP's coping. Regardless of how you look at it, DSP's an idiot. And he's insane. And he needs a caretaker. Like, he needs to be put on a conservatory, whatever the fuck it's called. He needs that. Like, that thing was designed specifically for DSP. And it's been abused on everyone else. But it was made for DSP. It was made specifically for him. Because this is, like, bad behavior. And this is, like, red flag behavior. Like, you look at this and you're like, this guy needs help. Like, he needs someone in his life to, like, drag him out of that fucking room. Force him to like, sign a job application. Like, he needs minimum wage. Like, he needs to go to McDonald's. He needs to flip burgers. He needs something to do. Find a hobby that's not WWE champions. This is insane. This is insane.
10, when I try to trust people, when I try to you know, open up to do new things, and then all of a sudden, it just blows up in my fucking face for the millionth time. Bill's a piece of shit. Everyone crap on him. Crap on his business. Crap on his family. Crap on everything. You know, I can't take it anymore. So that'll be it. If that's actually what happens as a result of this documentary, I'm done.
Again, if we are to believe that he snaked Kino Casino, he did all this stuff for the lulz, then how serious is he when he says shit like this? Because, again, if he truly cared, like, I don't want to deal with drama, I don't want to deal with this, then why bother snaking other people? Again, this is behavior he said that was bad. He said that's bad behavior and it's terrible and fucked up. And all this shit. He does it. Again, it does DSP no favor to either take him at his word or not. He put himself in a bad position and ran in head first. It's like diving into the shallow end of the pool head first, thinking that's a good thing to do and nothing bad will happen. Like, it's genuinely insane. I can't believe we're having this video. I can't believe we're doing this.
I'm not quitting content. I'm just not going to be doing anything outside of just making content for me and my little core audience. That'll be it. You know, right now I'm enjoying branching out. I'm enjoying being on their show, having them on my show, I started clipping my content. I'm trying to be different, right? I'm not going to put up with it anymore. I can't. You know, you reach your limit. Everyone has a limit, right? Everyone has a limit.
I don't know. Do you have a limit? Do you have one?
That's my limit.
Oh my god.
If this is it, if it turns into the DSP shit show number 4,722, that's going to be the last shit show. Because I'm not going to give anyone else any more content to fuck with. I'm just not going to bother.
It means nothing.
But that's how I'm feeling right now.
Fucking bullshit.
I really am enjoying the ride.
No, you're not. You're crazy.
it's all going to change in 2 weeks. So I basically had 1 month to be happy with how things were going, and then it's right back to being the internet's whipping boy.
Oh my god. It's so bad for many reasons. It's so bad for many reasons.
Anyway,
like too many
me and
reasons.
those casino guys have a chemistry. We do, and it's weird because we never had even spoken with each other until last Tuesday.
We have a chemistry,
right?
Oh my god, I'm like losing like fucking or have like my nose is runny. This is crazy. Oh my god.
And then all of a sudden we just realized we kind of work. We work off of each other. We react to each other very well. And I feel like each one of us has intelligent, interesting things to say in a conversation that are different takes and different perspectives, right? And I think that's really good. It makes it better content, right? Everyone was saying that it's working. And if anything, what's happening is because I've been working with those guys, people are like, oh, so Phil isn't just some weird space alien who can't interact with people. No, actually, I'm good at interacting with people. Guys, I used to lead projects at my old jobs. Like, I was the one who was leading continuous improvement projects. I was running entire events. I was very good at public speaking.
No.
It is time for a radical pizza party, dudes. Are we going to do Domino's, Pizza Hut, or Papa John's? All right?
Oh my god.
I would like to tell you exactly when it's going to be, but I don't know simply because it depends on when we hit our goals. 2 goals hit today, 2 goals hit tomorrow, and we're doing the pizza party on Wednesday.
This is like crazy.
DSP is felted by June, and the Kino turns on DSP.
Oh boy.
When did that happen?
When did that happen?
Then we had quite the interesting responses. So we have this from Triple P.
This
is a gift of Carrie at the prom when they dropped pig's blood on her. And I believe this is a photo of people washing their hands because they had the blood of Christ on their hands.
Kino Casino isn't even around. They're on vacation. Till mid to late September. They haven't said a word because they're not here. How could they have turned on me? It's just, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
the videos these morons put out, they're blatant lies and defamation and bullshit. They're never truthful. But people are so fucked.
But like, I mean, come on now, dog.
Fucking dumb. They believe that dumb drama shit, right? And this is killing the detractor community. They can't fucking take it. They can't believe it. Like, they actually think that this is like a giant plan. To this day, they're still saying, listen to this. They're still saying that Kino Casino is setting me up. Like, this is still a Carrie-like situation where the pig's blood is going to dump out of the sky onto my head. They're still saying...
That's stupid. I'm gonna dunk the pig's blood on their heads. I'm so smart.
Saying that. They can't cope with the fact, they can't handle the fact that actually things are going well for me. I got people who want to be on my podcast as an interview.
Again, right? Oh my god. This is a good image. I can't let this pass me by. But like, if, oh my god, how to put this? If DSP wanted to like prove everyone wrong that he could cooperate in this and that, like, why not prove everyone wrong and just go all in and like have chemistry with Kino Casino, right? Like, because let's take his little LARP of like, I was faking it all along, man. Which, you know, part of me, I only want to believe that in the sense that like it would explain why DSP just did not want to like talk a lot when he was around them, because he probably knew if he talked more, he would let it slip that he hates them or whatever. Like, maybe that's why he had the sourpuss face when he was on Kino Casino or whatever. But at the same time, DSP is like that with Brian, with his fans, with anyone. So, and DSP's not a good actor. He's not like that clever or that smart. I mean, he could barely read as it is. So it's like, So it's like very coincidental that DSP sucks at everything just enough that someone who may not have critical thinking skills may think it's actually an act. But it's like it doesn't make sense when you go deeper. Like if you accept that it's a LARP and he was being awkward because he didn't want to like overplay his hand or whatever the fuck, whatever, blah blah blah, and you carry it all the way to the logical conclusion, it doesn't make sense. Like, why go as far as to rope in Cat into his lies? Why make up animals? Why even bother with this, like, at all? When, wouldn't, like, like, what was the point? It doesn't serve any purpose other than to, like, to cope. And it just, like, he didn't try. He didn't even try to get anything out of them, though. Like, that's the other aspect. The only thing you could argue is that he tried to get their whales, but, Kino Casino is a bigger fish and has a bigger viewer base. They have probably more clout to not let that happen versus DSP. Just sheer comparison. Like, this doesn't make sense. Like, if he really wanted to, like, own Kino Casino and snake them, then shouldn't he have tried to do something to get them to, like, do something? I mean, again, DSP gave them the ability to brag how they got DSP to sell out his own morals and have him do drama content quickly. If that's a LARP, he even sold out his own community to do that. And this goes against his whole, I take you guys so seriously, man. I love you guys. When he was willing to do that to, like, LARP. Again, this doesn't make sense, and it makes him look bad. Like, why do you want to, like, sacrifice your own community, your own personal image to do this? Like, why stake your own, like, reputation on something that you may not even get anything out of? And he didn't. Like, he was struggling to get, like, anything out of his audience during the first stream. The night stream, oh my god, it was so transparent. He started early, specifically in hopes that his fucking dents do not happen to watch Kino Casino. He wanted to distract people from that. That's number one. Then, he tried to unban a lot of people, hoping to distract people again and to get them to support him. It still didn't work, and the people who he unbanned, like DJ Trump, are probably gonna continue to troll him. It doesn't make sense. Like, this dude knew, and was probably terrified that he was gonna go back to having $50 a stream support, which I don't think is gonna happen because, again, like, he's taking revenue from, like, multiple sources, so it's easier for him to get to 100. But to hit 150 may be a little bit more of a stretch at this point. But there's always new whales. Always. So it doesn't matter anyway. But because at the end of the day, it doesn't make him or even his fans look even remotely good. Like, how can you support a dude that did this, right? Again, this is behavior he shat on fucking trolls for doing. And then to say that it was all a LARP, to double down on this behavior, it's just bad. It is just bad, no matter how hard you look at it. Like, it is genuinely batshit insane behavior. It is way worse. Like, at least the people who are, like, the trolls and detractors that do this shit, they're just doing it. They're doing it. They're not bragging about not doing it, and those who have bragged about not doing it and get exposed for doing it, guess how they fucking look, my guy? Bad. He brings up the escort saga, but guess what? The escort saga was run by scammers. Scammers! Guess what scammers do? Right? How does this not look bad for him? Like, how can anyone be an unironic fan of DSP at this point? At this point!
I just can't get them scheduled because they're so fucking slippery like eels, right? But, like, things are very different. And these people can't handle it. Like, I'd be in front of the entire company giving a speech about what we're doing in our
I am
podcast.
not
Like,
crazy.
this is something I used to do all the time. Having this personable,
Dude,
you
like,
know,
this Chuck soundboard is like so iconic. Chuck McGill is the most iconic character to have blessed humanity. Like, this is like, I'm gonna gush about like Better Call Saul, Breaking Bad, all I want, because Chuck McGill is like my favorite aspect of Better Call Saul. That he made Better Call Saul my favorite show. I love it more than Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad is a great show, don't get me wrong, but Better Call Saul like fucking beats it. Chuck McGill is the best character that was made. No character on the planet can top my boy Chuck. Like, we got such beautiful sound bites.
I am not crazy. He'll never change. What a sick joke.
These are great.
I did not make a mistake. I want you to speak the truth. You think about the choice you're making. The rule of law, the idea.
No, he orchestrated it.
It is perfect. It is perfect. The perfect character. It symbolizes DSP's insanity and the viewer's insanity at the same time. We both feel Chuck's pain when he sees Jimmy get a law degree and he knows Jimmy's a crazy guy. He knows what Jimmy's capable of. But at the same time, Chuck is also crazy. Like, it is so perfect. Better Call Saul is a perfect show. Perfect chef's kiss.
way of going about things. You know, I was good at conversation. It's just that people took that away from me, again, when they turned me into, you know, the laughing stock of the internet.
Yeah, he deserves to get it taken away from him. No, there's no one more deserving to have their power taken away from them than DSP in current year. I mean, I'm sure you can find real world figures and stuff, but we're talking about pure nonsense here. Okay, let's focus on the nonsense here.
That kind of content with other people, you know, no one wants to do anything with Phil because everyone thinks Phil's an asshole. So I think now what's happening is
let's hear this again.
They took that ability away from me to make that kind of content with other people. You know, no one wants to do anything with Phil because everyone thinks Phil's an asshole.
I'm gonna be honest. Nobody should do anything with Phil ever again after the shit he did with Rich. Like, just out of pure optics, out of pure like logic, out of pure everything that's inside you that's human. You should not want to work with this guy. Only have him on to be made fun of. That is it. If, like, don't work with this guy at all, fucking, like, poison him. Like, blacklist him, don't do anything with this guy. Don't do anything. And this is why nobody would want to work with this guy in any meaningful way. In any meaningful way. He just can't work, no matter what. Even if you look at this as some LARPing, whatever. He was willing to put on a fake persona to two people to have them dance for him. Bad behavior to begin with. Secondly, even when you look at it just as him as a person, it's just bad. He's a net negative regardless. Like, it's so ridiculous.
So I think now what's happening is, now that you actually see me interact with other people, you're, oh, wait a minute. Actually, he's not that bad. In fact, he's not bad at all. I think he's actually pretty entertaining. We just never gave him a chance, right?
But he was doing drama con he didn't like to do, right?
Have I distanced myself from Kino Casino? No. Have I come out and disowned them? Have I come out and said anything? No.
No.
We had been in talks to do a couple different things. One thing was possibly doing some new gameplay, and we had a few ideas for a couple.
We're gonna skip
okay. Basically, we've been back and forth in talks about various things. Guys, don't you think it would have happened by now? It was August. It's now nearly December. It's a little late for that now, right?
Yeah,
so
a little late to
I think a lot of people were just very wrong about.
Very wrong, because he was the one doing the snaking. But like, oh man,
a lot of things. They wanted the worst. They were always there. It's the sky is falling, Chicken Little. But I get it. The reason they think that way is because things went really badly for me for many, many years. Right. And now they've turned around. So, you know, but here's what the trolls do. did you see how Kino Casino completely snaked Phil last night? Did you see the segment where they ripped him a new one? Wow, they've turned on Phil. They're his most heinous villains now.
I
They're
love
going to
that
razz
this
him.
gets, like, the more you go into this video, the more amped up he gets into defending him and Kino Casino. Like, just defending their relationship.
Every day, destroy him every day. Phil's downfall is inevitable.
Uh-huh. Okay. Right.
Okay, if you really believe that, all right, really,
Really?
go for it.
Go
I don't
for
even
it.
know what else to say. Like, the world doesn't hate me anymore. Really. There's people who like laugh at me, but no one hates me anymore like they used to. People's eyes were opened. They don't want to live in the real world with the rest of us. They want to live in their fantasy where everyone, you know, there are million sock accounts.
Oh my god, the fucking
Them talking
Tony
about
Bra.
Kino Casino snaking and turning on me. Right? Every
Right.
possible dumb thing. So screw them. You're not going to
Screw
see me
them.
sit here and do drama content all day. That's not me. That's not the kind of guy I am. So if that's what you're here for, FYI, you're in the wrong spot. Because you're not going
Yeah.
to get that kind of content on my
Yeah,
channel.
man.
But
He
that's
doesn't need
that.
drama
The only thing is
content
that
until he
ugly
wants
fucking
to.
mic that he doesn't need. He
Oh,
doesn't
gotta
need
shut
a
up. You
mic
gotta shut up,
arm
Rich.
coming in from the side. He's not Howard Stern. He doesn't
Yeah,
actually
you
need
tell
that.
him.
He could have a mic just like mine, very low profile,
God,
off camera,
dude.
not blocking
And
the
then he was
shot.
like, dude,
but
look
he's
how
too
scary
lazy
he
to
is,
get a
dude.
mic like
He
that.
green
He
screened
has to
himself
use
in
this
my
ugly
set.
ass giant mic arm thing. Like he thinks he's a studio
man.
recorder. He's gonna be holding the mic and singing like he's
Oh,
fucking
wow.
Sting, right? He's gonna be singing to the mic and fucking crooning in there. He doesn't need that. It's the dumbest mic I've ever fucking seen. It's a piece of shit, and he should
Right.
get a better one. You know? But that's because this is modern Phil. I grew up. I matured.
Modern
I'm in
Phil.
the same shoes as all of you. I
Right.
watch myself from an outside perspective. Oh my God.
Oh my god.
This is so dumb, right? I was such an idiot, right? I look at all this, all the dumb WWE champion shit, how I
Oh my
lied
god,
about it.
dude.
for the
He is saying this about his past self, how bad and stupid and toxic he was. But he did this. He did this. Like, oh god.
longest time and everything. I look at him like, yeah, I was a moron. You know, this is fine. Now I can laugh about it. But it's like people don't want to just admit
And then
that things
he
are
sits
different.
there's like,
I'm not as bad as other content creators.
dude, you LARPed. Like, again, he can't brag at all regardless. Because he lied to two strangers to try to get a gotcha on them when it didn't make sense. The story, like, oh my god.
Different. They want to be like, well, he's the same guy, so that means see, they're your villain. They hate your guts and shit.
They hate your
Really?
guts. Really?
Really? And here's the thing too. Right now, if I were to make fun of Ash, if I were to make fun of Andy, do you think they're gonna be fucking offended? They don't care.
Oh
We
my
don't
God,
care.
dude. Like,
We laugh at this shit. You know, the thing is, I don't really make that kind of content. You know, like maybe one day I
know?
would. I don't know.
One
But I don't
day.
really do that.
One day.
But outside of that, his setup
is
looks
so
good
weird.
because it's my setup. I just find that absolutely funny as hell. All right, so is that it? I could, but why I don't feel like it. They're good at it. They're funny, man.
they're funny.
Do
They're
you think
funny,
that
man.
anything that they said on Kino Casino last night negatively affected me and my business or my life? They regurgitated the same stuff you've already heard. They laughed at it. They exposed it to someone new, someone who didn't understand the lore.
Oh,
That
but
person now laughs at it.
now they can expose, like, this is the other thing. What they were exposing people to was saying, like, oh, Phil, he played WWE Champions. He did this. But now they can say, well, you know, we snaked Phil, but Phil also admitted that he was trying to snake us by lying in DMs and trying to, like, pretend to be our friend. See how fucked up this guy is and how stupid he is? Like, it's truly baffling that he even tried to do this when the move should have been, honestly, he should have just tried to be genuine and tried to be like along for the ride, you know? Like try to give them reasons why they should actually like keep him around, like they want him there. Instead of like doing stuff on his own terms. And that's not to say that DSP had to do everything Kino Casino said. Like, he didn't have to do the trip that they wanted to go on or whatever. but he did not like contribute much to the conversation anyway. Like, in reality, all from what I remember from the DMs, all he said was like, let's play games together and like generic stream ideas. And that's it.
It's, you know, what's the problem here?
What's the
They
problem?
weren't sitting there on their stream saying, Phil is an absolutely horrible person who doesn't deserve any success, and we wish him the worst, and we hope that he loses everything. They didn't say that. If they said that, then maybe I'd be like, all right, something's up here. Okay? They were just laughing at common shit. Like, what the
Okay.
fuck is wrong with people? Okay, so
Yeah,
now I'm okay
what's
with
wrong?
it. Everyone
What's wrong
laugh
with
at the
them?
shit. I think it's funny too. Oh, there's no way. Those people are snaking him. That's not, you know, what? Now why do you always got to move it, right? It's never good enough.
It's never good enough.
Fuck these people. That's
Fuck
why I don't
these
pay attention to
people.
this shit. Or if I see it, I know. It's funny too, because this morning, right, I got both chats open, YouTube and Kick. And different names, all right? But these accounts are literally saying the same shit at the same time. Did you see what PP said? Did you see what PPC said? Did you see what Casino said? Did you see what Casino said? Huh? No one in the chats are talking about that. Where are you getting that? Why are you just
Where do
bringing
you
this
get
up?
that?
Right?
Huh?
It's the same moron, same sock account bullshit. You know, like I think like I was born yesterday and I don't fucking realize it's the same people trying to orchestrate drama. I don't give a fuck. Get the fuck out of here.
Get the fuck out of here. Trying to orchestrate drama? Bitch, fuck
So
off.
there is no ill will between me
He hates
and Ash
orchestrating
or
drama, but he
Andy.
orchestrated drama.
It's all good. I told them they could razz me and make fun of me as much as they fucking want. You know, I really don't believe there's any ill will there. You know, would we be working together on projects and content if we hated each other? Are you stupid?
Like, this is insane.
Anyway,
Insane after
as you
knowing
know,
what we
I'm
know
not doing
now.
anything else with Kino Casino. Those guys now are all upset because I cut them off. So they're doing their campaign, the anti-DSP campaign, which we all knew was coming all along anyway. Like we knew
We all
eventually it was
knew.
going to happen. It was just
We
a
all
matter
knew
of
it
when.
was gonna
correct?
happen.
Just listen to this, okay?
Like, I just love, right? He sits there and says, yeah, we all knew it was gonna happen. Yeah, like, if he orchestrated it, right? Right? Wouldn't he have, like, been like, I knew they were gonna do it. That's why I have my own end game or whatever the fuck. I don't know. Like, it's such a weird state of events.
Some people still think that the Kino Casino is screwing with me. That they actually, like, they don't like me. That this entire thing, these like 2 weeks of content, you know, I went on their show. I've appeared in their chat and talked during their show. We did a
Right.
co-op commentary together on, you know, the review tech thing, okay? There's still people who are saying,
Oh,
this is
man.
all just a big play by the Kino Casino guys. This is their long play, right?
I
This
don't
is
think it's a
absolutely
long
them
play.
trying to fuck with Phil, and it's all going to blow up at the end. Watch this. They're really going to get him, right? I mean, first of all, if they don't like me so much, right? Why would they have continuously sent their followers over to watch my content and help me
Like-
these last couple of weeks?
Dude. He technically sent his followers to them by rating their kick chat all the time, right? But this is like really dumb logic for him to say this when he's like, man, he is so dumb.
Weeks. You guys do understand that
Right?
a lot of these cool positive things that I'm doing, the lighting now that I've purchased, this new thing that's coming, it's because I just had
Yeah.
2 amazing weeks. I had an insanely good stream.
And like this
you know,
also
with
shows
the rich.
that he really just like the end game for him for doing the Kino Casino thing was honestly just to milk them, milk their audience, milk the cloud, all this stuff, and then just kind of walk away from it or whatever. Like it's so dumb and weird. Like why bother with doing that, right? Like why do this?
The rich react. I've had an insanely positive week of content after smashing all my goals. Why, if they don't like me, would they have done that? I'm just curious, right? You really think it's that big of a play, huh? Like, It's
Like,
really
I got
that
a
big,
gaming
right?
PC out of
And then on
it,
top of that,
and I got a new streaming PC.
All right.
Good
like
something.
Mudahar. Like some people just can't believe that Mudahar is okay with me now to do this. They're like, you understand that guy used to go in really hard on you. And I'm like, yeah, but he went hard on me because, again, he's watching detractor content. He's watching the out-of-context horseshit that spins everything negatively that's not truthful. When he actually looks at the situation now, correct?
Correct.
He's like, oh,
I love you,
you know,
Phil.
now that if really your biggest offense is that you basically grift a bit with
Oh my god.
right now, doing awful, awful things.
But this is
correct?
grifting. This is
You're
actually genuinely grifting. He grifted the Kino Casino to get their audience, to get like all this financial gain from them. And he dropped them. Like, this is kind of fucked up for a lot of reasons. Like, it's insane. Insanity. He blames other people for doing grifting, and then like Craig for monetizing the hate. See what happened? They took all the money, then they left, right? That's fucked up. But what is this? He did all of this just as a grift, and then to say, well, I was lying the whole time. Like, again, if you take him at his word, and you say that, okay, this is all a grift, this is all a lie. He got all this gain, and it meant nothing to him, to the point where he wanted to own Kino Casino and not make it positive or whatever. Like, it's so desperate and pathetic. Like, you can't leave that thinking, oh, he's just doing this, oh, whatever. Like, it's nothing but a net negative on every front. If he was the victim, he looks bad. If he did it on purpose, he looks bad. How does he get himself in a lose-lose all the time? All the time. Like, it got to the point where even PPP, everyone with a brain, sat there and said, I think it would have just been better if DSP just didn't bother getting in with Kino Casino, and that's so true. There's a video that Hate Army put up, like, in July or June, I believe, where DSP is like, I don't want to do drama, I don't want to do any of this, and look at him now. This is so fucking disgusting and awful. And he can't complain. He can't complain about anyone else. He can't complain about trolls LARPing anymore. He can't complain, oh, these people are doing fucking behind the scenes stuff. He can't complain about that. The only thing he can complain about is, like, heinous shit. But at this point, DSP may do that. That might be the next thing in DSP's repertoire.
Guys, I'm actually gonna fly over to this person's house, okay? I'm gonna stream it too.
And it's gonna be fucked up. It's like, what the fuck? Because who knows what this guy is gonna do? And he's sitting there, like, and he had this fucking 3-year-old bullshit. And it's like, he doesn't care. He doesn't care about his own image. That much. And he complains about all these other people. Like, he complains about people shilling video games. But guess what they're not doing, Phil? They're not hurting their own image. The only person he can bring up now is Mr. Beast. But at this point, like, Mr. Beast is in another league. He's in another league of nonsense that I don't feel comfortable even comparing DSP to him at this point. Like, because it's just, there's no point. You might as well talk about Hitler and how he did some bad stuff too. But it's like, Hitler is a fucking dictator. Like, what? Like, there's no point. But when you look at DSP on a personal level, he's a fucking fucked up individual who doesn't care about anyone, not even himself. Like, it's not even like he doesn't care about anyone but himself, because if he cared about himself, he wouldn't have done this. He wouldn't have done this.
You're nothing like that at all, you know? So he's okay with me. I apologized to him for my behavior in the last year, and then he apologized to me.
Was that
so
a
why
genuine
wouldn't
apology?
I want to take a chance?
Why
Why wouldn't I want
Was
to
this
do
part of the acts? Like, again, he wants us to believe that this whole thing during the Kino Rick was him doing a LARP. Was he LARPing when he apologized to Muda? Probably. DSP, like, is a fake motherfucker anyway.
Something positive and different, right? Wouldn't you want to at least give it a chance? Especially with the last 2 weeks, how positive everything has been around here. Why wouldn't I want to give that a chance?
How can anyone trust this guy?
Am I going to be
this
afraid of life for the rest of my life because people have treated me bad for a decade? Should I just go like this and hug myself and huddle into a little corner and wrap myself in blankets and bubble wrap and insulation and say, no, don't trust anyone. Don't trust anyone, Phil. Everyone's going to betray you, Phil. Don't do it, Phil. I mean, the sad fact is...
I feel somewhere in DSP's head, he's like crying for help. He's slowly, like, maybe that's why he's switching a lot lately. It's like the inner Phil is like, help, send help. Oh my god.
The track record does speak to
Why
that.
is no one doing anything?
I mean, my closest friends have betrayed me. People who I loved and trusted have betrayed me, right? Moderators have betrayed me. Fans have betrayed me, right? I mean, there's been a lot.
Again, him LARPing, saying that this is all a LARP. He's along with those people. He can't complain when people betray him because he has done the thing. He has done the thing that he accused others of doing.
There's been a lot of betrayal around here. Okay, there really has been. And the way I see it, there's a lot of evidence that the world likes to fuck with Phil. Correct? Correct. But the moment that you give up.
Correct.
The moment that you say, I'm not ever going to take a chance ever again at something positive for yourself, that's the saddest moment of anyone's life. The moment where you say, that's it. I'm closing myself off to the world.
Oh my god, what was positive in doing all of this, though? Like, dude, he's saying, why turn away from doing something positive? What was positive? He got new toys? But look at the cost. Oh, man.
And I refuse to do anything or talk with anyone or do anything. That's fucked up. Because
this is like
I
selling
like to
your
give
soul
people
to
the
the
benefit of
devil
the
and
doubt.
thinking you scammed
These
the
guys,
devil.
since I
as
talked
you're
directly
like sucking the
to them,
devil's
since
dick.
I appeared on their show and chat and we had conversation,
I showed him. I
They've
signed
been
my life
nothing
away,
but
but
gracious to me.
I did get that
it's
nickel
called
after
glazing.
all.
I know that they're going over the top with it. I know that it's not 100% true, but it's on purpose. The way it's being done is to piss off my detractors. Why? Because that makes more content. That's good content because those detractors deserve it. For the way that they treated me for the last decade, they deserve a taste of their own medicine. Okay?
Oh man. Was him
So,
trying to
all that being
snake Kino
said,
Casino, giving Kino Casino the taste of their own medicine?
I'm giving these guys a
Look how
benefit
it
of the
turned
doubt.
out.
Why wouldn't I? Right? Now, you're right. I don't know anything about Mudahar. I don't. This will be the first time I will ever actually speak with him. You know, I've DM'd him twice. This will be the first time I'll ever speak with him. Of course, we'll be playing the game. So I doubt we're going to have full-on intellectual conversations. It's going to be more of us fucking with the game, losing and laughing and everything, right? But
so he was already planning on not talking to him.
I don't see why I should be so afraid of life.
Like,
you know what I'm saying?
Man.
Why should I be afraid of giving people a chance?
Why give them a chance?
When people are being nice to me for 2 weeks, right? I think I'm going to continue. So let's see how it goes tonight. Now listen, it's this simple. If ever these people were to betray me or become really mean towards me, toxic towards me, or this community of viewers that I have, I would say, okay, bye. And then I would go on my merry way coming back here and just do.
That happened, and then DSP like doubled down on the drama and made himself look really dumb and toxic and like awful. Genuinely awful to the point where it's just gonna hit his fans even harder because people are gonna go after them. Well, not after them, whatever, you know what I mean. They're gonna say, like, how can you like this guy? He lied about this, he lied about that, like, he did all this fucked up shit. How can you support this guy? Like, honestly, like, the amount of money he even got that day was too much. Like, I really feel that nobody should be giving this dude money. Like, this is not good, this is not a good person. Like, he's just off the loony bin at this point. Like I don't understand how anyone could sit there and watch this dude like go on this like downward trend into the toilet, flush his head, drink bleach and drink bleach afterward. Like how can you watch that guy? Like I can understand that at some point like people can sit there and say I don't want to like listen about Christian anymore because like the stuff that this person has done is heinous and it's just I don't want to hear it anymore. But this is like this is shit that is just like inching ever so close to that point. Like what will it take for people to realize that this dude is just bad? Like his content's been going down the drain quality wise. Like it's just bad innately. And the best that he can do is go on psychotic fucking rants. That's the best he can do.
Just doing my own thing from now on, and you know, is there really a big loss? I would say there would be a loss because I have enjoyed the last 2 weeks of social interaction with anyone besides just my viewers. I really have. I like having the ability to go out and collab and have fun conversation and stuff like that. So, you know, I hope that this goes well. You know, I do. I truly do. Let's see how it goes tonight. If it's a train wreck, if I'm treated like dirt, then I just don't have to do it anymore. It's not the end of the world, right? And you know what other people are saying? Oh, you know what it is? They're just waiting for your documentary to come out. And when your documentary comes out, they're going to destroy you, Phil. Maybe they will. Maybe they will. You know what? It's a friggin' 4+ hour documentary, okay? Maybe they will destroy me. They've told me they don't want to, and they're not going to, and if they do react to it, they'll react to my reaction to it, so it has extra context. But maybe they will, and if they do, you know, it would just be another day for me. You know what I mean? It's not like this is tragedy has struck, and this is the end of Dark Side Phil.
No. Why would that
for me,
be
it would be
enough?
Tuesday.
Like,
you know, the meat.
Again, if this is all LARP, this means nothing. That just means that wasn't enough. That's not enough for him. He wants to go more. He wants to go deeper. Like this is crazy.
It's just par for the course. When someone else treats me like badly and treats me like dirt, it is what it is, right?
It is what it is, right?
So I don't know. The thing is, because it's funny, because people are like, "Oh, your documentary coming out is going to be your downfall." First of all, the documentary is going to cover everything everyone else has already covered in documentaries. The only extra stuff that they could possibly cover.
At the beginning of this video, he literally said that the documentary is going to turn people against him. But now he's like, well, people are going to love me harder than ever with the documentary.
That June the King could cover is my past before YouTube. Meaning, my early days of Street Fighter and how I used to behave very poorly in that community and my internet antics at that time, which I've already talked about, were very poor and I regret them, right? And probably the early YouTube days, maybe elaborating more on how really over the top and you know, kind of
I will try
insulting and offensive my commentary was at that time,
to remind myself
right? But once it gets to the shit from the last 5 years, everyone's heard these stories. Everyone's heard the bankruptcy story,
this is a good video.
The bank leak story, the WWE champion story. We all know it.
I'm going to say it.
And it was funny because I was talking with chat before, and I was like, what's funny about the whole thing is, everyone knows the stories now. Nobody cares anymore. Everyone's had enough of the stories because they've been going on for so long, and my detractors just keep repeating the same fucking stories over and over because they have nothing else to say. They just regurgitate the same shit.
And look what he did. He gave us more ammo.
What you need is new content, and they don't have any.
Like, why?
Nothing bad is going
on
on
here.
This? I'm not the one taking his shirt off, sucking cucumbers, kissing cocks. I'm not the one pretending to be a boxer in a boxing ring. I'm not.
Again, those people are doing their own thing by kissing cacks and cucumbers and boxing matches. These are things they're doing on their own that doesn't like tangibly affect anyone. But the shit he's been doing is affecting 2 other people and his audience to a much more like harmful extent than whatever Rich did in his own fucking like. Rich is a lol cow, and Rich is like a lot of things. But like, I mean, sheer comparison. Come on. I'm
not the one faking cancer. I'm just sitting here making meaningful, positive content
I'm
for
not
my
the one
viewers,
faking cancer.
right?
Then
So
he
there's no
lies
content
about
to
his
make.
fucking wife.
It's just they have to
Potentially having
regurgitate the
cancer.
same bullshit they said for 5 years
Like,
because there's
shut
no
up.
content to make jokes about. You see? So
So I decided I'll
Because of
give him
that,
content.
you know, they're
Yeah.
furious that I've had 2 weeks of success. They're really hoping that this documentary is going to destroy me. All right? Here's the truth of what's going to happen. The documentary is going to come out, and I'm going to slowly react.
Yeah, he's gonna like suck
2 hours a night. I'll be reacting to this. It's going to take. I would predict that me reacting to the Rich documentary with Kino will be the biggest content that I've put out in many years.
This has the.
Maybe it won't
You're
reach the heights of me
filthy
doing
rich.
a
I
co-op
don't think it does.
react with Rich,
doesn't.
or to the Rich documentary
I'm
with
not
Kino
gonna
Casino,
find
because that
it.
was
I don't
co-op and people
care
really wanted to
anymore.
see that. So maybe, but for me doing
I'm a
solo
broken
content,
man.
I predict my react is going to do huge. It's going to get tons of
I know
views
what
on the
part
streams.
it's
People are going to come
into,
by, and I have a new audience
But
that
I
I
don't
support it,
know.
right?
I don't know.
So they're going to come by and they're going to support those streams and content.
I was
It's not
thinking
going
of
to
including it
destroy
too,
me.
but I
It's
don't
going to
think
be
I want
new
to.
positive content for me to make. You understand?
I
Me
don't think
fessing
I
up to my
want
past
to.
mistakes, me growing from them, showing that today I'm not that person anymore, right?
Oh man.
It's going to be new positive content for me to make. You understand? Me fessing up to my past mistakes, me growing from them, showing that today I'm not that person anymore.
Dude. It is insane how he was like a better person back then than he is now. Like, honestly. He didn't sell himself out that badly. Like, the most he did was like Loot Crate and stuff like that, but that's like whatever in comparison to what he's doing now. Like, it's just nonsense.
Anymore, right? And the best part about all of it is, because this is what we were talking about in the chat earlier, with all the bullshit of the last 5 years, the allegations of this and that and the financial bullshit, right? Most people know about it and don't fucking care anymore, right? At one
Right.
point, you know, but no, they don't give a shit anymore about it. They're like, I don't care. Even if every allegation about you is true from that everyone says about all this bullshit, I still don't care. I just like you and your content. I don't care what you
I
spend your
love
money
you and
on.
your
I don't
content.
care what mobile games you play. I just want you to keep making good content because I like your content. Here, and here's my support. They don't give a shit, right?
But look at this. I want to make good content so that you support it. Is it good content when you uploaded lies? That you LARPed as someone else to 2 other people and then tried to string them along and tried to own them and showed off DMs and made it all about drama? Like, Jade was crying when he was doing drama back then. Last year. He was like, I don't like this. Blah, blah, blah. And then he does this, and it's all an act. It was all an act to just milk the casino. Again, this is just look at it as a genuine, take him at his word. And it doesn't make him look good. Like, because on one hand, he's just a dope that just fell for what the Kino Casino was cooking, and then was just coping afterwards. Which is a bitch made move. Just in general. But if this is all an act, why double down on this? Why sell your own community out to do this then? I thought we loved positive content. He told us that for years. 4 years. He did the thing. He told us is behavior that's mentally ill. He did that behavior. It doesn't matter if, you know, like I said this even before this Rich interview. It didn't matter to me anymore if the DMs are real or not, if he was like exaggerating or not, because everyone knew Kino Casino was in it to make drama around DSP. Everyone knew that's what was the end game for Kino Casino, to the point that they knew, like, it doesn't matter, and the fact that there's gonna be people that may believe that at that point, whatever, is gonna be bad for Phil, because he's gonna have to deal with it in his chat more and more and more, and he's gonna get more unhinged over it, etc., etc., to the point where it doesn't matter, because it's so meaningless to listen to this guy and take him at his word when he's a pathological liar. And then on top of that, he's trying to convince us that this is all an act. It's even that's also bad. Why do this? And then pretend that you care about positive content and you care about your community. When you're gonna get them roped into this whole like, wow, you watch a guy that lied to you, that did all this drama when he told you this? Like, why do you care about what this guy says? He makes it a point about how other people just throw away their audience all the time. He mocked Rich for doing that. He did that to his own audience and then tried to tell them, well, I was only pretending to be this. Which doesn't make it any better, because at least Rich could argue that he changed his content because he was like, hey, this wasn't working anymore and I needed to change my content to do this and all this stuff. Like, to a point, the stuff that Rich decided to do was based on his own will. That was dumb, but it was his own decision. He made his own bed and ate it. Like, you know, and Petey said this even when he was reacting to the interview. Rich can't take L's at all, but he knows when to take them. DSP cannot eat it only when it suits him. Only when he can benefit off of taking L's will he take an L, which is awful. Because, like, there was no, like, Rich was not entering this interview. He could have entered that interview and came off as a loser. The fact that DSP handed him a W on a platinum platter is insane. That should not have happened in any reality. But DSP managed to find a way to make something that's worse than the Craig interview. And you see this video that Ludwig put up that was all based on the idea that Kino Casino will never snake him. And in the same video, he's like saying how he makes such positive content and how it's so fun and interactive. And then to say, oh, well, I was faking, bro.
Right? And the funny part about it is, it's not true. The stuff that my detractors are saying about me actually
and this
is
is
not
all
true.
based. And again, if we were to take DSP at his word, then he can't really mock PPP for taking him at his word, because, you know, he cries about people wanting to take him seriously. PPP does it, and he's like, oh, look how stupid he is. He took me seriously. And now, this is the same bullshit I said about the W Champions thing. He comes forward and expects us to magically trust him within the same stream. He unveils that, again, face value, that he lied to Kino Casino for 8 months and played a character. So why should anyone take him seriously on any level? Despite, like, again, even if this was coping, that's still lying. He's still lying when he's saying that. It's a lie regardless. It's a lie regardless. He'd be more honest if he just said, I was a victim at that point. But he can't do that anymore because he knows people will laugh at him for being a victim. But at that point, DSP, you just don't react to it. But he can't do it. He can't help himself.
Not true. But when people are outright saying, we don't even care if it is true, we still like you, that's a big weight off my shoulders. Let's put it that way. It really is. It means that I can react honestly to this documentary coming out.
What did he say?
Is true, we still like you. That's
even if it
a big weight off my
even if it is
that my
true?
detractors are saying about me actually is not true. But when people are outright saying, we don't even care if it is true, we still like you.
Oh, man. Gross behavior.
That's a big weight off my shoulders. Let's put it that way.
He really,
it really
thinks
is.
his audience
It means that
is
I can react
stupid.
honestly to this documentary
He thinks that
coming
they
out.
are.
I
And
don't
maybe they
have
are.
to open my.
At this point, whoever is remaining as an unironic fan, except for Jay has a very good excuse. But anyone else that's there and says I like DSP's content and is being serious 100%, they're fucking stupid. They need help. Because I can't imagine. I can't imagine. After witnessing all this stuff and saying, well, I don't care if it's true, Phil, I love your content regardless. Like, fuck off.
My private vault of data and expose myself to the internet to prove my innocence because no one even gives a fuck about this stuff. And that's a good thing, right?
That's a good
That's
thing.
a very good thing. So I'm excited
It's wild. And so
I'm
bought him a
literally
game on that
excited
same stream,
for the documentary
too.
to come out. I wish it was
The
coming
Rich
out.
stream.
I
They
thought
bought
it
him
would have been out by now. It would
Shadows.
have been coming out very soon
Why
because June
would
was
you
telling me
do that?
he was aiming for
These
the end of the
people-
month, and
you
he
know,
was very much hoping
his
that it
fans
would come out
are
the
really
latest
something
by the
else.
last
I
week of the
gotta
month.
say,
but
there's
he wasn't
something
sure
else.
how that was gonna go. And as of now, I have no updates for anyone. I don't know
I mean, I
when it's
guess
coming out.
Darcy also
He
has a
hasn't
good
announced
excuse
it yet.
because, like, DSP's
right?
literally his fetish.
So,
like, he's probably
you know,
jerking
will
it as
there be
every
some
time he
people
turns on to
who will
DSP
watch
stream.
this documentary
One hand's modding,
and
one hand's
say,
up,
I'm
one
done
hand's
with Phil?
jerking it.
Probably. You know, a lot of people don't know about the insane history. 16 years as a content creator and my ups and downs, right? And the bad things that I've done, that I fessed up to, and, you know, or they don't know the full story in context, which I'm going to attempt to give with my react to the June the King documentary, add my own context and my own perspective, okay?
Oh, man.
But it's not going to be the end of me. This is not, how could it possibly be the end of me,
How
right?
can it be the end
and
of
even
him?
if the Kino Casino guys react to it, and even if Mudahar reacts to it, and even if Moist Critical reacts to it, and Asmongold reacts to it, and every fucking ginormous YouTuber on the planet reacts to it, if fucking Mr. Beast stops making his
Oh, my
content to
God.
sit down and react to the Dark Side Phil documentary, guess what? I will still fucking be here.
Yeah, he can't go anywhere. He
I will
literally can't
stop
go
making
anywhere.
content the day that I decide
Like,
to
the
stop
house
making
would have to
content.
explode
Not
for him
what
to
the
not make
entire world
content.
tells me to do, what I decide for myself.
But
Because
so it's an
I
empty
am
gesture.
the ruler of my own destiny.
this is
no
not a,
one
like-
fucking else. It doesn't
This is
matter
a
what
threat.
platform I'm
This
on.
is
it
a
doesn't matter
threat.
what kind of
I
content
will
I'm
keep
making.
making content. I will still
keep
be an asshole.
being me, and no one's gonna fucking stop me from doing that. Period.
He needs to
No,
be
I'm not
stopped.
going to curl up into a ball. Oh, I can't trust anyone. I can't do any content. I can't trust anyone. What kind of a life is that?
Oh,
Right?
man.
If that were the case, after my breakup with my ex, what was I going to do? Be single forever? Because I had a bad relationship or a bad experience in a relationship and we broke up? Never, ever give a
Okay.
chance? I never would have met my wife.
Uh-huh.
I wouldn't have been happy. I wouldn't have had a beautiful life right now if I didn't give life
But
another
such a
chance.
beautiful life.
right?
Such a beautiful
now
life.
I'm giving this
so
another chance.
jealous.
All right? Tonight, let's see how this goes.
Tonight,
Let's see how it
Let's
goes
go.
tonight. I'm
Let's-
excited for
it's
tonight
time
and see how the
go.
collab goes. I hope it goes well. Even if it's a train wreck, even if the game is fucking stupid and everything, just hanging out with some people for a couple of hours is going to be fun. And to have an audience along the ride with us, it's going to be neat. You know? I think it's going to go
Neat.
fun. It's going to be well. I do. I really believe that. And the
Alright.
sky's the limit because
okay. I think it's time. It is time to go into the meat and potatoes of this video. I may do this may be a multiple part video. So I'm not gonna make any promises, but let's go. We're not gonna watch the whole like fuck around stuff. There's only a part of the cold intro I wanna play.
What is going on, everyone? Bill here, and welcome to a very special edition of the Level 1 podcast. Today, we are going to have a very special guest. Someone who I have had, well, I guess you could say beef with.
Look how you get like this is like fucking like hamming it up to the max. He's being like, as they say, cute.
Very long
right?
time on the internet. Someone who talks about me constantly
Right.
in all of his content. And sometimes I decide to clap back. And today, for the first time ever, we are going to have a face-to-face confrontation, discussion.
Look how bullshit this is. We are gonna finally hype this up as we are gonna finally have a confrontation. Oh yes. Definitely.
Chat, debate, argument.
We're gonna have a chat debate. Like, listen, look. Oh my god, I pressed
A
H.
face-to-face
This is so fake. This is so fake
confrontation,
now.
discussion, chat, debate, argument. I don't know. Because
Him doing this, it's like it's so obvious that he was like cooking something up that was like very cringe. But nobody knew. Nobody knew better. They just thought this was the typical like hype machine he was doing. Little did we know, it was far worse.
because that is the beauty of the internet, is that you never know what's going to happen. Today
And
on
there
the
you
show,
go. That's the beauty of the internet. You never know what's gonna happen. Right there, officer. Like, with the power of hindsight, that right there was the Kino Casino mention that he was gonna do. Like, oh, you don't know, it's the internet, guys. Wow, what a cool dude, right?
my guest is Review Tech USA, also known as Rich. I actually don't even know if he goes by Review Tech anymore since he deleted his YouTube channel. Perhaps that's something that we will talk about.
Yeah, are we gonna talk about that? Good question.
This will be a very special event. So, sit back and relax. Get ready for the craziest.
All right, let's just go into the interview. Let's fucking go. As you can see, Rich showed up. Here, it's time to go. He's muted now, but he's gonna unmute himself.
All right, everyone,
pretty
so you
soon.
can hear me.
There you go.
Rich, hello, how are you?
Hello, sir.
I'm lovely, Philip. How are you?
I'm
You're
good.
looking stunning in that sweater today. Looking nice.
Thank you, sir. So,
Thank
I'm
you.
adjusting right now. I'm going to ask
Oh, we're just gonna
you
like
built
fast
them
forward
too,
a
so you
little
know how
bit.
succulent they are.
I love them.
So it sounds good. So, wow. First of all,
Here we go.
an epic moment.
Epic
I think this has
moment.
been a long time coming, in the making. People have wanted to
Say
see
so.
us have a conversation for a very, very long time. And thank you for coming on the show. Thank you for giving us your time. I want to say that up front.
What interesting. What a coincidence. What are the odds?
What are the odds,
The
right?
coincidence of this timing. Just I'm sure it's all just circumstantial, right?
Oh, of course. There's absolutely no reason why it would be right now, this week, or anything. No, it just came together that way by complete, luck, dumb luck, right? But you're here. That's respectable. I thank you for your time, and I want to let you know, because I told the audience this before. I know
Oh my
you
god,
weren't
he's turning
here.
off his AI camera.
There is absolutely
Why
no
does he need to
interruptions.
do
There's no
that?
pop-ups on
You're
the
not
stream. I'm
using the
gonna be reading
camera.
shout-outs or anything from anyone. The stupid camera is screwing with me right now. But
Oh my god.
I'm not going to be doing anything to be distracted. It's you and me.
As he was distracted by the
I
camera, by
want
the way.
to respect you because you're giving me your time. It's not about contributions today. I mean, I will shout them out after we're
Right.
done when you're gone. It has nothing to do with you. I'm not going to be reading out
Okay,
insults
I
or
do not
respect
care
for
about
doing
the
that.
fucking
You
TOS.
could be doing something better with your time, I'm sure. And I appreciate you coming on.
Oh yeah, I'm sure
now,
he
before
could
we
be
begin,
smoking a lot of
I wanna
blunts
clear the air
instead of
here.
doing this.
You have absolutely no preconceived notions of what disappearance is, right? You don't know. We haven't talked about if it's going to be a top.
Here we go. This is the beginning of the roller coaster ride, dude. I heard this and I was like, "Wait, what? What are we doing now?" Like, oh my god! And I thought it was gonna be like, man, I on one end I was like, "Oh, is they gonna bring in like Andy and PPP?" And it's gonna be like, "Oh, we were only pretending we were gonna felt each other, but we're actually gonna felt rich." Whoa! I thought it was gonna be that for like a split second, and then I was like, "Okay, no, it can't be that." Then I thought, okay, is he just gonna like shit on Rich or something? Like, I thought we were gonna have a conversation, but no, it's not that. No, of course not.
Topic if it's going to be anything, right? We haven't planned
No.
anything.
But this
correct?
is
No,
so
not
weird.
once. And if you did, I
And
would
this
call
is this is all to like show people.
See, I didn't plan this. This was not a scripted event. Like, unlike Lowcat Live, that scripts events and are fake, I do stuff that's real, man.
But it's still like, just because you didn't rope in Rich doesn't mean it's not scripted, right? Like, you realize things can be scripted and planned, and you can rope someone into it and have them not be involved. Like, no, and like That's literally pranked. And this is the type of shit, by the way, DSP hates. Again, he did not want to do anything with Rich because, like, oh my god, let's talk about this, right? Years ago, when Rich wanted DSP on his show,
I would never go on Rich's show. He's gonna go there. That's gonna be a firing squad. He's gonna like fucking trick me, man. Fuck that.
he finally gets Rich on his show, and it was a trick. It was a trick. How? How can he sit there and say, I would never do anything with Rich, he's gonna trick me, and then trick him? And recently he bitched about truth seekers for like sneaking in like Broside Phil and like doing a whole thing about the fucking bankruptcy. But like, my guy, what is this?
To call you out on it. You didn't.
There
did
you
not
go.
say a fucking word to me about anything.
Because people have been speculating for the last couple of days, well, since yesterday, and I guess you had let it drop on your show that you were going to appear a couple days ago before we had really confirmed it, and then I confirmed it yesterday, and everyone's freaking out. This is an evil plot. They've got all this stuff going on.
This is an evil plot. Okay, no, incorrect. What people were guessing was it was just gonna be another vanity project for Phil to get Rich to bend the knee and be like, okay, Rich,
Every stream, you have my fat face. Why do you have that, Rich? Rich, why do you have the fat face in all your content?
and all this other bullshit. Then Rich was gonna try to be funny and it would fail and it would suck ass and people would be like, wow, this guy's a fucking idiot, blah, 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 blah. That's what people were anticipating from this massive cringe all around. Nobody was saying, oh, this was some ulterior motive. And guess what? It was an ulterior motive. There was an evil plot. But it was coming from DSP. It was a very dented evil plot. Like, so bad. So bad.
And, you know, this is not legit. But no, it's not the case. We have nothing planned, all right? Previously, like Rich, you know, and I have not spoken about this beforehand. This is completely a legit appearance here. And I guess, Rich, before I begin saying anything, just before we start,
you're gonna get shirtless. Are you gonna get shirtless?
Absolutely not. I'm just curious.
Oh, come on.
Do you have anything you would like to just say up front as a starter before we get into anything? Is there anything you want to get off your chest? Is there anything you'd like to say?
I got plenty of questions, but this is your show, so I will let you begin.
Oh,
I
okay.
have plenty.
He's got plenty of questions, but it's my show. All right, that's fair.
I love that he's mocking Rich for, like, having questions. But if you go to his fucking interviews, DSP turned his own interviews into interviewing DSP. That's what it all became. Look at all of them. All of them have devolved into asking DSP about his own fucking streams. It is embarrassing. And he's like, so Rich has questions. Okay, it's my show. Okay. But DSP, you have let all your guests ask you questions in the past. Like, I brought up the Tolomeo interview, which should have been a nothing interview. In all right, a nothing interview. And yet, DSP allowed it to have gold dust in it. Because he allowed Tolo to ask him questions. But Rich asking questions. Wow, he asked questions? Already we see the disingenuous side of Phil, where he did not give a fuck what Rich was gonna ask. You know he wasn't. Like, even if he was gonna do the thing he ended up doing, you know he would not give him any meaningful question. That was the other aspect that I was also kind of, like, expecting out of this. Was Rich, let's say that Rich ended up asking, okay, Phil, why do you have such harsh double standards against me?
Okay, Rich. Yeah, I have double standards. Rich, do you see your streams? You're taking shirts off.
Like, that's what it would have been. That's what it would have been.
Fair enough. That's a good way to start. Okay. All right. So, funny that you bring up.
And again, off the bat, already DSP is in a submission form. Already, he already lost. He lost before it even began. Because Rich talked, and it was like, I got a lot of questions, Phil, but this is your show, I'll let you do it. Like, he already has chemistry, like, off the charts compared to DSP. Starts off with a joke saying, Phil, are you gonna take your top off? And he's like, no. Oh, come on! Like, that is already, like, I mean, it's kind of dumb humor, to be fair. Don't get it twisted. But that is at least more effort into like, talking to a guest than what DSP did. Where DSP almost gave him like a baby talk, like, "Hey, you're here, Rachel. You're the cockatiel."
You know, the timing of everything, correct? Because
Correct.
obviously I tried to get you on this show back in the fall, and it fell apart. You did cancel last minute. Then you wanted to come back on, and at that point, I wasn't interested. But we're not here to argue about the specifics of what happened there. But I have tried to have you on, and it didn't work out.
It was such a
For whatever
sus
reason.
situation.
So now, this week,
like, okay.
I got you on.
All right, he got him
And
on.
a lot of people are like, this is great. It's the first face-to-face of Rich versus Phil, and they're going to either have it out or maybe this is a plot. They're going to be like buddies now because the casino has turned on Phil. And now Phil's probably looking for allies, right? And he's looking for
you
buddies
could
to
see
team up with against
you
the
could see Rich just roll his eyes. He was just like, oh god, like he knew what DSP was already cooking before he even like showed the briefcase.
casino, right? That's what everyone's saying. What do you think about that?
Well, I hope to God that you knew from the beginning that was going to happen. I don't think you did, though, because you were essentially in there. You did simp for them for a while, Phil.
Mhm.
One thing I found funny
Right,
is
I
that
simp for them.
things that I have just said for years, you make it like I'm going to stalk you and dry hump your front door in the middle of the night. But
Yeah,
when
he did.
PPP said those things at the time, now you're different
Right.
because the fallout and, you know, he was calling your wife fat. But back then, it was with them, it was just razzing. What's the difference between when I said something and when PPP said something?
And this question, I'm just gonna say it. This is the kind of interview I was hoping for. And I'll be honest, I was very upset. Not very upset, that's a little exaggeration to be honest, but I was kind of disappointed that DSP insisted on the nonsense, and I was like really hoping the whole time, like, Rich, please, Rich, push back. Don't let DSP do this. Just push these questions, because this stuff is what makes me hate Phil. Just the clear double standards he has, and how much he's way more critical on Rich. And it's like, Rich is a lolcow. He is. But the things he faults Rich for is the stuff he praises other people for doing. All the time. And I was like, and when Rich was like calling out the double standard, I was like, yes. I stopped what I was doing. I was playing Guilty Gear. I stopped and I was like, okay, I gotta watch this now. I turned off the game. I was listening. And when DSP kept trying to push his fucking nonsense, I was just like, no, Rich, please, push back. Don't cave. Hold the line. And he didn't. And it was glorious, because this shit is far more interesting to me than fucking, hey Phil, did you scam your audience? And it's like, yeah, he did. Okay, yippee. But it's like, his behavior, it's far more interesting to delve into than his fucking bank account.
Would be just as bad
And
if
look at him!
sometimes
Look at him! He's sitting there like, yeah, Phil, you got a double standard. Like, just not caring. And again, this is before he even revealed that he wanted to, like, do this Kino Casino thing. And he was like, okay, Rich, what do you want to talk about? Rich brings up a topic, and he's just, like, sitting there, like, not even interested. Like he's asking to go to the bathroom.
it's not worse. Why was there a difference with that?
Well, there's two things. Number one, if you have some kind of an arrangement with someone, if you're working business-wise with someone, okay, and you know that there's a mutual benefit to being associated and making content, then you give a few inches, right?
Look. Guys, everyone look at this. this dude, this piece of shit right here, this guy officer, he is a fake fuck. This is what he claims other shill sponsors do all the time. All the time. Oh, they say something, they don't want to piss off their sponsor, so they censor themselves and they make sure they glaze up the sponsor so they keep playing the game and blah 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 blah. Look at this. Look at this. I was in a business arrangement with fucking PPP and Andy, so like, of course I'm gonna suck their dick because I was in a business arrangement with them. I'm not gonna like shit on them. So you're willing to sell yourself out to Kino Casino. But God forbid, an aspiring content creator decides I'm gonna do a sponsorship stream of Ask Creed Shadows and say the game isn't bad, or say Ubisoft isn't as bad as people think, or whatever the fuck. That is apparently heinous, and those people should not be listened to. But DSP can sell himself out for Kino Casino, and that's totally fine and cool and dandy and amazing and positive, right?
Right? You'll give a little bit of leeway. You'll let them get a little bit of a rise or get a little bit of a boost or a little bit of whatever it is.
Look at it, and Rich is like, what the fuck? Like, even he is like had to do a double take.
Because, quite frankly, you're also getting a boost on their behalf by being associated or making content with them. All right? But just like everything, there's a limit to that.
But remember,
And-
DSP is not censored. He doesn't like censor himself. He doesn't. He's an honest bitch, right? So honest. He's willing to eat shit just to prove a point, I guess, right?
What's happened is PPP took it upon himself to keep pushing those boundaries as far as he possibly could.
Phil on the
thinking
defense
that he was good
already.
shit, basically, when he could get away with
Yeah,
whatever.
but that was at the 11th hour though, Phil. I mean, there was actually a video of where like you tiptoed into
Wait, what?
That was at the 11th hour though, Phil. I mean, there was actually a video of where like you
kinda cut
tiptoed
out.
into confronting him about what he said about your wife, and you gave him a pass. Also, too, there's a video that Mighty D has where you were, and this happened multiple times. It wasn't just in his video, where you would be in their kick chat in like the wee hours of the morning, text messaging them or messaging them.
Remember all those times he said, I need to spend time with my family. My family needs me. No, man. He needs to be in Kino Casino's chat to glaze them so he could felt them. Isn't it funny, right? That Kino Casino did not need to spend a dime on DSP to get DSP to like do tricks for them, but DSP, in his mind, again, let's take it for face value that he was orchestrating the whole thing. He felt the need to give that person money to make them think that he's fans with them or whatever the fuck. Meanwhile, this dude will not support his own fans. When Kekken was a mod, never gave him a sub, never did anything for him. Oh, he did he even give money to Super Blind Man? I don't think so. Maybe once in a blue moon he would. But he pays an exposure. But if he's gonna fuck Kino Casino, he's gonna give you money. Very cool.
Their chat, like a teenage girl, you were gifting subs. You would go back and forth. You always say that your time, like that was, what were you doing then? You say your time is valuable. You say you're very busy. But then you were sitting there in their
Remember
chat.
he mod? Yeah, remember when you mod people for like wasting their time playing a character to get into the good graces of DSP or anyone else for that matter, and this and that, like that's mentally ill behavior. They need to go to a padded room and this and that. But DSP does this, and it's cool, and we should applaud it. And I know what he could argue, right? Why are my detractors saying that when they do it themselves? But again, the detractors don't make it a point to brag about their virtues and how cool they are. Again, this is why nice people don't brag about being nice. Like, come on. Come on.
At essentially just simping, actually, which is funny. We'll talk more about simping later, but that was very strange to me.
Sure. Well, I guess we've had a good cold open, right? I guess we'll get into it now, right? We'll actually.
He fucking drops it. He drops what he was telling him. He's like, oh, it's kind of weird doing this, right?
Okay, that's a good cold open. Okay.
Wow.
Get into like the format and what this is actually going to be. So Rich, I have to be honest with you. All right, I'm going to be very honest with you right now.
Okay.
Very
Okay?
honest.
I do have a plan for this appearance, and it's
Right.
nothing whatsoever what you think it is. Okay?
Okay.
But I want you to calm down.
What is?
I want you to calm down. There's no guests coming on or anything. It's just you and me. I promise you that. Okay? No special,
Okay,
no
that's fine.
shocking twists. No, oh my God.
The cringe
Gotcha.
is
Even if
happening.
even if there was a guest, that would be fine.
Okay.
Good drink.
Rich, do you recognize this?
Let me.
Oh
look
my god,
on-
dude, this is.
He's not looking. Oh, you don't see me?
You don't see
Ah,
me?
those are your poker chips, Phil. Yeah.
Correct.
Yes.
This is the briefcase that was used as a prop during the co-op react that I did with Kino Casino.
And
back
man,
in the
so many
summer
people were
when
like,
we
"Oh,
watched
he's
your
gonna give the
documentary
chip back."
from June the King.
But little did they
And
know, it was
Basically,
far
it was used as a
more
way
cringe
to humiliate
and
you
worse
over the
than
course of
anything
that
else.
event, where every time that there was something
And
embarrassing,
again, you know, DSP is trying so desperately to say that he LARPed, he faked everything and this and that. But again, he like fucking dogged on Rich to the point where if I was Rich and he was trying to convince me that he was only pretending to do this shit, I would have been like, "Fuck you, man!" Like, you think I'm gonna give a fuck? Like, wow, you snaked them, but you like threw me under the bus. Fuck off.
embarrassing that happened, we would take some chips out, right? And at the end, we're at the very
Dude,
end.
this is so cringe.
You got one chip
It's
left.
so like, man, let's even continue this imagination, this imaginary tale of DSP's I was about to say simp, snaking Kino Casino. So he bought this poker set to be like, yeah, we're gonna felt rich with this poker set, and then he sat there like, yeah, I'm gonna use this on Kino Casino, and then get rich involved. Like, that is so corny, and like, even when it was on Rich, it was corny as fuck, and it was kind of obvious that he wanted this to be a bit to be used when he would felt more people with the casino, if he felt like it, right? Like, whatever.
Left. And I said, this is your chip. I'm going to hold on to it. And I had it on my screen back here. And everything, you know, was around this chip in the casino. And you even called it out in your content. And you said, Phil, you fool. They're not your friends, but you have their memes in your content and all of that. I'm well aware of all that stuff that you said. Okay.
Which was true from the beginning. Everyone saw that coming from a mile away. You were a content mill for them.
So, okay.
As
Fair,
you see.
Right. Hey.
fair enough.
Uh-huh.
Now, I bring this up for a reason, all right? And we're going to explain it in just a moment. But I have one other question for you before I actually show you the briefcase, okay? And the question is this.
What?
Okay.
Are you familiar with the king snake,
Oh man.
the animal?
Nope.
You're not?
Nope.
The king snake is a creature,
Uh.
a snake, that
Oh,
lures
man.
other snakes into its den.
Lures.
Dangerous snakes, snakes that are known to already be predators, rattlesnakes, and others. The king snake uses this trick in order to make those creatures feel safe. And then the king snake surprises those creatures from behind and swallows them whole. The king
You're
snake.
are you swallowing
eats.
me, Phil?
Oh, hold on. The
Are you
king
gonna
snake
swallow me, Phil?
eats other predators whole after
See,
laying a trap.
This is why, like, the sauce gets lost on Phil. Like he's not cooking. This is not cooking. This is just throwing raw meat on the ground and hoping it's a fillet. Like, oh yeah, eat this raw meat. I didn't bother cooking it. Isn't it cool? Because like when you're trying to like have a big bombshell, I don't think it's kind of like because you're watching this and you're thinking on one hand, okay, is he felting the casino? Is he felting rich? Like, why is he like? Because like this seems more at the time that he was gonna felt rich because he's like, oh, see, the king snake. See, Rich, I got you on my show. You thought I was gonna interview you and I was gonna give a fuck about what you had to say, but in reality, I was gonna roast you. So eat shit. But instead, it was like a roundabout way to say that he's gonna felt Kino Casino, and look how cringe it is.
Okay?
Okay.
It loses all power when the guy,
Ladies and gentlemen.
like, he's doing this with Rich, and Rich is like, okay. Like, he's kind of like, he's not even caring. And he's like,
You know what a king snake is? It's a stick that lures in other sticks.
and he's just like, wow, yeah. Like that's what it's like when your kid is saying bullshit that you don't care about and you don't want to say to your kid, shut up. You're like, yeah. Oh wow. Like you're just not caring. You're just tuning him out, but you don't want to be rude. Like that's what Rich is doing.
This is the briefcase. This is Andy and Ashton's briefcase.
And of course, it's them at the beach because he thinks this is gay. And again, we're homophobic. Remember, guys, DSP is a true ally. Where he thinks that being gay is so bad that it's felting. Like, dude, they're just at a beach, having a good time, and they're like, he continues on to shame them for like hanging out, which is such a wild thing to like, a wild angle to like go on. And then claim that you're like accepting and a true ally and you don't care as long as people are happy. But he frames he frames being gay negatively. Okay. Cool guy.
Because ladies and gentlemen, today on this podcast, this is not the Level 1 podcast featuring RTU. At all.
Wait, I saw, what did I get
Today,
oh my god, someone said like I'm cringing so hard.
on this podcast,
Vibes are off.
this is not
No way, this pays off in anything other than cringe. Oh man.
the Level 1 podcast featuring RTU. At all. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Level 666 podcast straight out of fucking hell. Because today, live on the show,
Man,
it is time to explain to you how over the last 8 months,
he tried so hard to get hype, and Rich is just stone facing the whole thing. Like, this is the thing, you're expecting like Rich to be like, oh my god, oh, and you got the kick chat saying this is embarrassing, this is cringe, and then you have like his YouTube chat. Oh no, someone says Noble Times, thanks for your service. The casino wins. Okay. Let's see. Then there was like, you will have to see what, then suffer. Like, just nonsense. But there's no hype. There's no hype in this. Like, he's so used to doing something and having PB be like, oh! But since PB's not there, he does it, and Rich is like,
and the last couple of years, all of my planning has finally come to fruition. I robbed Kino Casino.
What has he robbed him of?
I'm not kidding. I'm
How
not
did you, Rob?
fucking kidding.
Oh,
Everything
man.
that you
Ugh.
have seen happen, I swear
Rich
to
is in
God,
disbelief. He's
has
like,
been
this is
part of
so
my plan
stupid.
all along. Because all of you think I'm so fucking stupid. You all thought
Dude, this
that
is
this was some.
this is so stupid. Again, regardless how you look at it, it's bad either way. It's just bad. Because like no one, and again, no one's gonna believe DSP. No one's gonna believe him. No one. No one. No one. He lied for 7 years about WWE champions and lied to Kino Casino, right? So why would anyone trust him, right? Correct? And it would not be in his best interest for DSP to like freak out. So this is like a whole other level of cope.
Oh, he got fooled. He had the wool pulled over his eyes. I 100% had this planned since day one. And
Bill,
I
I-
only
I-
pretended to be
you don't
stupid.
believe me.
No, I don't believe you.
Like,
I've been
he
watching.
showed his underwear. He danced for fucking PPP. That was all an act. Like, why would you degrade yourself that much? Like, why would you do that? And this dude acts as if he has self-respect. Like, he really can't. He really can't. Say that he has more self-respect than Rich, because what has Rich done anything like this? I mean, I'm not super familiar with Rich, to be completely fair, but I kind of feel like everything people say that they don't like about Rich is like he is just how he carries himself on stream and how he argues and this and that. Like maybe like people are saying that he sold himself out to Keem and this and that, but Keemstar is a big YouTuber and a big name, and like it kind of makes sense that Rich would kind of do that, right? Like that's what people were telling DSP should do, like swallow it and like go on Lolcow Live. Rich did what people were telling DSP to do. I mean, to a certain degree, you can look at that and say, okay, well at least Rich did that for the money. He did that for like the clout, even though like he was completely cucked by the end. But DSP willingly like debased himself for like no reason, and the outcome was nothing but negative.
Watching you now for over a decade. You were full in on this hook line, and so you called Andy your gaming soulmate.
Okay. Rich, I got the receipts. And we're going to look at them together right now on this show.
Okay.
Are you
I would
ready?
like to see these. Yes,
on
Philip.
the show.
This is the
I'm gonna show
briefcase
it to
of
you,
Andy and
Rich.
Ashton. And every single time that we go through a topic and I expose them for who they really are,
Again,
they're going to lose a few chips.
this is such a dumb gimmick because, as I said before, there's no rhyme or reason on the amount of chips, and I guarantee you, he is gonna have one fucking chip for. He would have had one chip for them, or maybe two because there's two people, right? Right?
So if they want their chip back, they're gonna have to apologize to me. And they're gonna have to say they're sorry. And then I'll give them their chip back.
Like he was gonna do some lame shit because again, he said last week or whatever the fuck that he would have me be back on his stream if he apologized. It means nothing. This whole thing is empty. It's an empty statement. It means nothing. Nothing. It's just cope. It's just cope. And he brings on Rich because he couldn't do it by himself. He needed another body to throw in front of the Sharks if things got too heavy. If there's only one parachute in the plane, DSP's taking it and leaving Rich in the plane.
Few chips. And we're going to see at the end how many chips these two have left over.
Like, it
This
means
feels like
nothing.
ret-
It means nothing. Like, it's not genuine when you already have a plan to take out the chips. That's what I said before. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna fill Rich. We're gonna take each chip out. It's like, was there a rhyme or reason? Like, he didn't really. He designed to have one chip left, and it was gonna be the same for them. It's an empty gesture. This, and you could probably argue that this could be like DSP's first foray into making drama content, but it's not good. It makes them look so stupid, and if anything, it really exposes an idea. If someone is evil enough, they could bait him to do more. That's all this is showing, because this is such like lackadaisical, fucking last minute fucking gotcha that he has come up with, that like anyone could set more bait and then do something in return to him. That's all this is. Like it's not good. It's not a good look.
Retcon to me, Phil, but sure, prove it to me.
Sure.
Let me see.
We're good. No worries, man. All right. So, let's get started, shall we? I'm changing my screens if you don't, because Rich, you can't see any of this, obviously. I'm going to let you know what I'm actually doing here, and you might want to tune into the stream. It's going to be very hard for you to see.
You
but
can't
I'm
do a
gonna be
screen
reading
share.
I'm
things
already
as
on
well.
this. I'm already on the stream too.
Okay. Let me actually resize you here, so that you can actually be. Here we go.
Remember when you used to mock truth seekers for having
here's the funny
smaller
part,
pictures
folks.
of them?
All this week, there's been all these threats
But
thrown
look
around
at this. Look at how
by Kino
he has
Casino
this design. It's
saying,
fucking
God
awful.
forbid that any of these private messages.
Wait,
all
what?
this week, there's been all these threats thrown around by Kino Casino saying, God
One
forbid
threat.
that.
All Kino Casino said was that they wanted DSP to apologize. That is it. That's all they asked. And I knew the moment PvP said that, DSP was not going to comply. He will do anything but apologize. The only way he will apologize is if he could benefit from it financially, and if there's like a clear win in apologizing. That's it.
that any
But since he
of
wants
these
PvP to apologize first, he's not gonna accept the apology.
private messages be leaked that I had with Phil or we had with Phil.
Oh my god! Sorry
because
guys.
these
I'll be right back. I gotta go. I gotta take a small.
I gotta take a small break, man.
I'll be back. All right, I'm back. I'm back, guys. Sorry, I was playing Xenoblade Chronicles X. Obviously, not related. Not even booted up yet. I am still playing Xenoblade Chronicles 1 Definitive Edition, by the way. So I don't know. I don't know if I'll ever beat that game. I don't think I need to beat that to get to play this though, because I think this is like a separate thing. Whatever. We're not here to talk about Xenoblade. We're here to be in hell. Oh man.
these private messages would be so
Oh, boy.
damning.
So
It would
damning.
hurt him so bad. And man, he is hiding from it. And we're counting down to when we leak the messages. I already put the messages online. And by the end of this show, I'm going to give everyone the links, and you
This
can all
is
read
this
them
is
for
insane.
yourselves
This
in
is
full.
it's so
I'm
obvious.
not kidding.
It's so obvious what he's trying to do.
Because
That's
this was my
This
plan
doesn't
all along.
sound like 4D chat.
This is just him wanting, like, okay. I almost like lost my train of sauce, guys. I almost lost it. But when this happened, it was very obvious to me. This is when DSP kind of tipped his hand a little too much here. It's very obvious. Very obvious. He just wanted to cut Kino Casino from having people watch their stream of the DMs. It is so obvious. Rich was the bait to lure people to watch the stream, and he didn't want to have anyone to know. And then he was gonna do it anyway. So it's like a double whammy if you think about it, right? Because he can say, well, I didn't like hype this up to be to show the drama. See, you guys were actually interested in Rich. I made a drama though, but you see my point, or whatever the fuck. You guys didn't care about the leaks. Like that was like cope number one. He could potentially have done, but it's so obvious. He also just didn't want to do it by himself. He wanted to like implicate Rich in on it too, which is like, why do this? Right? And again, this dude had such a problem with Rich. They finally get one-on-one time, And DSP instead insists on doing this Kino Casino nonsense with Rich as a hostage. It was so obvious. He just wanted to, because he saw that they were gonna leak the DMs, and he's like,
I'm gonna get the attention first.
and this is the thing that was a lose-lose for DSP in all reality, because you could argue, well, Kino Casino can't say it's bad that he leaked DMs because they were gonna do it too. They were gonna do it initially. True. However, to an outsider, it's still pretty bad. This is what I mean when I say that DSP literally put himself in a position that he would have gotten more benefit for being a victim than anyone that's proactive. Because in the grand scheme of things, he would have just been better off simply by being a man and not involving himself with the Kino Casino, because he could not hang. He could not hang with them. He could not have proved them wrong. Because he could have gone on the Kino Casino, showed that he's an entertaining guy to be around, be funny, and kind of make it so that if they turn on him, people could have been genuinely disappointed. But he couldn't do that. Because he sucks. Just that he sucks. He could not get anyone in Kino Casino to genuinely like him. He only got people pretending. Because over time, Kino Casino was like, we can't have him on. He's not entertained to sit through. He's not engaging in this and that. And if he was putting up an act, he was still putting up an act, I can't be myself because I'm afraid I'm gonna exposed I'm actually snaking them or whatever the fuck, and he preferred to stay quiet because of that. It makes them more emboldened to just be fuck this guy than anything else. But there's nothing DSP did that was smart, interesting, or good. It made him conniving, petty, dumb, and dramatic, because throughout this whole thing, he sold out his own audience. I can't think of anything worse than someone you watch just decide to fuck you, man, fuck you and fuck you for watching for literally no reason. He could not even be entertaining. And this is not entertaining. Again, this is also him doing it on his own. And it still falls flat. It's still the same cringe he did even during the Kino arc. So it doesn't even make sense for him to eat. Because I have a feeling, as time goes on, he's gonna start bragging. It's
yeah, guys, now that you know that I was faking it, you saw that when I was there, I couldn't talk because I was cringing so hard on the inside. I was I can't believe what they're doing. And I was oh my god.
He's gonna say all that bullshit. All that bullshit. But in reality, he just sucks, because it's the same level of humor when he's by himself, emboldened to shit on them. It's not even good. It's not even unique. It's bad. He couldn't do it by himself, so he had to force Rich to be there. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. Single-handed embarrassing.
Chess, this sounds like damage control.
There's no damage control here.
This sounds like you're just trying to get in front of what they're gonna say.
There's no damage control? My guy. They were leaking shit and hyping up fucking the full DMs being leaked. That's the damage.
There's nothing to say. As you're going to see and what we're going to go through, everything that they think they have was already planned ahead of time. Every single thing that I told them was either a lie, a half-truth, or something to buy their
This is oh god. This is so stupid. Think about this. this is what he does to his audience. That's what he does. Oh my god! Dude, that's exactly how he treats his audience. He lies to them, tells half-truths, tells them whatever is to buy their favor. Yeah, guys, Ask Queen Shadows is woke. Yeah, man. Yeah, totally. Veilguard, woke. Why is it woke? That scene everyone's talking about. That's what's woke. But like, nothing genuine. Everything he says, what do you guys think? Oh, you think that? Oh, well, really? This? That? Wow. But man, no, he did that to PvP. Fucking shut up. That's what you do to your own audience. Oh, yeah, man, I said I was gonna be away, but I didn't say why. Oh, I said this, but I mean, I didn't tell you, it's all bullshit. It's just how he acts. He's a natural liar. So, what, like, again, if he's saying that he lied there, he told half-truths, and all this stuff, who is to say he's not doing that now? Like, it's such a pointless thing. Like, PPP and like, Kino Casino literally made it so obvious that they were, like, snaking him. They were giving, like, tells throughout the whole thing that like, hey, we're not really, like, all the way, but like, they tweeted, like, dude, this was actually a brilliant video. Think about it. Ludwig spliced in little snippets that they were doing during the arc. Randomly, PPP tweets out a gif of Carrie. That Carrie scene. Just randomly. And I thought it was like that one Carrie tweet that was like last week. No, it was like done in September. There was another tweet where like they were watching the sands, whatever. Like, these were little tells along the way that they were saying that, hey, we're not like fully there. Because even at the time, all people were saying about Kino Casino is that it's like it's gonna either be very cringe or it's gonna be not fulfilling or whatever. Like, it was a very unique situation that everyone was in at that point. You watch DSP go through it, and he is not clever enough to have tells that he knows or whatever, because we have a 26-minute video of him sweeping for them. Like, he's not that clever. He just isn't. Factually is not that clever. So him trying to say, I was the ringleader, I was the mastermind, it's not a good defense. And again, this is just the same nonsense.
Confidence. So they would think that over time, they would have something on me. Because the truth is, Rich, I'm tired of being pushed around. I really am. All right? I'm going to be honest with you and the internet right now. Back in 2023, when I did that Side Scrollers interview, and that interview went how it did, and I walked out of there thinking, not a lot of people are going to like me.
This is not true. He thought it was a fair interview. It only took them the next day to say, I don't trust this guy, I don't believe him. He was then like, oh, these people are fucked up. Even though they were right in believing that. It is such nonsense. And petty. This is pure pettiness. Because they were right into not believing you. And again, this is the, like, narcissism 101. That he thinks he's so smart. And all this stuff that, like, he can't fathom people not believing him. Dude, listen to yourself. You're trying to convince us for 8 months you were eating shit to own Kino Casino. Like, people were saying it's so embarrassing to see PPP and Andy sweep for DSP in this way, blah, blah, blah. Like, but the most they were doing was saying, well, guys, Hulk Hogan lies, and so does DSP. Guys, DSP is not that bad, whatever. Which is not as pathetic and embarrassing. just by sheer comparison, it's really to the point, now that I'm thinking about it, it was really like these little Grill Phil segments was kind of PPP's way to get back at Phil for like, or just really showing the fucking anger he was getting from dealing with DSP. This little outlet, and DSP allowed it to happen. He allowed himself to show off his underwear, talk about his underwear, show his feet, dance for PPP. And he was like, I'm owning him because he thinks that I'm doing this because of this and that, but I'm really gonna own him. But did PPP have to show us his underwear to please Phil? Like, who is more pathetic, right? Like, he can't even weaponize his lolcow stature, his lolcowness against anyone. Because you would think, like, this little King Snake analogy could have made sense if DSP just didn't either try too hard to please the casino or whatever the fuck, but he's not that clever. This dude could barely read. And now you're telling me he's trying to convince the world that, like, he was only pretending to eat shit. Okay, man. And I do want to bring up, because I was watching Kind of 7 and Shroom Dukem mentioned my Theo theory. And I want to kind of, like, clear the air about my Theo theory. I'm not saying that he was a cunning guy for lying and this and that, but he tells half-truths and this and that, things that he thinks that he's very smart about. He could have animals. He could have other animals. But I think the extent of what he told PPP was a little too much. A bearded dragon? I don't know about that, man. Chipmunks? I don't know. I would not dispute that he goes to the pet store to get animals, but he also told us in the past he feeds the squirrels. He puts out nuts for the squirrels and this and that. Squirrels are rodents. You can buy rodent food at any pet store. Like, because, like, do squirrels, mice, hamsters really eat that differently from squirrels? Like, I mean, maybe they don't eat nuts, but I mean, they're in the same species. They're all rodents. So, like, you know, whatever. And also, you can feed animals a lot of things that they shouldn't be eating anyway. So, for all we know, he's actually, like, fucking up the squirrels by giving them food that's not made for them. For all we know. But he could be buying this food for the backyard animals. Because he told us he feeds the birds, he feeds the squirrels, whatever. Because he told us that. He watches the squirrels eat their little nuts they put out for them, or whatever. So, I don't think it's more so that he lied in the sense of, like, because he brings up that he lied to, like, you know, get out of things. I think that is true. That and it begs the question, does he lie all the time? And again, this is the slippery slope that he did this now. Now, it's more, like, I would kind of further encourage people to leak any DMs they have with DSP. Because I'd be very curious to see if he just genuinely lies to anyone randomly about what they have. So, like, if they want him to do something that he doesn't want to do, like, my hamster, Jim, he died. He exploded. I can't do this video with you, dude. I can't. Jim died, and we're all very sad. Dude, my aunt that's twice removed sister, she just exploded. I gotta go to the funeral for that one. Like, I just wonder if the lies he told were, like, part of the grift, or if it's just lies he told so that he could, because he probably felt, in my opinion, he knew he didn't want to do some of the stuff that Kino Casino would want him to do, so he invented a narrative for him to kind of back out of doing, so that way he could get full, like, reward from, like, doing stuff with them and not being indebted to them. Because if there's one thing about DSP that's for sure, he doesn't like being indebted with other streamers. Taking from his audience, that's fine. They can't fight back. They're fucking bitches anyway. They'll eat it. But other content creators that have a platform, well, we can't let them, like, be indebted to them. So he gives them these little sob stories, so that way, like, they'll look bad for holding him over, because he doesn't expect anyone to ask him to provide proof that he has other animals. He's not expecting that kind of follow through. And when he does, he could just say, "Well, I did. They died. What do you want me to do? Fucking rewind time and bring them on stream? I can't do that. They're dead. Hello." Or like, "Dude, I can't show you my family. They're my family. Hello." Like these kind of things he's telling them is stuff that he doesn't really have to follow through and prove it in providing evidence, because no one would ask. Because again, he's kind of taking it for granted and exploiting the little benefit of the doubt that people would have for him, that he demands people give him. Again, as I said, if this is him lying, if you take him at on the surface level, why would anyone believe him, right? It's a bad situation he put himself in, and it's really, really funny. He runs to do it all the time, every single time.
But at least that interview's out there, and now I don't have to worry about this bullshit anymore. And then the next day,
because those interviews make you seem disingenuous, Phil. Like, think about
Fair
how
enough.
simple.
Fair enough.
Think about how simple would have been to show, like, hey, just show me that down from, which we know is your account now, which we know you're still using, by the way. Down from the rafters is.
I
my
tell people,
WWE
of course, I'm still using, but I wanted to get into his good favor, Rich.
But you're telling me this dude knows how to sell his account through the black market? This dude is terrified of his emulation. Just terrified. Like, all Nintendo went after are the emulators that were doing, like, Switch games. Those are the only things that they targeted. He could emulate Capcom games, unless, whatever. He could emulate other games. And this is like,
Well, Nintendo said no emulating, so no emulating, guys. I'm not emulating anything.
even though, like, it's only after Nintendo games. That's all Nintendo was after. But he doesn't want to do emulation because he doesn't understand it. And he's having us all believe he sold his account. But then he wanted to, like, try to log into his account on his iPad, but that didn't work. Like, it was really weird, and it just doesn't make sense, like, at all. Because DSP is not that smart. Like, I don't believe he sold that account. I agree with everyone that he's still using it, because, again, nothing this dude does is smart, and he keeps assuring us he's not dumb, but this alone is dumb. You have Rich fucking questioning the logic here. Like, when Rich is starting to question the validity of it, and you have people agreeing with Rich, you kind of see where DSP is at in life.
W Champions account. My sweaty man addiction is there. And then you were like, I got to protect my family, which made no sense, Phil. That made zero sense. How does showing a username in a game, that's the equivalent of like showing a gamer tag on like your Xbox Series X.
Exactly.
And you said,
exactly. Again, Rich just comes in with a fucking slam dunk. How is this is another interview DSP is losing control over. Look at this. He started off talking about felting the casino, thinking, oh, that's gonna get Rich on my side, and he's gonna drop this because that's not what we're doing, and he's gonna be like, oh yeah, let's get into the DMs. And Rich is just plowing through and continuing questioning DSP's logic. Already, DSP lost control. He has lost control of every single guest that shows up on his fucking stream. Like, that is insane. And this dude is like, said, Barbara Walters had a most epic interview, right? But imagine if she did this. Wouldn't that be stupid? Yeah, but at least she had controlled the fucking interview. DSP can't even control the interview. And he mocked side scrollers for having a bad interview. Dude, they were literally in control of their own interview. Nowhere in that interview did they lose control where DSP started to overpower Craig and Adam. DSP was instantly rattled the second they were starting to ask follow-up questions. After that, it went all off script and he was fucking rattled. Truth Seekers. As I said, I was not like a huge fan of that interview, but it was the interview he fucking deserved. Instantly was fucking blindsided because he didn't do any research on who he was going on online with. And then you're like, what, bank leaks? Oh my god, what are you talking about? Like, this dude cannot control shit. And he's telling us he planned this for 8 months. He planned this for 8 months and could not figure a way how to accurately, successfully orchestrate Rich to have him do what he wants him to do. 8 months of planning, right? And he couldn't control Rich. Keem got Rich to do way more. Meanwhile, DSP had him there for 8 months.
Said, and then when you had him on the show, and he said, I forget the exact wording. I just thought of this now. I do have notes, by the way, but he was like, so you weren't telling the truth, and you said to him, it doesn't matter if I was telling the truth or not. It's still an answer.
That's right. Because I wasn't there to give them some kind of an insane, truthful expose on anything.
But that's how he hyped it up. And it's so disingenuous. And this dude is the first to always claim everyone else is disingenuous except for him. He goes on the podcast and is just disingenuous start to finish, supposedly.
The whole idea was I give you an interview. Doesn't matter if you like it or not, but I'll give you an interview. And then we're supposed to actually continue on with content. I was supposed to be a regular guest on their show, which was actually the original premise of being on it, is that I was going to be on there, add my 2 cents towards topics and everything, get some exposure, maybe bring some viewers over to my channel. Some of my viewers go to their channel. They didn't give me that respect because after the interview, they decided to make endless amounts of content for weeks to months, some exposure, maybe
listen to this.
Continue on with content. I was supposed to be a regular guest on their show, which was actually the original premise of being on it, is that I was.
Did they say that? Again, if that was the case, I mean, it's all clown world, right? If he wanted to be a regular guest, then why didn't he just insist on that? But he agreed to do this, and it's ridiculous. And it doesn't do him any favors, right? Because after that, Craig still reached out to him and was still willing to work with him. And DSP said, no, you snaked me, guys. You fucking came around the next day and said you didn't believe me. But that is just an opinion. Like, it is so insane that this dude thinks he can do a show with anyone, say whatever, and then everyone like, he's so cool. Oh, we love Phil. We love Phil. Phil's cool now. He has a clean record. Let's get him on more regularly. Off of one interview. That's not how it happens. You have to work from the bottom. You have to work your way up. You just don't get that overnight. And he didn't get that because they have the right to say they don't believe him. And he could have just said that, it's like, okay, they don't believe me, that's fine. No, they don't have to believe me. Whatever. And then he could just still work with them and say, like, you know, hey, I know you don't, whatever. Like, there's so many things he could have done that he didn't do. Get real.
I was going to be on there, add my 2 cents towards topics and everything, get some exposure, maybe bring some viewers over to my channel. Some of my viewers go to their channel. They didn't give me that.
Shut up, bitch!
After the interview, they decided to make endless amounts of content for weeks to months about me.
I'm sorry, I gotta hear
some
this again.
Viewers over to my channel. Some of my viewers go to their channel. They didn't give me that respect because after the interview, they decided to make endless amounts of content for weeks to months about me, crapping on me and making tons of money. And the problem is that negates the whole premise of the interview. An interview is supposed to be, you just ask questions, give answers, and then the audience has to judge for themselves, not right after the interview ends.
But that was the day of the interview. The next day, they talked about the interview. They can't, like, bring up anything else? Okay.
The interviewers say, oh, well, that whole thing was bullshit. We don't like that guy, and he's an asshole. Don't believe him. you've completely disingenuously conducted that interview if that's how you behave yourself after, in my opinion. So,
Phil, every radio show or talk show has after shows about the guests that they have on, and you weren't truthful, so their take on you was right. So I'm not really sure where you're coming from with that. Like,
fair enough, but that's not even what we're here for today, okay? And I get it. We already argued about this idea.
Deflecting again. Look at this. Rich holds him like, well, it doesn't matter. You lied anyway. Well, okay, man. Whatever. Tomato. Let's move on.
Scrollers thing for ages. They're not even the topic of discussion here. But after the side scrollers thing, I had enough. I said, I've had enough of people on the internet always constantly using me as the butt of their joke, talking about me, using me to make money, and doing everything they possibly can in order to kind of, mess with me and just get over on my behalf. And I realized at that point, the only way that I was going to be able to change things was to actually do something for myself.
Like, isn't it funny as well? He's like, oh, no one wants to do this. They're all a bunch of bitches. Fuck this, fuck that. Why couldn't he, right? Like, wouldn't it have made more sense for him to invite PPP on and then to do this instead? Like, oh, PPP, yeah, you're gonna be doing smart guys. Okay, let's grill the casino. Let's look at the DMs. And then, like, he could hash out with them. No, let's get Rich, who is, like, not even relevant to the fucking drama between Kino Casino and DSP. He's literally not even relevant to it. Like, this is what we're doing.
But there's no way that I could actively do it publicly.
And he would definitely, if they did this before, they'd say,
Those they don't talk to me. They don't bring me on and talk about the DMs, right? They only do it because they're full of drama.
but look at him now. Look at him
It
now.
publicly, then everyone would just laugh. Because everyone thought I was a big meme and a big joke, right? And you still, to some extent, people still do. I got a little bit more of a boost since, the last 8 months, but not much. But
You
what
squandered
no
that.
one realized is that I decided for myself to do something with initiative. And I said, I want to try to actually get over on one of these people who's one of these content creators who's constantly a misery broker. And I know you've heard me say that before. What I think a misery broker is someone who literally doesn't make content for themselves. All they do is they look at other people's misery, they report on it, they make fun of it, they laugh at it, and then they make a bunch of money. So a day when it's a bad day for someone else is a good day for them. But in reality,
DSB has said this about Rich multiple times.
I have a bad day, so I'm gonna shout out Rich, man.
He did this. And he's gonna try to convince us this is all an act. Like, no.
if it
So
weren't for other
you-
people, they wouldn't be able to ever have any popularity. It's the only reason they get anything.
So what you're saying, this whole entire thing for your casino arc was 4D chess that you were playing them to the point that you would hurt your own reputation and career?
Rich, not only that, I cased.
He didn't disagree. Oh my god.
Fuckhead!
Rich told him to his face, you would sink your reputation and career to do this. And he said, not only that, that is so bad. That is awful. Dude, he can't complain about Lex doing squats, titty streamers, or anything. He literally can't. He's incapable. He can't do that anymore. Because, not only do they not hurt anyone because they're just fucking doing a stream in a bikini, but that's what they're doing. DSP willingly torpedoed his own reputation to prove a dumb point when he doesn't need to. This is like, guys, I'm gonna prove to you that a bear is deadly. I'm gonna go to a zoo where there's bears, jump in the bear pit and fucking throw rocks at a bear. And I'm gonna show you the bear is gonna attack me. But then when the bear tries to attack me, I'm gonna get the fuck out. Now, I could die, but at the same time, it would be very epic if I got out of there, right? It's like, why do this? You know the bear is gonna attack. But it's like, that's the level of stupidity DSP wants to show us. He wants to prove that face-eating leopards are gonna eat your face.
Cased probably 6 or 7 different individuals.
Who
I
did he
thought
case?
I could maybe get in their good graces, figure out.
Who? Who are these people? Who are these people? Kino Casino, okay. Keem? I mean, do you really want to risk Keem? I mean, Keem has done shit like that for years. I mean, you know? Who else? Who else is out there?
Figure out how to get in on it and see what would happen. And
Sorry.
after looking at all of these different people, all right, someone in my chat one day had said,
No. I saw that clip. I saw when it happened. He literally was like, oh my god. This fucking asshole. This fucking asshole, man. Do I even want to do this? Hold up. Wait. I want to make sure. I gotta find the clip. Where is it? Where is it? Was it this? I'm gonna say it's this.
The hate army.
It's the hate army, bro.
I don't know anything about them.
Oh, here.
Some people mention them in my chat sometimes.
I don't know anything about them. People have mentioned them in my chat sometimes.
And I'm just ignorant. I'm gonna be honest, I'm ignorant. I don't know anything about who they are, what they do. If it's a drama show and it's about making fun of others, I probably wouldn't do it. If it's a show about like serious topics and they feel like I could chime in on them, great. If it's just about drama and making fun of others and shit, probably not. Like I said, I don't want to be involved in that culture at all. I really don't. And I will just say this, if any of them are watching or if someone clips this and sends it to them,
He doesn't want to be in the culture. He doesn't want to be there. But he was totally scheming and scamming. Scamming? Scheming to find someone. And he was casing people. Uh-huh.
did you hear about Kino Casino? Did you hear that they're also making fun of Review Tag? Just like you are, or just like he's making fun of you and back and forth. And did you hear that they're constantly making fun of him in their content? Okay? And I said, no, I don't know anything about these guys. I didn't. But I went over there and I actually watched their content once. And I knew from the first moment that I started watching their show, this was going to be the one that was going to work if I was going to try to make this happen. Okay?
Why?
Now, Rich, I'm going to be honest with you again.
What made him think that was gonna work? Like, I don't understand. He saw a stream and was like, I'm gonna fuck with these. Like, dude, they're two people. Like, they're not even one person. It's two people. They have a bigger viewer base than DSP. That's the guy he sized up and was like, yeah, this is like really dumb.
You have unwittingly been a part of this.
DSP is something that guy that goes to a bar, thinks he's hot shit, sizes up someone, misjudges the situation, starts a fight, and then gets his ass beat all the time.
Since day one. Because you were the reason that I contacted them.
Dude.
Now, Rich, I'm going to be honest with you again.
Look at Rich.
You have unwittingly been a part of this since day one. Because you were the reason that I contacted them. You were the reason why I affiliated with them. The whole...
That's also kind of stupid. You're the reason why I contacted them. So, okay, whatever.
Co-op, react to your
Well, at
documentary.
least that's one thing that Andy said was true. I wasn't as unwitting as you think, but yes, Ashton kept on saying that you went to him. Now I see that that is actually accurate. Okay.
Oh, you're gonna see it's accurate because I'm gonna show you all of it. I have it all right here, and we're gonna look at it together. But I just need everyone to understand what the premise is and what's going on here. Is that the whole idea was to get in the good graces of the casino, to find a way
You
to.
know what's really dirty though? During this time, he wanted to talk to Maximilian dude, Justin Wong, and all this shit, right? And all of them rightfully declined, or just did not care. Justin Wong, I think it was Justin Wong, openly said no. He made fun of VTubers or whatever. He's toxic, and man, he really lucked out. He should be thanking the detractors. Thank you for steering me away from this guy.
Way to collab that was going to get me over, that was going to get me some popularity, make me some money, but also at the same time make them think I'm some kind of a fucking idiot, so that they will always think that I'm indebted to them, that I'm always going to do what they say, because I'm me.
What?
But also at the same time make them think I'm some kind of a fucking idiot, so that they will always think that I'm indebted to them, that.
Okay, let's go over how DSP successfully made them think that he's so stupid he'd be indebted to them, right? He goes on their show. Okay. He does the Rich React. They show up on that show. Okay. And then he shows up again, then he goes on, they do a back and forth. Then, oh my god, there's something I'm spacing. I was trying to bring up. He did stuff for them. He did return the favor by having them on his stream, by going on their stream. And then after a while, he then decides to lie about how he can't do certain things. This is very very coincidental, right? But this is what I mean, that I do think he willingly did lie about having a bunch of animals, because I think he wanted to use those as excuses to not do things. That's him getting out of not being indebted to them. That's the extent I'm saying when I said that he lied about this stuff, and which is why I think my theory about him lying about this was kind of true, because maybe not the aspect of well, there's all these lies, what's true. Maybe that's a little far-fetched, I guess. But at the same time, I mean, he openly said he told half-truths. So, yeah, Kat was sick, but it wasn't cancer. But it was sickness, and this and that. It wasn't, which is, really nasty. Really nasty to do. Just, even if he didn't say she had cancer, it is really disgusting to, use her in that way anyway. It's awful. But he used these things as excuses to get out of stuff so he wouldn't be indebted to them. That's all it is. It's not rocket science. And it's the same behavior he'd do anyway. I am not convinced in any meaningful way that this was some 4D chess game. Which is why I'm wondering if he were to have this kind of relationship with anyone else, would he openly lie or tell a half-truth about certain things so he could get out of doing some things that he doesn't want to do? Because I kind of think he would do that. He's not above that, because remember, he lied to play Supercard back in the day. He lied about WWE champions. So who's to say that he wasn't lying to PPP about the animals he has? Or to tell half-truths. It's garbage. Garbage. And this guy's gonna sit there, why doesn't anyone believe me? When he lies so many times. Oh, but I told you the truth one time, so that should instantly give you trust back. Dude, no. People may do that on the first time, maybe the second. But after all these lies, you would really have to drink a lot of bleach, shove enough crayons up your nose, fucking bang your head on the fucking concrete, run into a car, run down the stairs, and then drink rat poison to then be like, I trust you, Phil. You would never lie.
That I'm always going to do what they say because I know how they are. Let's be honest here. We know Ashton. We know Andy. These guys are not squeaky clean. These guys have burned every bridge. They don't have friends.
How do you know they don't
can't
have
have
still
friends.
Yet you were still absolutely dying
But
to work with them, though.
But this is the thing. If you use this logic, like, well, they're problematic people. Of course they can't have friends. There's a lot of people who are problematic that have friends. Trump, which a lot of people like have a lot of opinions about, he has friends. Elon Musk, that guy has. Well, maybe I don't know. Elon Musk may not have friends. Who knows? But there's people who have friends that are not like who may not be people who people look up to, like, etc. But these people think, oh well, these people have like questionable past. I mean, so they can't possibly have friends. But you'd be surprised. Like, come on.
No.
Oh,
I-
not
I-
dying to work with them. They were a means for me to finally get out of the position that I was in, being the whipping boy of the internet.
And there we have it, everyone. This is the nugget of truth. Because that's what I said at the start. He only used Kino Casino as a tool, as a prop. And he did. Think about it. But this like 4D chess game of like I was gonna stake them the whole time is cope. That part is cope. But he definitely was using them to get clout. That is true. Because if there's the one thing DSP knows what to do is to take opportunities when he sees them. Ones that he can exploit in this kind of weird way. And it just doesn't work.
Internet. And that was the intention from day one. Everything that I laid out, every conversation I had with them, every late night bullshit session I had with them when I should have been asleep, every time I was on their streams kissing their butt,
And it's also very obvious that this is like a last minute decision on DSP's part because so they said they were lying to DSP to get him on. Meanwhile, DSP is lying to them to stay in their good graces, right? So they're both lying at each other. So, you know, how can DSP brag about how his lie is working when they are both trying to snake each other, right? However, it is more convincing that Kino Casino was actually successful in snaking him, and it was all a scheme from them when they openly mentioned it on a stream that they just wanted to lure Phil on to like fuck with him. I don't remember what day they did that, and I wonder the dates from when they said that and when he said this. I'm very curious.
super memberships or whatever was all part of this. And they think they have something on me. They're insane. How they didn't know.
They do.
How they didn't know that everything I was saying was fake, I don't know. Because, I mean, I'll give you some examples here. I said, my wife was sick and she had found God. And now because of that, I can't do this idea that you came up with. And they bought it. I said, oh, my rap.
Yeah, so stupid. They believed me. These people that wanted to work with me, what a bunch of idiots. Again, they're both lying at each other. So like it didn't benefit either of them to really like cut ties or to push anything. But at the same time, when you look at this at the DMs and you step back, right? Who looks bad? Who looks bad?
Rabbit is sick, so I can't do the show today. My mom is sick, so I have to fly. I keep saying sick, like every excuse was someone's sick.
He mentioned that he's gonna have to fly in like April, May, whatever. So, man, if he goes and he doesn't, if he even says he can stream for a week and not tell us, people are gonna say, "Oh, see, well, he was telling the truth." If he doesn't, I mean, I guess he's lying. I guess so. But then, why would you rope in your family into these lies? When he could just simply, just say, "I can't do it, I'm busy." Or whatever the fuck. Like, you know? I thought you were on a streaming channel, right? Okay.
Sick. Yet they bought it every time. Every
Or you
fucking
were
time.
just, or you were just nervous to go do it, so you canceled on it.
But the point I'm making here is I basically manipulated them as much as I could to make them do what I wanted. I got what I wanted. And then when I knew they were going to eventually turn on me, because we all knew that from the get-go, right? We knew they were going to turn.
So then why did he do the Truth Seeker show, right? If he wanted to like get ahead and like cock block them from snaking him and all this stuff and not giving them content, why did he do the Truth Seekers? Why did he do that show? Like, this doesn't make any sense. Again, if he was doing some 4D chess thing, right? And he knew they were gonna snake him, right? Then wouldn't it have been like super smart and like proactive if he just was like, "I can't do the Truth Seeker." So let's get this straight, right? Oh god. He used dying animals, his parents, cat to get out of certain things. But he could not use that to get out of the one interview that he was definitely being snaked on. And guess what? He mostly used those excuses to get out of going on a trip with them. Think about that. Think about the context. Because one is like, "Hey, we're paying you a big trip." And instead of just saying, "No, I don't want, I don't feel comfortable like having you pay for this big expense," which you know, oh god. I'm handing him big boy fucking things to say. They offered him this trip. He could have declined and simply just pushed, saying, "That's way too much money. I don't feel comfortable you spending that much money on me to go on a trip. We're very happy, like, just staying here in the state. Like, you don't need to put yourself out for that." And if they keep pushing, guess what? Guess who looks weird, Phil? Who would look weirder? The person who is like calmly saying, I don't want, do you spend like thousands of dollars for two people who can't afford to go on a trip? Or the person like, "I want to give you money to go on a trip. Come on, take the money. Come on, Phil. Come on. Phil, you should go on this trip, Phil." Like, who is going to look weird? The most people are saying, "Well, he's turning down a free trip." But if DSP knew this was a snaking, people would say, "Oh, yeah, like, look at how people, like," it's just, I can't believe that he thinks this is 4D chess, but instead of, like, giving non-answers, normal reasoning, or anything, he uses, like, extreme lies to get out of stuff. And he thinks he looks good doing this. He thinks he owns them by doing this. Like, that's what I mean when I say, like, it doesn't surprise me he lied about animals. This dude lies about dumb shit. The dumber it sounds, the bigger the lie is. Like, it's insane. Like, it's insane the shit that comes out of his mouth. He was willing to lie about promising to Kat he'll never play mobile games to only just spend thousands on WWE champions.
That's kind of just gross too, Phil. You
Yeah.
would say that your family members were sick to get out of doing
It's
things with
gross.
them to get a one up on them.
No.
It's gross. It's gross. Again, DSP giving Rich W's is insane. 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 In no world would this be happening. But DSP is so desperate, so dumb. He thinks he could, like, win. Again, he had 8 months. He claimed he planned this out for 8 months. Could not even find a way to get Rich involved that would be meaningful. Rich, though, is the fucking iceberg on this fucking ship.
No. It's not to get out of doing things with them. It's to basically have a way to make them believe that everything I'm saying is true. Because no one is going to think...
But he just mentioned how, oh, I said that I would say these things so I wouldn't be indebted to them. Now he's like, no, man, I said that so they would believe me. They go hand in hand, though. They're... Okay.
think that someone's going to just pull that out of their ass. But to beat a snake, you have to be the better snake, Rich. It's the only way to do it.
This is not being a better snake. This is not being a better snake. This is stupid. As I said, if DSP just talked to them like as if they're people, which, you know, maybe it would have played differently. But he said such nonsense, and then saying, "Yeah, I lied." It's awful. And during this, PvP tweeted flawless victory, because this is a flawless victory in every sense of the word. In any direction DSP could try to say this, it doesn't make him look good. The fact he was like, yeah, I lied. Yeah, I lied about my wife. I lied about my family. Yeah, but like, I did to trick them. And all they did to trick him was call him king and had him on their show. That's it. That is it. And said, detractors are dumb, which he says all the time, which is an empty gesture at this point. Like, this is so much worse than anything before. And Rich called it. It's disgusting. Disgusting. Think about this. Think about this. When he goes on these dumb fucking rants about shills and people who get paid to play video games. Think about that as he says this. Said this to you.
Them believe the lies. And man, did I pull the wool over their eyes for the last 8 months until finally I had enough. And the truth is, I had enough for 2 reasons. Number 1, the disrespect to my family. And number 2, because I wasn't getting...
But it's also disrespecting to say, well, they have health problems. Like, he brings up ovarian issues and that they can't have kids. These are very, very, very serious things to bring up. And to bring it up, even if it's a lie, that's kind of disgusting. And this dude says,
I'm not like these other streamers that fake cancer.
but man, you're faking health conditions and the ones that are serious.
Getting anything out of the collaboration anymore. These guys, all right, have some of the worst ideas I've ever seen for content. They were pitching ideas that would have worked, but they didn't have any clout.
Look at the ideas DSP brings up. Retroactive, retro game marathon, indie game marathon, genre of game marathon. Wow, what creativity. Wow, everyone's doing backflips, Phil. Everyone.
Clout to make the ideas happen. They legitimately couldn't make anything work that would have made us money. It was cancellation, denial, cancellation, denial, after.
But these are the cancellations. These are like different things than like, oh, they couldn't get something to happen. Like, they can't control people to make them do the thing that they want to do. And again, later on, Andy said Mudahar did reach out saying, "Hey, are you still doing the thing?" And he said, "No, we're not. Fuck Phil." That's it. Like, come on.
After it was like endless. To
Phil,
the point
I'm not
where
a fan of the casino, but they did have the clout and the money to make things happen. I think the only person believing this in this stream right now is you. I
Ooh,
don't.
Rich,
Damn. And that's true because they have been in contact with other people from what I understand. Like, come on.
I mean, how do you do so? You're trying to tell me to believe
And also just keep in mind, right? He knew that like that they were gonna stake him and this and that, right? Then why did he go along with what PPP told him to do to get Medicare on? Like he didn't even push back on that to say, I don't know, PvP, this doesn't that seem kind of mean or whatever. He did it anyway.
For the past 8 months,
Yes.
when you were sitting there gifting them subs, simping for them,
And
like
giving
hours
them
of-
money. This is what he shamed Iron Chef Sakai and other people doing.
Wow, you're stupid. You give someone you don't like money, man.
He gave someone he didn't like money to continue a LARP. Don't think about it.
hours upon hours on end, trying to get them to pay attention to you, like they were Beavis and Butthead and you were Stewart. That this was all some big plan to get vengeance on people that if you never
This is a
affiliated
massive
with.
rich win. Oh man. Oh, I want to see that chat post. It went by way too fast. This is a massive rich win. Being gifted out of nowhere. Exactly. Out of nowhere. I can't get over how out of just nowhere DSP's like, yeah, Rich felt me. Like, was the plan to have Rich have his own, like, resurgence? Oh, man, this is embarrassing.
With, you would be in a better position than you are now. You went Phil. It's just a fact. You saw that there was an opportunity there. They feigned friendship with you.
Kino makes thousands a stream, and you're putting them down?
Called Andy Worski your gaming soulmate. You were so into all this to the point that you let them shame you. And now in the end, after all is said and done, you come out on the other end looking worse, and you're trying to tell me that this is 4D chess. Come on, Phil.
Rich,
Come on.
I could never possibly
Oh,
come out at the end of
man.
anything looking worse. You understand that, right?
What?
Like, I have been the
Wait,
This
what?
is 4D chess. Come on, Phil.
Rich.
Come on.
I could never possibly come out at the end of anything looking worse. You understand that, right?
You saying he did this because he feels it couldn't get any worse for him. That is so sad. That is so sad. And he says that with a smile. Oh man. Dude, this is embarrassing. Dude said in the chat, Phil, you're making Rich seem like the good guy. His chat is begging him to stop. He's like, Phil, no. And he's saying, I can't possibly look worse. Dude, you're acting as if you massively dunked on the casino. But this is like not good. This is so bad. It is so bad. It's like really almost poetic that Rich is dunking on Phil at this point. This is like this is literal karma. This must be the karma DSP talks so much about. DSP spent years shitting on Rich multiple occasions. Karma fucking gave Rich a W. This is karma for all the times DSP used Rich as a punching bag. That's what this is. That's where we're at. Maybe karma does exist. Just not in the way DSP thought it did.
Right? Like,
Right?
I have been the joke of the internet for over a decade. No one listens to me. Even when I have valid things to say, they do that stupid meme that's like, oh, the guy that you hate the most or the worst guy you know finally made a good comment, right?
Oh,
so
man.
there's nothing to lose. There was only anything to gain. My viewers don't give two shits about the drama
They do.
at all.
They do.
They don't want the
They do-
drama.
Yeah.
And that's why.
Dude, they don't care about the drama. Dude, literally, he's saying they do because them saying, no, Rich, stop is them caring. If they didn't care, they just would be like, whatever about this.
When it started to get to the point where these guys wanted me to completely change who I was, all of my content, into drama content.
What is this
That's
then?
when I basically broke it off, and they completely lost their minds because they're so angry that I was the one in charge of the situation all.
I mentioned this before, but just think about the mixed signals, right?
I want to diversify my content. I want to do something different. I don't want to just do games.
Okay, Phil, do more than just games. Oh, I don't want to change who I am, so like I'm not doing that. I just want to play games. They want to change me who I am. Huh? Like it really is like DSP purposely just pretended he wanted to change to get someone else to say, yeah, Phil changed. See, they want to change me. That makes me look really stupid. Like, this is like someone be like, guys, something awful happened. Like, I can't talk about it, but it's so bad. And then someone's like either says, oh, I'm so sorry. I got them to say sorry. I win. Like, you look like a dick.
All along, and not them. All right. Enough of
No,
us
you weren't.
chatting about this. And you, by the
You
way,
weren't in charge of the situation. You absolutely weren't. But
you,
okay.
you feel free to go ahead. You feel free to chime in. I'm okay with this. All right. You feel free to chime in whenever you want.
Chime
But
in.
the reason you're here,
Make sure to
it's
turn
very
off the camera,
simple.
Phil.
I want you to witness this going down. Okay. And you were the one who basically started the whole thing with me reaching out to them and us reacting to your your documentary. Excuse
He kind
me.
of,
So it's only fair that you be a part.
bro, he's kind of low-key forcing this to be blamed on Rich. Like, Rich did not force DSP to talk to Kino Casino. Just because Kino, like, he is saying it's because of Rich that he talked to Kino Casino when DSP at the time did not like Rich. Kino Casino was making fun of Rich. DSP then decides to reach out to Kino Casino. How is that Rich's fault? Right? Whatever.
Be a part of this. You understand where I'm coming from? You think that that's a fair thing to have you here?
Sure, Phil. Let's see what you got, boy. Let's see.
All right. So it's already been said. I didn't realize that they had said this, but we'll go ahead and we'll show it anyway. And by the way, because now I'm going to start showing stuff, everybody. FYI, at the very end of this show, I am going to give you all the links.
Wow.
To the raw
and I
files
think they said that this isn't
that
the
contain
full leak
of the DMs between
either.
myself, PPP, and Andy, so you can all read them in the entirety for yourself. All right.
He didn't
so
like link it
there's no
properly
shock, there's
either.
no, oh, he hid something. He edited anything. I've edited nothing.
He didn't
This
link
is
it
all
properly
100%
until, like,
unedited. You're going to be able to watch
eventually.
inappropriately.
It's so
They're
weird.
all nicely in PDF files, which makes sense since those guys have been sweeping for PDFs for quite some time.
Dude, you defended Derek for like months and years and all this other stuff. Like, you have no room to like fucking call people out for this.
So now you can read all their logs for yourself online. Okay, so so we start off with the very first time that I ever talked to them.
Derek?
And this, I guess they've already admitted to this, that it was me that reached out to them. Okay?
Right.
In a DM.
You also
basically
told us
saying,
that too,
hey,
by
you know,
the
is this the
way.
host of Kino Casino? I'm trying to find a way to talk to the guys, but I can't find anything official. Okay? And so we had a conversation back and forth. Of course, the first thing we're talking about is you, Rich. I saw your vid about Review Tech threatening June the King. Today I have my take on it on my podcast. And I basically used you as the way to bridge that gap and get that
You're
initial
not even reading
introduction
these DMs.
with
This is
these
not
guys.
a good
In fact,
expose.
the whole idea of us
So
doing.
so you're the Batman. You're the Batman of drama merchants, going selflessly to take them down.
You can call it whatever you want.
Oh, I bet
You know,
that,
you
that
really
got him
can,
so
but
happy. Like, yeah,
the point
yeah,
here is,
Batman.
I was the one who initiated the contact. I was the one who actually suggested the
Okay.
react to your documentary. They had kind of alluded to it on their show.
He
but
was
they never
already
thought it
talking
would
about
happen 'cause
reacting
they
to
never
the
spoken to me
rich-
before.
anyway.
So I contacted them and I said,
Whatever.
let's do it. This is
Let's do it.
a genius idea. I knew
Genius.
that was going to make money for both of us. I knew that was going to be big. It was going to bring me notoriety. It was going to bring them notoriety. I'm the one who put that great idea out there and made it happen. All right? It was me, not them. It was my actual making it happen.
Dude, he was already going to react to it. He already was going to react to it. It's not that impressive when you were already going to do the thing you were doing anyway. You just added them along. And even then, like, if you watch it, it's kind of funny. Because he couldn't go to the bathroom, he forced himself to stay there with them. They forced him to finish the whole react in one night. He had no control. He wanted to leave, and they didn't let him. Massive own, King. Massive own.
That started this whole thing and got this popularity train rolling. Now, there's a few pages here of us going back and forth.
Okay, Phil, I got a pin to pop on this. Here's what I think.
Go ahead.
I think you just your hate boner for me was throbbing. You saw that they were wiping the fucking floor with me, and you wanted in on it. And when they embraced you and treated you like one of the boner for me was throbbing.
He's not even listening. He's not even listening.
You saw that they were wiping the fucking floor.
Initial meeting, Mudahar Saga. Buy It's a Gundam. Medicare art. Awful ideas. Hassel and Steve are idiotic ideas. And now this is another thing people are bringing up, right? That all these photos were created like on the 18th, like this week they were made. During the night, he claimed he was doing his taxes. He's probably doing both, to be honest, but I'm just gonna put this out there. Again, let's take what he said at face value. It's not that hard to believe that DSP would not start gathering his evidence of his scheme, like, the night of, right? Like, he probably, like, I don't think this is proof that it was all a LARP. I because he could just be doing this anyway. And then it was like, okay, I'm just gonna do a stream, let's make it now. And that's, like, the dates you see. But again, I just really question how, like, I think, in my opinion, he would lie anyway. I don't think it was a Kino Casino thing. I don't think he did it for them specifically. I think it could have been anyone. He could reach out to anyone, and he'd hit them with the same lies. I do not believe DSP would be capable of, like, being honest with anyone, and would have to turn to lies to get out of things, because he doesn't like being in debt with anyone. Because again, he likes getting free stuff from his chat because they can't fight back. They are just normal people, and he doesn't even see them as normal people either. He doesn't see them as, like, real people. But as a content creator like Rich, Kino, Keem, whatever, they can pop on a camera and talk about DSP. So he doesn't want to be indebted to those kind of, like, people. That's why he didn't want to take Rich's computer and this and that. So I just think these are just lies he would tell anyone. I don't believe that, like, it was, like, my theory wasn't hard, like, saying that, oh, DSP planned this whole thing. That's not my theory. My theory is simply he lied. He just lied. He lied to them. I don't think he knew why he was lying. He just didn't want to do some of the stuff. He kept them in his little back pocket in case he didn't want to do certain things. Because, again, why didn't he use these lies to get out of truth seekers if he knew it was a scam? If he knew they were going to snake him, why give them that interview? Like, the only thing he didn't do was the lie detector thing. But he told them, even on that stream, oh, unless I get something out of it. So, like, it just doesn't, it doesn't add up. I just think he just lied because he just knew these people may have him do stuff he didn't want to do, and that's why he said it. Like, I'd be curious to see about the pets and the sickness thing. If that was around the time, I think it was, by the way, when PvP invited him to go on a honeymoon with them or on vacation with them. Like, that's what I'm thinking.
Floor with me, and you wanted in on it. And when they embraced you and treated you like one of the whack pack on Howard Stern, you got a taste of more money. You thought they feigned friendship with you, which you bought into. At least is what it seems like. No, better yet, I think it was friendship, and I think you saw that you were getting money. So
and the other very telling thing is we've seen DSP act before. He's not a good actor. So that, like, Ludwig video that's, like, 26 minutes long, like, that's as real as it gets.
Was Andy Worski's asshole now must be spread out maybe like another 2 inches because your nose was so deep in there. Like, what I think you're doing
He's
now,
not
as
even
a matter
listening.
of fact, I guarantee
Rich
what
is,
you're
like,
doing now
roasting
is
him, and
you
he's
know
just like,
that this is disastrous for you, that you're trying to be like, aha, all along, it was my master plan. It was not your master plan, Phil.
yeah, nod your head.
It wasn't. And look, that's fine, but I'm just not going to believe it. I don't think anybody
that's all he can do.
upper double-digit
Felt
IQ
it
will
in
believe
real
it.
time.
So
Can't believe Phil's making
we have
you look
two
like a Chad
files
Oof.
here, and I'm just seeing if I can actually show you. So I don't know if you can see them on the screen, everybody. Here, I'm going to try to get this
man.
here. So this is
Sam
the
Booth
file
goes,
of me talking
like,
with Andy in DMs.
He said all that, and he just kept going, and it's not even, like, good. Like, oh, man.
Okay, this is all of them, back to back, 182 kilobytes. The one of me talking with PPP, 1,031 kilobytes. Why?
When did you make these, Phil? Right click on them, go to properties. When is the origin date of these?
Where's properties on here? There you go.
You right click on whatever.
All right, let's see. Created Tuesday, March 18th. Modified the 17th. Well, that's whatever.
File you're clicking on.
Just made them a couple days ago. Here it is. I got them off of my X archives, and I used a third-party app to turn them into PDF files so that we could actually see them today, because or else you have to be in a web browser to see them. So the point I'm making
oh my god, I didn't mean to do that.
Why I brought that up.
Now
archives, and I used a third-party app.
Now I want to bring this up. I want to like bring this up, right? DSP told us all this time, oh, you can't believe it, they could be doctored, this and that, blah, blah, blah. He uploads these DMs in a way that, you know, I mean, look at these, right? Why couldn't he just open the DMs he had on Twitter on here, right? You know, you'd think that would show, like, undeniable proof that these are the DMs. Again, DSP decides, let's be sus. Let's do the sus thing with this instead of like opening twitter.com and showing the DMs that way. Why not do that? Okay.
App to turn them into PDF files so that we could actually see them today, because or else you have to be in a web browser to see them. So the point I'm making why I brought that up is I almost never talk to Andy at all. Almost never. Andy is kind of the guy from what I'm to understand.
He's gonna get Howarded.
He's the tech guy. All right, he's the guy that gets everything together.
We're not friends,
Andy. Runs the show. But PPP is the guy who actually gets the ideas, talks to people, wrangles them in,
which is like irrelevant.
I talk to PPP about 40,000 times more than I ever talk to Andy, and it's hilarious because the internet has this misconception that like I'm bros with Andy.
No. People didn't say that he talked a lot with Andy. It was really just focusing on the things he said to Andy that people were basing that off of. Like, dude, he called him a gaming soulmate. Like, that's just a quote. That has nothing to do with the amount of chat logs we have.
Behind the scenes about games. We almost never talked at all. I have endless folders here of me talking to PPP about all the stuff we did. I have a tiny folder of the few things I ever talked to Andy about. It's just a complete fallacy. But that's what people want to believe because they want to think that like I was his best friend or something. Andy, I'll be honest, I think that PPP is kind of the brains.
I mean, think about this though. Andy, who he barely talked about, was his gaming soulmate. Kat, who barely talks, was his soulmate. DSP, I think, has a type. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying?
Andy is just kind of the operations. You know what I'm saying? Like, never did Andy contact me about an idea. Never was he the go-between. It was always PPP who was the guy who was talking to me about everything.
Said
the entire
that he
time.
Was.
Okay? So what I'd like to do...
It was you... What would you like to do, Phil? You were the ones who were trying to make it like they were your best. So you're saying even when you defended them and went to bat for them with the numerous clips that are out there, and on your own channel, I've seen them because you always say it's always the track when they're like, oh, they're just razzing me. This was so you were humiliating yourself to get like a master plan of vengeance back on them.
I 1,000,000% knew they were going to turn on me eventually. There was no way they were never going to because they've done it to everyone. They've burned every bridge.
So
they do whatever they need for personal gain.
Why would you get in bed with that?
This. Like you said, you knew it. Everyone else knew it. But everyone apparently thought I was the dumbest motherfucker.
But then why did you do it? Why did you do it? And he's saying this as if like this is some like cool thing. This makes him look so stupid. Again, if this was like a 10-year-old saying, people like, oh, well, he's 10, he doesn't know any better. This dude is in his 40s, and he's this dumb. He's this dumb. Man.
On the planet.
Dude, watch the movie Grizzly Man. I think that's what it's called. It's that documentary about this guy who like hangs out with bears and he thinks that you can coexist with bears or whatever the fuck. That movie, DSP is in line with that guy. He'd probably watch that movie and be like, he has a point. I like this movie. I think this guy is very smart. I agree with what he tried to do. You know, he just wanted to show that we could coexist with the bear. And then the bear ate him. Or killed him. Whatever. You know, it's a bear. What do you think they're gonna do?
I'm not. I knew exactly what was going on from day one. They seemed to be the only ones who didn't get it. They thought I was that dumb.
Or you were desperate.
There's a difference between desperation and actually finally taking control of your destiny, which I decided to do for once instead of just being.
He waited till the last minute, though.
The best way.
Again, if he wanted to take control of his destiny, two things he could have done, right? Not done the Truth Seeker show. Because then if he knew they were going to snake him, he could have, like, you know, figured that one out. Two, after that, he could have said, I'm not doing shit with them. No, of course not. But he pretended as if the cat thing was the last straw. Like, I kind of wonder, right? Like, I kind of wonder if that guy, that one dude who said, "Oh, I'll give you $40 if you address PPP about making fun of a cat," if he didn't see that and said nothing, would this not have happened? And would he have just kept it going? Like, you see how dumb this is? It's so dumb. No one's buying it.
The best way to take control of your destiny is to not get yourself involved in that. The best way to take control of your destiny is to do rewards for your audience that isn't you eating pizza. Like those are ways to control your destiny. The way to control your destiny is to make content that's more entertaining.
Dude,
you could say I'm
so
clown,
annoyed.
I'm a buffoon all you want to.
He's so annoyed.
But me getting the tattoo of you near
He's
my
not
left
even
ass
listening.
cheek as you as Dracula from Castlevania is bizarre. Maybe it's a little gay too. That's okay. But it's like people want entertainment, and right now you're not. Oh, I know we're going a little off topic here. You're not offering it. Did you see the video where someone said that you the middle manager, Phil? Did you see that video?
No, I don't watch any of those videos. I have no time for it. I'm busy doing this thing here.
But he had time to case other people to set a trap where they will get DSP on their show, have him dance like a monkey, sell out his own morals. Okay, sure, Phil. Yeah, you're so smart.
It's think about it though. It's not don't even take
This
it
is-
as an
this is-
insult. There's
this is a
truth to it.
train
They're
wreck.
talking about a pizza party, like it's like if you're working commission sales and you hit a goal, but the reward is your audience watches you eat pizza.
Yeah, that's what they
You-
love.
You see
They love
where
seeing me
that's
eat.
insane?
Ever seen a mukbang,
Rich.
Rich?
There's entire businesses on the internet based on people eating food on camera. You realize this, right?
But Phil, okay, I understand what you're saying, but I was like, let me go see his DSP. Where do you have your
dude,
DSP?
It's insane. It's insane. This was the interview I wanted Phil to have. Not with Rich specifically, mind you, but just this kind of interview. Because I knew he wouldn't be able to handle it because, like, it's so obvious. This dude gets so uncomfortable when you bring up his own character flaw, and he's like, no, man, like, because look how uncomfortable he is right now. Rich is calling him out on all these double standards and issues, and Mr. I'm open to feedback is sitting there like, gotta fix my drink. Yeah, okay, Rich.
DSP tries it on DSP reacts, right?
Yeah.
That's where you put them. One of them at most got 2,000 views. You probably made like 75 cents off of it.
Yeah, because that's not the business, that's the reward. Get it? I've already
Get it?
raised the funding for it, so I can do it. It's the
But you
opposite
then-
of what you're thinking.
So then you're solidifying what I'm saying, that the reward for your audience is to watch you eat something that they could drive down the street and get themselves.
Because that's what they want. When they watch me do those
What?
videos, they see me try a product that maybe they will then get because
Oh,
they want
man.
to try it. And numerous people over the years have said, hey, I saw you try that and I went and got it. Man, it was good. Or the flip side, man, I couldn't believe it was that bad. I had to try it for myself and man, it was really bad. Or, hey, I was going to get that, but I didn't because I saw your video and now I realize it's bad. So thanks for saving me the trip and the money. But we're not here to argue about the validity of
Oh my
DSP tries it.
God, This is
We're
so
here to take
bad.
a look at the receipts.
Can we talk about your microphone setup too as well?
Oh my
You- you guys
God!
Microphone setup. What are you talking about?
Because you've given me a lot of flack about this microphone setup, but this is actually technically the
Rich,
correct way. It ties
in
into
front of
everything
me, I have.
I am legit laughing at the fact that Rich is just not giving a fuck about these DMs because, you know, it's not necessarily that these DMs are a nothing burger or anything like that, but it's that you go to the beginning of the fucking stream. What did DSP say? We're gonna have it out. We're gonna have conversation and we're gonna talk. Like, that's what Rich is there for. And DSP desperately wanted to have Rich just go along with him to Felt the Casino. Just not realizing that maybe Rich doesn't care. Because, you know, Rich has dealt with his own set of drama. Like, I just think he would much rather just do what he agreed to, right? Of just talking with Phil. He doesn't want to talk about this that, you know, he literally has no relevance on. What the, like, the way DSP tries to get him to be irrelevant is so ridiculous. Well, Rich, I think it fits that you're here because, like, we talked about you and they were talking about you and then I was like thinking about you and then I saw they were talking about you, then I was like, I'm gonna shit on you, and then we reacted to a documentary about you, and then we shut on you, and then we use you as a tool, so I think it makes sense for you to be here. Like, but these DMs are between him and DSP and PPP. What relevance? The only relevance that Rich had in those DMs is just the beginning, and that's it. That's where it ends. All of this makes no sense. It is pathetic. Pathetic.
Have 8 months of private conversations with the casino, exposing them for their idiotic attitudes, the things that they said to insult people that will get them in hot water.
But this is stupid. DSP thinks that he's going to show us these DMs, and then suddenly the Kino Casino will disappear. they will never be able to stream again. Ever. Because apparently Kino Casino never went through anything like this before. This is brand new scary territory for them. Dude, Rich probably knows. This is like nothing. Nothing to them. And he's like, I don't care. Like, they're not gonna care about this. They're probably laughing. He knows they don't care. And I kind of feel that Rich, in a way, is trying to do DSP a favor and trying to get him to, like, focus on, like, the initial idea of this stream to begin with. And DSP is, like, being stupid and being a baby. He's being a baby. Like, my God, listen to how he
Private
hypes
conversations with the casino, exposing them for their idiotic attitudes, the things that they said to insult people that will get them in hot water. We've got all kinds of. You want to talk about my microphone? You're for real right now.
Well, yeah, because it kind of ties into the, like, I know you're being disingenuous, making it like this is a master plan, and you're even with small
Dude,
things.
He called him out to his face. He's being disingenuous. Look how he's squirming. Look at this. At this part, I was just like, I was like, just, oh man, I was like, oh God, what the fuck? Oh God. Like, it was insane. Insane. Like, I was drawing, and the whole time, like, doing that, like, slamming, couldn't focus. Like, man, it was crazy. I couldn't believe what I was listening to.
It's not about who gives a shit about the microphone. Who gives, but the point is that you're disingenuous, Phil. First off, you're not using your. Hold on one second. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Actually, I need a sip of my. Who gives, but the point is that you're
Listen to this. This is like, oh man.
disingenuous, Phil. First off, you're not using your. Hold on one second.
Go
Let
ahead.
me finish.
Go ahead.
Actually, I need a sip of my luscious drink here. You're using your dynamic microphone right now like a shotgun mic. Actually, if you watch PPP, he also has a dynamic microphone like you and I have. If you watch other podcasters, this is how you're supposed to have the mic. It's also supposed to be very close to your mouth because dynamic microphones mitigate how much audio is around the room.
I know. I'm well aware of this, Rich. I can do it too.
Oh my God,
But
dude.
you're not though because you're using.
But when he did that, he didn't even use his normal voice. He did a voice. He did a character voice, and it's like, yeah, I know. So then why don't you use your mic in that way? But he mocked Rich for how the mic was set. See, this is like really stupid. Really stupid.
He's like, yeah, Rich, you're not sing. You're not gonna sing. You don't need the mic there.
He's like, no, you need the mic there. Yeah, Rich, I know. Dude, this gets worse and worse for him. Like, again, he said that this is a nothing topic, this microphone thing, and yet he literally proved Rich's point that he's disingenuous with the shit he says. Oh my God! How can this be?
Because I'm looking at you right now on screen.
Because I don't want the mic up my ass when I do my podcast, Rich. It still sounds good, and I don't have to suck the mic.
So no, it doesn't. Your mic actually sounds worse than your previous mic. Many people have said it. You're using your mic wrong, and I feel like you're using your mic wrong just out of pride to get back.
Dude, how many streams has DSP mocked Rich for not reviewing tech, and Rich is schooling him on tech right now? This is unreal. Unreal. This is like DSP like mocking me for like fucking up color theory. Then I'm like, well, okay, DSP, show me your color theory. And he's like, and he fucks up his painting. I'm like, well, look at that. You don't even know how to draw a circle.
Back at me and other people that are telling you that you, Phil, embrace, put the mic, get a different stand, put it so it's here near your mouth, and you don't have to have these 8 billion different filters in OBS.
Man.
That makes it sound like you sound like
I
you're
can't
going
believe,
through puberty
and DSP
again.
thinks this is like
Your
Rich
voice
getting
sounded
filtered or whatever.
significantly fuller and
He
better
thinks Rich is
before.
losing this. He's the one that's losing.
Who cares about the mic stand in and of itself? It just shows, Phil, how you're disingenuous and why I can't believe you about this whole master
the
plan.
The mic is what shows
Yes.
I'm disingenuous, and that's why you can't
Dude,
believe.
the disingenuousness of DSP permeates everything. Everything. Every single thing. That's why, like, you watch a stream, he tells such weird lies that he doesn't need to tell. It's so bizarre. This dude is so disingenuous. He's using the mic as an example, but he even said this is also him being disingenuous. He has said he's been disingenuous about many things. He's focusing on the mic because it's, one, beneficial for DSP to learn how to use the mic he's using, and for his audience. And then thirdly, it's to show how disingenuous it is on such a petty level. It is unbelievable. Unbelievable. The level of felting, oh my god, that Rich has this thrown on DSP, it is insane. It is embarrassing. DSP should not ever talk about Rich at all after this. The fact he fumbled this badly, like, he can't be trusted. He can't. He can't. This is embarrassing. Like, my god. His parents, I don't know what they were doing to make this. I don't even think they made a kid the natural way. There's no way someone made this kid and he grew up to be this. Like, oh my god.
The evidence I'm about to show you.
Yes. Also, we could go into too when you got that mini PC. When you just make up facts
Folks,
off the top of your head.
Oh my
Folks,
god.
If anything, all right, let it be said. I tried to get Rich involved in this, but
He had all these things ready to dunk on Phil, and Phil just didn't care because he was so preoccupied with felting the casino. And it just, look how embarrassing this is on DSP. Not only did like Rich really did not give a fuck about these DMs, like almost like, dude, and then the trolls are gonna say, well, we don't care about the DMs. See, they're moving the goalpost but it's like, the way he's displaying these DMs is so bad. Like, he can't even hype up these DMs correctly, like, at all. He should have done this by himself, because he brings in Rich, hoping probably that he would go along and he could be another body to throw in front of the horde, basically. But since Rich was like, didn't care because he fucking like knows the internet more than DSP, it seems, I guess. And he was more interested in just talking to Phil about what he thought that this stream was gonna be. Like, this is a massive L on DSP's like career. Like, at this point, the only way I could see him being like rebounding is if he does FAPT. If he does the incident 2.0 and shared with us what he jerked off to. Like, that's the only thing.
it's because I thought he would add something. I thought he'd be interested in what I've done here. But I guess he's more interested in arguing little idiosyncrasies of nonsense. This is what he thinks is entertaining to the internet.
No.
Idiosyncrasies. Look how he's like painting this. Rich is literally discussing DSP's bad behavior. DSP, you know, the guy who's open to feedback and criticism. And Rich not only was criticizing how he acted about the mic on Rich's part. I mean, oh god, Jesus. DSP is highlighting how the mic is a petty thing and no one should care about the mic. Meanwhile, DSP dedicated shitting on Rich over the microphone. So it makes sense for Rich to kind of respond to that because, you know, he uses the same mic. So obviously gonna respond to that. Doesn't Rich have the right to respond, Phil? And he also trying to give you advice on how to make it better. And this dude is sitting there saying, this is idiosyncrasy, stupid nonsense. Yet Rich had more relevance talking about what's going on with DSP, and DSP's like putting it down because he doesn't care. Because You guessed it. He's disingenuous. He didn't give a fuck about Rich. He factually didn't. Even let's pretend that Rich was like on board to do this. DSP would simply not give a fuck. Like, let's say that Rich played along, and then after this, like, Kino decides to go after Rich. Do you think DSP is gonna come up and defend Rich from all the people that would go after Rich for doing the stream? No. He would let him, he would sit there and be like, I brought it to himself, he shouldn't have accepted the agreement, or whatever the fuck. He would find some way to not defend Rich. Because he doesn't care. He doesn't care.
It's not idiosyncrasies. It's not idiosyncrasies. Phil, what about, can I ask a question? Now, that mic stand that boom arm that you got, you realize I actually found it. I have it right here. You spent how many hours and you ended up breaking the boom arm, right? Why do you make your audience do your work for you instead of you looking up?
Man.
It's a Shure Broadcast 1 mic. Hold on, don't say folks yet. Don't say folks yet. There's a
Damn,
minute
he
and
knew.
30-second mic video. Why couldn't you look that up instead of having a multi-hour stream where, like, your audience's time, you have to understand, is valuable? Like, I got a flash cart that I found in a drawer. I had to find new firmware for it. Not going to get. Point being is that I looked into things myself, looked it up myself.
Yeah, he's already going to hang up on him.
And say, hey guys, watch me
not
be
even
a dumbass
caring.
and look how to make this flash cart work. These all tie into why anyone with a modest intelligence is not going to be like, man,
you want to say
Phil
brain.
was getting the one up on them. Because you, what? Yes, please talk to me, Phil.
For a decade, you had a channel called Review Tech USA. And in the last 5 minutes that you have wasted of everyone's time...
I'm sorry, you can't say this when literally he fucking bodied you about your fucking dumb fuck mic, dude. You can't, like, use that joke when he literally gave you good advice, and you're just like, and you just hate it.
You've reviewed more tech than you did in your entire decade on your own channel.
Okay, but that still doesn't take away from what I'm saying right now.
You are the master of bad timing and how to make things that are exciting incredibly fucking boring.
This is not exciting. Like,
man.
I'm sorry. I fucking like was on. I stopped what I was doing to see this, and then when DSP dropped him from the call, I was very disappointed. And the views reflect that too. It went from like 1,200 all the way down to like 500. Like, not even like a minute. Like, it was like right after. But this is insane. Again, as I said, the interview that Rich was actually doing was one I was hoping someone else would do. The fact Rich was doing the kind of interview I was hoping someone to do is insane to me. And I kind of can't believe DSP gave Rich that opportunity. And then he's like, you're making my stream boring. Dude, these DMs, like, sure, they're interesting and they're funny, but it's just, it's not stream-worthy content. Like, that's why Kino Casino is like, bring on It's a Gundam, because they need a little bit more than just, like, the DMs to be entertaining, I guess. But DSP had to bring Rich, and he couldn't even control Rich enough to care, because Rich doesn't care. He couldn't, like, It's a Gundam was relevant because, first off, they talked about It's a Gundam in the DMs. Secondly, It's a Gundam is, like, constantly shits on DSP. So, of course, when they were going to turn on Phil, they were going to bring on a detractor. Or do that shit on them. And It's a Gundam, I think, probably has, like, some, like, bad communication with, Kino Casino multiple times as well. Like, come on.
Don't you understand?
How is it boring when I'm saying things like you?
Oh my God!
You
Dude,
said
aliens would be landing outside, and you would be talking about.
Dude, he's not even letting Rich explain why, like, it's entertaining, and he's literally like sitting, and he had to talk over him to stop Rich from what he was about to say.
How your stove is malfunctioning? Like, what the
Phil,
fuck are you talking about?
Phil,
we are not here to talk about.
Look how mad he's getting. This dude claims he's like well-adjusted and a mature adult, but this is like very childish. Like this is he's like just railing, just railing his arms up and down. This is like embarrassing. I can't believe he even had the nerve to do a stream after this. Dude. Like, man.
Talk about a microphone, you incredible buffoon. Could you stop
But
for 5 seconds?
No,
and
don't
just
get angry. I'm
stop
not angry.
wasting everyone's time so we can
Don't
actually
get
talk about the
angry.
subject matter.
I am not angry. You also talk. It's what I'm trying to tell you, Phil, is that you see why it's hard to believe you. You also just recently said you can't have another Castlevania marathon. There's
Rich.
only 4 classic Castlevania games.
Rich,
Is that true, Phil?
we have several topics to choose from. All right, we do.
Oh my god.
I would like to let you choose a topic that we can delve into first. Okay, which topic would you like to delve into? We've got Mudahar. It's a Gundam, which is a nice one because apparently It's a Gundam was coming on their show on
Man,
Friday.
that's so
You'd be interested to
embarrassing
see
for
what
Phil.
he has to say about him.
Shout out to It's a Gundam. He's my dude. Continue.
Medicare and how they basically ball suck this guy constantly and think that he's the end all be all of content. 2 entire folders of their incredibly awful ideas
That was
that I had to
weird
keep
statement.
shutting down because they were so
They
bad.
use the end all be all of content.
PPP
When did they say
incredibly
that?
embarrassing himself because he actually
Like,
thought
all he said about Medicare is that it would be like poetic for him to be on because Medicare always wanted him there. Whatever.
that like we were like bosom buddies or possibly he's gay. I'm not sure
What?
because they were so bad. PPP incredibly embarrassing himself because he actually thought that like we were like bosom buddies or possibly he's gay. I'm not sure.
Again, we are being homophobic, framing being gay as a bad thing. Like you should feel bad for being gay. That's how he's framing that. That's really like really weird. Secondly, just asking someone to like, I would kind of say I would have just said like, yeah, he was willing to pay like my trip to pay for my vacation. That's like really weird. Like, you know, because that is when I first heard that, I thought that was just weird. I mean, I would feel very awkward about getting that kind of offer. I'm like, no, like, just gut instinct. Like, the only way that would happen is if like I know that person like so well, but through the internet, like, there's lines. Like, I mean, that's just way too weird. I don't know. I mean, that puts me in a weird place. Like, I would literally have to get to know you in person before anything else. Like, it's just not. I would not accept that. That's just weird. But he frames it as more as him being gay, which is like the weirdest like way to do it, right? Correct?
You know, we'd have to see there. And then basically how it fell apart. Also things that they said about Keemstar that I think you'll find pretty interesting. Or we could just look at the very few things that I talked about with Wars.
But again, these DMs, the other thing that takes the bite out of it is literally PBB was lying to Phil the whole time. The whole time. So, like, oh god, this is, like, even if DSP, because again, the thing is, as I said, PBB has concrete, he got concrete stuff out of this. He got Phil to dance, he got Phil to show off his underwear, he got Phil to go on Truth Seekers, he got Phil to do a lot of things he said he would never do. What did Phil get PPP and Andy to do for him? All the most you could argue is send him whales. But that's not much of an accomplishment on DSP's end. Like, it just isn't. So, when you're looking at these DMs, knowing that arguably both lied in the DMs, at the end of the day, who looks like the sucker here? The dude who paraded around his underwear, or the dude who sat on his ass and said, Phil, go on Truth Seekers, go on that show.
Okay, I'll go on the show.
Guess who looks more dumb? DSP. So this whole thing has no sauce in it at all. Especially knowing that PvP was faking it. And he says, oh yeah, they were sneaking me, they were lying to me, but I was lying to them too, man. So then what's to expose? Because these DMs are both parties being fake to each other. And he's like, oh, you see that they say that it's a gun of a stupid head? Yeah, they didn't mean it, obviously. They were lying to you. Like, unironically, if DSP just continued with what we're just talking about the mic arm, it would probably have improved this fucking stream by a lot. But since he insisted on being a dumbass baby, we got what we got. Like, this is a stream that PvP couldn't have asked for. Like, this went perfectly for that. And he's sitting there like, I got the drop on them. Like, this is really pathetic. It's really the meme of SpongeBob and Patrick being in Bikini Bottom, like, with the town on fire, saying we saved the day.
Because we barely ever spoke. I'm telling you, like, it was such minuscule stuff.
Where would you like to begin? Are any of those as embarrassing as when you pressure your audience to donate so your wife doesn't have to cook dinner?
Oh, they're actually way more embarrassing. Because I do that publicly as an act to entertain.
I don't know, because at least with, like, when PvP was, like, talking to Phil to get him on that vacation, the only embarrassment was between those two people, PvP and DSP. DSP roped in his wife into things that she had no business of being roped into. So, I mean, it's a little bit more embarrassing, especially, you know, when you assure us that you're the honest, true God person, right? Okay, alright.
Entertain, while these things were done behind the scenes, in good confidence. So that's the difference.
But both
Alright,
parties
so
were,
you know what,
lying.
Phil? Show me something, man. Show me. I want you to show me why you called Strangely Lex a slut too. When I show more skin as a matter. I show more skin than she does.
That's not in here because that just happened recently. We didn't even talk about that behind the scenes. We only talked about that on the show. So what you've seen there on, you know, Smart Guys.
There's nothing to see.
There was nothing behind the scenes to talk about. So
that was just you being salty. But okay.
So what would you like to talk about here, or should I just pick one? By the way, for the record, everyone's telling me to just dump you from the show because you've already derailed it so poorly.
Literally not everyone. Like, there's only a few people, like, that I saw in the chat that was saying, oh, add Ralph. Put Ethan on. That's it. But these are, like, very seldom, and you know, come on, it's the fucking internet. People are I don't know, I think people were more interested in Rich. Even KickChat. Phil, don't listen to Rich. Oh no, it's saying that they like the Devourer rewards.
But I'm keeping you on here out of good faith. So, what would you like to do?
Phil, you have over 1,300 viewers right now. I'm not seeing. The only one seeing is maybe because a couple people who want Ethan Ralph to come on, but no one's saying to dump me from the show. This is the most viewership. Like, you would need to do like 6 streams to get this much viewership.
They're not here for you, though, Rich. They're not here for you. I hate to tell you.
Man.
So you get this much viewership every day?
No, it's because I'm doing what I'm doing right now. I mean, you being on this, you know, I'm doing this as a service to you because I did use you as the way to get this entire arc started. So I felt like it would be.
Listen to the logic. I used you to get attention, but the views aren't this high because of you. But I just used you to get attention. Anything so that you're wrong. Anything.
It would be a respectful thing to do to have you on the show while I go through this. But I mean, if you're not interested,
press 1 if you want me to stay. Press 2 if you want me to go.
So I mean, if you're not interested, if you just want to talk about mics and shit,
so many ones.
You know, we could do that on another show.
So many ones.
Okay. So what would you like to do?
It's Phil. There's mostly ones here, Phil. There's only a handful of 2s.
Okay. Are you going to pick a topic, or do I pick, or do I dump you from the show? Those are the 3 options. You pick, I pick, or you get dumped. What would you like to do?
You could pick a topic, and then I'll pick the next one. How about that? Let me ask you a question. Oh, no, here's a good one. You keep on saying, even recently, in a video you just made a few weeks ago, that I'm on drugs when I don't even take edibles anymore. I haven't for the past 5 months. Why do you keep
I believe
saying
that.
That's...
I do believe that.
He knew he didn't take edibles for, like, months. But still, like, focus on him, like, getting high. What a cool guy, right?
That you're off drugs. Right now, you seem pretty coherent and clear, so, you know, absolutely, that's true.
I don't know if he
You
really
just,
knows
yeah,
he was high or not.
this wasn't even a month ago. It was February 24th. You've even said that I drank weed seltzers. Why would you say things that aren't true?
Dude,
That you...
it is crazy. He's like, I believe you, man. Okay, so why did you say I was high last month? Oh.
You don't know about.
I from what I've seen on your streams, you were drinking weed seltzers in the past. I don't know specifically what you're
Phil?
referencing, so I can't answer.
Phil, I've never...
I love that Rich said he never did. And these are the guys. I saw you in the past drink it. That's not true. Someone told him that and he ran with it. This is ooh. Oh man. He was hosting a pig roast. And Phil's on the menu.
I've never had a weed seltzer in my entire life.
So I didn't know that. Do you want me to pick a topic, or are you going to pick one?
You could pick it. You didn't know that, but you went with it, though.
All
okay.
right.
Continue.
So we'll start at the beginning. The whole point here, and this
of course
is what
we can start
I
at the
want you
beginning.
guys to
That's what
understand,
DSP wants to do.
is when I started working with the casino, all right, the
he's
big
not
idea
even, like,
was the co-op react
talking
to
to
Rich's
Rich.
documentary.
This-
and that was the
this
gold
is so
mine, and we all
pathetic.
knew it, right?
He
We
couldn't
knew
do
this
this by
was going to be the
himself.
big one, right? And then after that happened, it's like the
Wait.
big idea was the co-op react to Rich's documentary. And that was the gold mine, and we all knew it, right? We knew this was going to be the big one, right? And then after that happened, it's like, well, what are we going to do next? And for me, it's like, well, you guys know what I can do. I play games, I could do that. So anything gaming related, I'm down for. But they said, well, we're the drama guys, right? We're going to come up with all these ideas of guests and things that you're going to interact with. So the very first one they had is, let's hit right now, let's strike when the iron is hot. Let's actually get Mudahar to do a co-op with us. We're going to do Chain Together with Mudahar, who's talked about you over and over the years. And it's going to be epic. It's going to be so awesome that Mudahar is going to be in the content, okay? And so here it is. We thought that we would do Chain Together, and, you know, they say Mudahar is going to be in it because he's like the biggest guy in their Rolex. Okay, I'm just paraphrasing.
Rolex, yeah, they're in watches.
Here, like I said, I'm going to drop the
Maybe
files
it's a smart
at the end
Rolex
of the show so everyone can read them for themselves, word for word. That's why there's dates and everything here. Okay,
right.
There was a little bit of nonsense, and it was my fault because accidentally I didn't even know I had Mudahar blocked on Twitter, and I already publicly apologized for that. I didn't know that. So here's what ends up happening. After hyping this up that we're going to do Chain Together with Mudahar, Mudahar cancels
so
last second. Like literally last second. Now, doesn't tell me why Mudahar canceled, but says, well, we'll try to reschedule, but we want to try to rush it before the end of the month. What ends up happening, all right, is Mudahar literally stops talking to these guys entirely. 100%.
He stopped using Twitter.
Won't answer them, won't get back to them. Then, within one
Devastating.
Within one day, Mudahar deletes his entire Twitter account.
He didn't delete it. He stopped
now,
using it.
I've been talking
Whatever.
only once. I had a
He's back on Twitter
with
now. It doesn't
behind
matter.
the scenes, and he had actually publicly apologized to me and said, "Hey, FYI, if the only thing that's really bad about you is that you've been begging for contributions,
He
on
said
the
this
internet,
already,
you're a little
though.
dishonest
Come
with your viewers,
on.
I'm okay with." That's
oh
fine.
my
Let's
god,
jump on.
dude.
Let's do
Talk
this,
about the mic arm,
Chain Together
please.
gameplay or whatever.
Talk about the
Seen it.
mic.
But then within 24 hours, the guy backs out of it and deletes his entire Twitter account.
Oh, man.
So immediately, the first
What
idea
is
that I'm
that-
going to do and work with these guys supposed
That wasn't
to be big.
the reason. Oh,
But see how stupid this is? This has nothing to do with fucking Kino Casino, though. Like, he's blaming them for stuff that the guests did. Things happen. DSP couldn't get Wings and Boogie on his own dumb fuck stream. Does that mean DSP is a failure? Probably. You know what? Fuck it, it is. Why not?
okay, this is boring. That wasn't the reason that he deleted the Twitter account.
Oh, you know what he said? I know exactly what he said. It was because of all the harassment he got,
man.
and that people were being so
I
nasty
know
about
what he
certain
said.
things. I get that, and I'm not saying that's why he deleted his Twitter account. I'm saying this is the first actual thing that happened with these guys after the co-op react to your documentary. This is supposed to be our first big thing, and immediately it falls apart. Like, immediately it just doesn't happen. They can't contact
why
the guy.
didn't
They
he do
can't
it
get him back.
earlier?
For some reason, this is supposed to be the biggest guy in their Rolodex. He's ghosting them now. Okay? So now we'll move on.
But that
I think
has
there was
nothing
one
to
more
do
here, but
with
these are just
them.
me going through with them saying, look,
Like,
he
he's
deleted his
blaming them for
Twitter. I hope
something
that
that's
had nothing to do
that's
with us.
outside of their
And you know
control.
what?
Like,
So
does he
Worski's
think that when people get guests on, they control what they do? Like, oh, you agreed, you must show up or we're gonna fucking send the lawyers after you. Like, come on.
says, I think he chickened out because he can't handle the heat. That's what Worski said right here, that Mudahar
But
can't
Phil,
handle the heat of
these
doing
are,
it.
These are all nothing burgers. Where is the damning stuff here?
We're gonna go. We're going through a lot of stuff. Relax. Relax.
Oh my
and
god.
Here,
this is a key issue with DSP. And Rich is like kind of like experiencing the issue here in real time. He's like, okay, I got some hot shit. It's gonna be crazy. Alright. Are you sure? Well, first let's start with like nothing. Okay, we're gonna work our way there. It's like, oh my god. Like, you know that Mr. Show sketch where like they want to get weed and they're like, oh, we gotta go to my dealer. Okay, then they go in the weed. It's like, oh my god, we have to like sit here and listen to this dude's fucking music. Like, and it's like awkward and miserable. That's DSP. That's DSP, and that's his streams.
well, I'm trying to find it. He basically says, I think that. Oh, this is Josh Moon. He says that basically the detractors
Oh my god.
contacted Mudahar en masse, and he thinks that he pussied out because your detractors contacted him. That's what PPP says. Okay?
Screen share that link that I sent you. I want you to explain it to me.
I'm not screen sharing any links. We're not doing any bullshit that you want to do. It's not your show.
We're not doing anything you want to do. Again, disingenuous side Phil has shown his head yet again that he only wanted Rich there as a prop, nothing more, nothing less. Didn't care about him as a person, don't care about what he has to say. Just there to take the blunts if anything goes down. I'm telling you, if Rich played ball and did all this that he wanted him to do, and then if people went after Rich for this, DSP would not care. He would just let him sit there. Because he doesn't care. He doesn't care. This is a co-op react. He's like, oh, click on this thing. He's like, I'm not doing what you want to do. So then why? So then this isn't a co-op react then. Okay.
Why is you not doing? It's not my show, but you brought me on.
All right. So
I think Phil, I think you thought this is going to be like some like battered wife. Like, yes, let's go. Like, I don't care.
And again, he's not showing anything interesting. Like, the first thing he could have at least tried to win Rich over with was, alright, we tried to get Mudahar, look what happened. He said he couldn't do it. And he deleted his Twitter. Boom. That was his first bombshell. Like, that kind of sets the tone immediately. Again, and just remember, both parties in these DMs are being disingenuous to each other. So this is, like, so worthless. It's incredible. Like, DSP made it worthless. Not even PPP. Like, we already knew. PPP was just saying nonsense to get Phil on. DSP does this, and then, like, said that he was lying the whole time. As everyone said, well, he lied. So, like, and he doesn't understand that since both parties are saying that they lied in these DMs, this is complete nonsense. And a waste of time. A waste of time. There's nothing interesting. He can't even make it, like, again, if he at least pretended to be the victim, that would be one thing. He could have done this. Okay, so these are the DMs. See, I talk about my wife and how she may have issues, and PP was gonna share this, but I have to because he's gonna share it, and I don't want you to hear it from me, man. That we did this and that, blah blah blah. He could have done that. He could have done that. But no. Instead, he wanted to double down that he lied about all of this, which, I mean, I'm sure he did. I mean, it's DSP. But he wanted to pretend that it was some 4D chess move and not just some self-interest. I have to lie so I can get out of things I don't want to do with them. Because why wouldn't he lie to get out of the Truth Seekers podcast? If he knew they were going to snake him, why didn't he, get out of that? Right?
Care about I really don't give a shit. I don't care about.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh my god. Is that what he shared? It's a mighty DVD that said, "What the fuck?" Oh man, I wonder what that was.
So I guess we'll continue on. Let me go ahead and get rid of this. I tried, everyone. Really, I did. I tried to make it entertaining. That man is not entertaining in any way.
I want to hear this again.
Okay. But this is going to be like some battered wife. Yes.
And Rich really calls it out. Because that's exactly what this was them coming together to fill up the casino when Rich doesn't care.
Let's go. I don't care about I really don't give a shit. I don't care about.
Then he hangs up.
Okay.
Give it Rich a W.
I guess we'll continue on. Let me go ahead and get rid of this. I tried, everyone. Man. Really, I did. I tried to make it entertaining. That man is not entertaining in any way.
No, that's the thing. He didn't. DSP literally didn't. He did not acknowledge what Rich said. Just deflected and said it was stupid, and then insisted on reading about how Mudahar couldn't make it, and that's it. That's Phil attempting to make it work. He didn't even say, okay, well maybe if I answer all these questions and explain myself, maybe now he'll play ball and all this other stuff. It's just obvious what he was trying to do, and Rich kind of picked up on it because DSP is not that subtle. He's not that clever. Again, DSP thinks he's so smart doing a 40 chess thing, but he had 8 months to find a way to get, or 6 months, whatever the fuck, to get Rich in on this. And he couldn't control Rich. Rich went off script for him, and he couldn't control him. Look how he acted.
Shape or form. I really wanted to give it an honest shake, but he's an idiot. Okay?
I think you're the idiot here, Phil.
Wow. I mean, he really did not want to play ball. He did not want to have any fun. That guy is a loser.
Dude, what was he gonna say? Oh, wow, Rich. No, oh my god. Oh, wow, DSP, you're so right. They couldn't get Mudahar because he canceled. Wow, they should have really forced him to come on. Why didn't they force another human to do what they want, Phil? You're so right, man. You're so right. Yeah. Oh, wow. Wowie. And all of this from PvP who said that he was lying to you. I can't believe he said this stuff, Phil. Wow, these are bombshells. Massive own, massive W.
That's sad, because I was trying. I mean, not that I want to be that guy's best friend or anything, but
and
I mean,
look,
holy shit, dude.
He still did not want to be his best friend, so he was just using him as a prop. Because that's what DSP does. That's what he does. DSP uses people for props. Doesn't give a fuck. Does not give a fuck about them. Of course.
Dude, that was pathetically bad.
Pathetic.
Why can't you just shut up and just ride what we're doing here and go with the idea? But what else can I say?
You did not explain the idea. He's like, why didn't he go along with the idea that he didn't know we were doing? Why didn't he do that? Oh my god, imagine how mad he would be if fucking Truth Seekers was like, I don't know why DSP didn't want to play ball. We were going to do the lie detector. We were talking about the bank leaks. We were talking about all this stuff. Why didn't he want to play ball? Why didn't he want to watch the clips we had? I invited him on, and he thought that we were going to play video games or whatever the fuck we were going to do, but he didn't want to play ball. What an idiot. Would DSP say that was a good way to behave? Would he say, wow, guys, Truth Seekers was right to say that? Or would he say that's a bullshit? He really cannot complain about people snaking him or lying about him to get on their show when he just did that with Rich. He complained about side-scrollers lying to him to get him on their show, and look what he did. He's just as bad. He's just as bad.
That was awful. Okay. So, let's continue on, everybody. All right? So up next, ladies and gentlemen, if you're not aware, one of the big things that's going on right now with the casino is that they're threatening that on Friday, they're going to drop all the logs, which I've already done, and I'm going to give you guys the link in a second, so you're going to have them for yourself, all right? But they're going to have It's a Gundam on this Friday. It's going to be amazing because It's a Gundam and PPP are going to team up and they're going to destroy DSP. Boy, I bet you guys are going to be really interested about what they had to say about It's a Gundam just a few months ago.
Yeah,
because
what did these people that wanted to butter you up say about It's a Gundam, a person who hates you? What did they say,
we had
Phil?
the situation with It's a
I'm
Gundam.
very
now, you guys
curious.
aren't aware of this because they never publicly announced it or even talked about it at all.
Oh, they
all
did?
right?
Oh, shit.
So let's take a quick look.
Okay.
It's actually better because you guys will be able to see the logs a lot better now.
What's he gonna say?
So, this is PPP trying to contact me about a really, this will be a great show to have It's a Gundam on, all right?
Right.
See, we have him lined up if you want it. It's a potential mega show with the size of his audience and the hype that's built for years around the meeting. Worski knew him for years. We could probably control it enough, but he is a detractor through and through and will be trying to score points. I think he has very little charisma or ability to live format, especially in a 3v1 scenario. So the first time that we even talk about It's a Gundam, they're actually insulting him, saying that he has no real charisma. In a live scenario, this guy will die,
Oh,
right?
shit! Guys,
I think it's...
Oh, man. Oh, I bet PvP is so embarrassed. I mean, I'm sure he's sitting there when this was going on, he was sweating. He's like, oh, fuck. Like, I only just said bullshit to get Phil Estate to be on our show and shit. And, oh, God. If only, come on. He's still, and I love that everyone's telling him, yeah, they're snaking you, Phil. They're lying to you. They're lying to you. They're lying to you. And he's like, look, they said It's a Gundam Doo head. Wow. Can you believe that? It's like, you realize that they were lying to you throughout this whole conversation, correct?
It's very easy to paint him as a spurg and a miserable alcoholic who hates his life and is pissing it away. It's a big limelight, and it's a live scenario. We have him agreed.
Dude, you're literally throwing DSP's basically what DSP says about detractors back, there. Come on.
And it's an easy booking. And basically I said, yeah, this guy, has been
Yeah.
desperate to come at me for years and years and years. He's been in Andy's DMs from day one, begging for your blood. We told him to fuck off about 3 times, but he just keeps asking. He tried to talk us out of doing shows with you from the beginning. Wow,
Yeah,
this sounds like an amazing collaboration.
I'm sure he was being so honest, right? Like, all those times he apologized for making fun of Cat.
So I agreed to do it. And then immediately PPP says, oh, I'll be honest, I didn't think you were going to say yes. That's the show that we're going to make as soon as possible. We will have over 10,000 people watching live, guaranteed. All right?
Okay.
The biggest show any of us has ever done. I'm not kidding. It will make us all 1 million views. And I'm like, really? You think so?
1 million?
Slide out a couple hours.
Man.
He's desperate. He's obsessed.
Why didn't DSP read the part where he called him a clown? Come on, read it, man. Trust me, it's an easy money maker. Easy win.
Definitely gonna do it. All right. So basically, PPP is running It's a Gundam through the dirt here. All right. Our audience loves more than anything on earth a live confrontation between two people. So he's still trying to sell it to me. He says I may be even undervaluing it. If you insult him about his drinking and
but DSP said he'd do it though. He said he'd do it. He's like, oh, he's still selling it to me. Okay.
Hiring prostitutes, I think he will spiral. Keep in mind, I don't even know anything about It's a Gundam. At all. Nothing. I know nothing about this man. This is the first time I'm even learning anything personal about him. I know nothing about my detractors.
Oh my god.
So he's sitting here telling me he's a drunk. He likes whores. He's a loser. He's gonna fall apart on the show, and we're gonna 3v1 this guy, and we're gonna destroy him, right? And I'm like, Jesus. I mean, if this is really what they want, you know what I'm saying?
What?
If this is really what they want, I guess I'll do it. Okay, so I agree to it.
Dude, look at that. He'd do it. That's what they want. He'd do it. I don't want to do hurtful content, man.
I don't want to do hurtful content, man.
Oh, we're gonna it's gonna be a 3-on-1. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, we'll do it if you want to do it, man. No, Phil, you can't just say it's just on them. You joined in on it. You had no conscience to say, oh, that sounds fucked up, man. He's going through some shit. No. Well, this guy is so cool. But remember, guys, he's felting the casino right now. This is him. He's saying like his wife is like, Phil, get in the bed, and he's like,
not now, honey. I'm felting the casino. So, anyways, So they said that we were gonna like fucking dogpile a gun. I said, yeah, let's do it.
Maybe the correct play is just to let him do his spiel. It'll expose himself. Don't treat him seriously at all. Let him do a tantrum. Right? I'll do more research on him. This seems like easy pickings. So he is their detractor's golden child. And if he struggles, they will punish him. So essentially, PPP is completely setting up It's a Gundam. 100%. That's the point of this original appearance.
How does he know he's not setting you up,
set him up so that he would be embarrassed publicly.
Dude,
okay?
Again, it needs to be said. Everyone, Rich, the chat, God, everyone was telling DSP, hey, Phil, you know these people are lying to you, right? And he's like, yeah, they're lying to me. But look what they're saying in my DMs. But don't worry, guys, he was lying too. So, like, but guess who he's portraying as being honest in this scenario?
So what happens?
This is so dumb. Look how dumb this is.
Basically, I said, you sure I'm not going to get fucked in the whole deal because I don't really know too much about it? And they assure me, no, you're not. Now, this is the first time that I told them, I really can't be the villain of the internet because this PPP wants me to be the villain. Let me explain the narrative here.
Oh my God, he
right?
backed off.
PPP wants me to be the
Look
villain
at
of the internet.
this.
He wants
Look
me.
at this. He went from, yeah, let's do it. Okay, I can't do it, guys. I don't want to be the villain of the internet. I'm like, oh man. And he's trying to tell us that. See, my theory has nothing to do with his 4D glue plan. That's not my theory. It's literally that he just lies. He lies in these DMs. He's not being honest with them. He's not talking to them like normal people. That's all I believed. It has nothing to do with like, oh, this 4D chess game. I want to make that very clear. I am not on team. It was all part of DSP's master plan. That's not my theory. It's just that he lied to PPP and he didn't like take anything seriously. Because if he knew he was lying and he knew that they were lying, he would not be doing this, right? Because why else is he painting this as, see, PPP's being honest, but see, they're doing this, so I had to say this and say that, or whatever the fuck. Like, it's very, like, convenient on his part. So it's just damage control and just PR spin. That's all this is. And that's all I think he ever does, because this dude lies about anything. He lies to his audience, he lies to his fans, he lies to Cat. He lies to Cat, okay? He lied to her. I promise I'm never playing mobile games ever again.
To portray my...
And again, he's doing this when she's not home. He's doing this when she's not home.
Myself like the worst person possible for drama views. And he thinks that if I did that I would absolutely explode in popularity. I'd make 10 times more money, get 10 times more views, all right? And I explained to PPP, listen, I can't do that. Why?
Again. If this was Master Plan Phil, right? And he's like, I'm gonna fucking pretend to go along with everything. Then why didn't he go along with this? Right? The things he went along with are very weird and very specific to the point where it's very hard to believe this was a 4D chess game. Because again, why would he do the things he did, right? You'd think he'd find an excuse not to Truth Seekers. He'd find an excuse to not show his underwear. No, fuck that. Show the internet my underwear. Ah, yes.
Because I got a wife, and she's not been feeling well, and she found religion, and she doesn't want me involved in this kind of drama stuff, okay? Now, you guys already know, because I already told you this, some of that is true. Actually, last year, Kat actually did have some health problems, all right? So, you're going to see me talking about some of that.
So he lied about the religion part? That's kind of nasty. I mean, the medical stuff is also nasty. I mean, it's all nasty. It's all nasty. To be honest, don't get it twisted, buddy.
In these locks, all right? But in reality, and by the way, I can take off these headphones now. Thankfully, okay?
Thankfully.
Basically, I don't want to change myself to be completely a drama guy. I'll do drama, all right? But these guys are trying to push me to the absolute extreme. They're trying to make it so that I will be hated by everyone on the internet, but it doesn't matter because I'll make big money. to the absolute extreme. They're trying to make it so that I will be hated by everyone on the internet, but it doesn't matter because I'll make big money. All right.
Money.
So basically, I was like, I'm going to make something up. Now, every good
Why?
lie starts with a nugget of truth. So what's the truth? Well, my wife had been feeling ill last year. She did.
Oh, fucking nasty, man.
I was like, I'm going to make something up. Now, every good lie starts with a nugget of truth. So what's the truth? Well,
Again,
my wife
this is simply, very simply, he just didn't want to do this. Again, the 4D chess game is not my theory. It's just that he lies. He lies. Because this guy's a liar. So the animals, all these things are all convenient lies he told them because he didn't want to do certain things. And I don't think that'll be the only time he's ever gonna lie. Come in. I mean, he LARPed. He LARPed in WWE Champions as he wasn't DSP. And you saw how that turned out.
Feeling ill last year. She did have some health problems. That's actually why she stopped appearing in my content for a while. But that's not ongoing. But they don't know that. So what do? You tell the sob story.
So then she can go back on
she's
stream.
Not
Oh no,
feeling
because
good.
she
She found
her.
religion. I can't be the villain.
Why can't she go on stream because she found religion? A lot of religious people are online. Do they not believe in the internet? Oh, yeah, her religion, they don't believe in the internet. Is she in a cult? She might be in a cult. That's what's going on. She joined a cult, guys.
Go that far. Now, what's funny is PPP bought it so bad that she's not feeling good. She found religion. I can't be the villain. All right? I can't go that far. Now, what's funny is PPP bought it so bad that he's telling me that he's going to send people over to tip me, which is kind of funny because I don't know if you guys are aware, nobody tips on.
How can he verify that? But so okay, DSP. So you tell him that lie, right? What if he doesn't believe you? Then what? Guess what he do? I can't believe you. So get this, guys. I told PPP that she's sick and he doesn't believe me. Is he that fucked up? All this shit. This is so stupid. It would have made no sense for PPP to not believe him because no one would call someone out for that. Like, why do you want them to call you out on this? So that you can say, wow, it's fucked up. They called me out on lying about my wife. Like, this is so weird. And this does not make him look good. Again, if he was telling the truth, it still doesn't make him look good. He did lying, and he's faulting PPP for taking him seriously. So he would have much rather had PPP to like believe he was lying and call him out on it. But then DSP being DS fucking P would then be like, see, this guy, he didn't believe me that my wife was sick. And get this, it's a nugget of truth. Isn't that funny? So she was feeling sick. So he didn't all the way lie, but he lied just enough where it's comfortable to say that and not be serious. But if he calls you out, you can say, well, she was sick, stupid. So it's nowhere. He lied about this other stuff. That's what I mean. Like, he lies about, like, the extent of the animals is a lie. I don't believe fully he had a chipmunk, he had a bearded dragon, he had a snake. Like, these are nonsense animals. But he feeds the animals in his backyard. He told us that much on his own fucking streams. So he does do that. So it's like, yeah, he doesn't have any other animals, but he also is not taking care of other animals. Like, it's bullshit like that. It's the stupid weaselly semantics that makes him both right and wrong, which makes him a little bitch. Just a bitch.
On Kick is just subs, so I don't even really know what he was
saying. How
can
they not tip? You have a tip link, dum-dum. I'm gonna send them a tip. How can they tip? How can you drink water in a glass? Huh?
There. Maybe it was true. Maybe he actually felt bad, or maybe he was trying to glaze me even further. Like, oh, I'll try to send even more people your way, even though at this point, we're talking early October.
Oh my god,
some of the momentum was already.
That's the thing he thinks was glazing, not the Gets a Gundam segment. That's not him glazing Phil. It was him believing that his wife was sick. Oh man, this dude is something else.
Down, because remember, this had all started in
And he's
August,
low-key admitting that he pocketed the money when he didn't need it. That's so cool. On. This guy is awesome.
And so he says it changes perspective on the situation, but nothing changed after this. Okay. So I clear out my slot or whatever. All right, here we go. Here is the results of what happens with PPP and Gundam.
All right.
Get this. After all of Gundam's tough, scrappy dude talk of let me at him, he bitched out of the interview. I think he's legitimately scared because it became real. That's what PPP has.
He thinks that's serious. I mean, look at the chain of events though. He backed out saying, "Oh, religion, man." And now he's like, "Oh, look, it's a Gundam backed out after I backed out." DSP was the first to back out. And he's like, "Well, look at that." Like, oh man. And he says that, "Oh, it got too real." Of course.
Has to say.
But again,
about everything. He says first,
this isn't them glazing. PB was only glazing when he believed that his wife was sick. That was him glazing. Not this shit with It's a Gundam. That's not him glazing Phil. That's him being serious, apparently. Oh, man, this dude is insane.
This guy's a bitch. This guy, you're going to destroy him. Here's all the stuff we can use against him.
No, you're a bitch.
Then he says, after all this time that he's begging us to do stuff, he bitched out. He's a wimp. And here it is, right?
Dude, DSP lied first. He is saying this after the fact, but he just admitted he lied and came up with "my wife found God." And It's a Gundam is a bitch? I mean, that's what PvP said. But now that he's admitting that these are all, like, this is how it played out and he lied, guess who looks like the bitch now, buddy? Oh, man. Oh, man. Part of me did, at this point, I did kind of wish Rich stayed, because I think he would have called this out. I mean, I think either way, Rich was gonna get kicked off the call, because I don't think Rich was gonna play ball with Phil. I think he would have been like, Phil, you lied about your wife. And, like, only after the fact did they say that It's a Gundam was a bitch, even though that was them glazing you. You were the first one to bitch out.
Right in black and white. This is not me making it up. This is not hearsay. This is them actually talking shit about It's a Gundam super strongly, okay?
Okay. Again, we're taking this honestly.
So, anyway, basically says he has bigger problems to handle, so we're just going to go back to the drawing board. I'm going to go after Medicare, all right? And that's really the end of the It's a Gundam stuff. Now, all of a sudden, all right, all of these months and months and months later, 7 months later, 6 months later, however many it's been, now It's a Gundam is their best friend, and he's going to be on the show to felt Phil. Do you want to know why? Because it's shooting fish in a barrel. When It's a Gundam was presented with, hey, have a neutral show with Darkside Phil and you'll go at it, he declined, couldn't do it, can't handle it. But now he's their friend because now they're going to team up against me. So, says a lot about It's a Gundam, says a lot about the casino, who literally sat there talking shit constantly about It's a Gundam to make this happen, telling me this is going to be it. We're all going to make money. It's going to be giant. And then they couldn't make it happen. All right?
So it's because he's so easy to fuck you over, dude.
I come up with the idea.
He's buying this so seriously, even though everyone told him that they lied. They lied to him, and he's like, yeah, man, they think this about It's a Gundam. It's so obvious that all that shit was fucking glazing Phil. But the part that DSP thought was glazing was when PPP, took it seriously that Kat was sick. Like, of course.
Idea with the review texting. Okay?
This is
it's
really
giant.
smart.
It's huge. I make it happen. It blows up. It's ginormous. Their first two big ideas are let's do a co-op with Medicare. Excuse me. Let's do a co-op with Mutahar. Let's do a co-op with, or an appearance with It's a Gundam. They flop. The one thing we did do together that did okay was the appearance with Josh Moon. All right? Josh Moon being the head of Kiwi Farms. And that did okay. But I don't really think that went the way that, was going to blow up. I think people wanted it to blow up, and it didn't. Okay? So
They did what it needed to do.
It is what it is. But the point is, they keep coming up with some of the most half-assed, cockamamie ideas over and over, and they keep telling me to do them, and I'm like, are you crazy? This shit isn't gonna work.
Okay, what is so crazy about interviewing It's a Gundam? I mean, he didn't really explain what's so crazy about having It's a Gundam on. He literally backed out immediately when it was offered the idea. And then, like, It's a Gundam backed out, and that's it. What was crazy about it? And even the story about him backing out is also sus. It was just literally like, oh, he thought it was too real. Like, okay, whatever. What was crazy about, like, the stuff that they were offering so far is this interview? He's not showing us the crazy stuff.
So just a couple more dumb ideas that they came up with that didn't come to fruition.
And he just said the Josh Moon interview was fine.
Then we're going to talk about...
Whatever.
You guys are talking about the whole PPP thing offering me a trip to Florida. Oh, you'll like this one. You'll like that one.
I will.
And then, because I'm going to show you the truth about that. We got so much to go through, but the thing is, I don't know if we'll have enough time to go through all of it, but I think you're seeing the point here. But we'll get to the end, and you'll understand how this all, actually came to the end as it did.
Okay.
So, what's the next big idea?
Right.
Well, man, we're kind of running out of ideas. Can we get Frank Hassel to come visit you? No. Frank Hassel, the guy who infamously harasses people to get content, who went to Boogie's house, who does all this stuff and basically has no boundaries. Of course, I don't want...
What is this? Much negative attention. Another idea. I guess on your show while drinking, likely no filters for 2 hours or more, depending on how strong and much. But I'd hope this would get me some views too. I only drink on stream a few times a year. Okay. And the time I won't require contributions. I'll just drink casually and go with it. What would be the best unfiltered stuff? FYI, I'm not exist or... Oh, you probably mean sexist. Sexist or racist, but I'm jealous? What the fuck was he talking about there? I'm not sexist or racist. I'm just jealous.
Frank Hassel to be involved in, because then
he's
going to start doing
it these
all
days?
that stuff, right? So obviously this is not a good idea.
Oh, man.
But this is their harebrained ideas. Frank Hassel, let's get him to show up, right, and do either content or show up.
Hey, watching your show tonight, but I don't think I should talk in your chat because it brings so much negative attention. What?
Your house, right?
Okay.
Like, no, I don't. I'm not gonna have that happen. Now, just to clarify, because this has happened years ago too, I just gotta clarify for the purpose of this video, folks. I live in a private community for a reason. I live on a...
Yeah, you're gonna go to jail.
We call the police and you get...
Even though he said the police don't do anything in Seattle,
I would never,
they're gonna...
ever let someone
immobilize
harass me
on the
house.
pig
I would
pen.
just stay inside, call the police.
He's
send
a
people
Seattle
off to jail where they
treasure.
belong. It's that simple, okay? So never was I going to get involved with someone like
Guys,
Frank Hassel
someone's at the
regardless.
pig
It never was gonna happen.
at the
But,
pig pen.
I mean, this
Go.
is the harebrained cockamamie scheme that these guys are coming up with. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying?
This is your genius plan of what you want me to do next, okay? Now, I'm trying to remember if the
But
next
you
one
said
is...
no. So of course it's not gonna materialize. Like,
oh, let's see. This
now
is...
does he know it's a bad idea? He didn't even do it. Whatever.
Oh, yeah. So... Oh, yeah, and by the way, just for the record...
Man, this would be so much better if he knew what the fuck he was doing.
It's a Hail Mary that would get a lot of eyeballs if you had Hassel, show up. My audience would go apeshit to see him on the show. He says, if you don't open the door and call the cops, it would be a massive win. So basically, what he's saying is he wants to have Hassel show up so I could call the cops and Hassel can go to jail. Why would you do that?
Some people like to go to jail. I don't know. I mean, there's a character in Breaking
want him
Bad
to show
that
up and
wanted to go to jail for Walt.
So that's what I mean. Like, the stuff he's coming up with is just so ludicrous,
man.
right?
So ludicrous, man. Crazy. Crazy, even.
Why would I want to participate in this stuff? Okay?
Okay.
So anyway, continuing on, he basically wants to, what is this? Some magician he wanted to get on the show or something like that, who I've never even heard. A guy with puppets and magicians. Oh, wait. This is Steven. This is the first time he told me about Stephen Cambion. All right, or Cambion.
Oh yeah.
Now, you want to talk about another bad idea. All right.
Which he
For
did,
those
by
who
the
don't know,
way.
Steve Cambion, who is the guy who runs that Truth Seekers show, who they've had on their show a couple of times, does the UFO stuff. All right. He basically tries to expose people who are lying about UFOs and extraterrestrials and stuff like that. So he pitches to me that I should do an interview, but I should interview Steve on my show. All right. And I'm like, you know, I don't think that this is something that would make sense.
Why?
Because, you know, why would he be on my show? I'm not even interviewing people anymore, but maybe I would do it anyway. I would do them the favor. The thing is, we kind of got busy with doing like.
He said you don't want to be indebted to them. Well, maybe I'll do them the favor. This dude is like, people have already mentioned that this story like fell apart at the very beginning of this, but it falls apart even more because again, he's taking PP's what he said seriously, and he's acting like the tone of I was trying to stake them went out the window when he's like, yeah, they wanted me to do this, so like I knew I didn't want to do it, so I came up with a lie. That's all this is. He lost the plot. As I said, if he was truly snaking them, what did he get out of them, right? Nothing. He gave them everything. All he gave them was DMs, I guess. I guess that's the felt thing, that they're gonna leak DMs that he lied in, but he's just lying. Like, that's not much of an own. Oh, well, PvP said somebody to Gundam. Well, he was lying too. So this is, like, really pathetic and just a clear, obvious attempt at doing damage control and trying to spin the narrative before the narrative can drop. But this, if anything, will double down on a lot of people who think DSP got bamboozled and this is just massive cope, which it fucking is. He's literally just explaining why he lied to PPP. That's all it is. Because he knows that once people see that he lied about his wife's sickness and shit, that people are going to be like, wow, Phil, I can't believe it. But he's like, well, I lied because they wanted me to do dumb shit. But at the end of the day, if you didn't want to do it... See, this is the thing, right? He's lying... Like, people have said this about him for years. He lies about stuff he shouldn't be lying about and telling the truth when he shouldn't. If he didn't want to do anything with Kino Casino, why do this to begin with? That's question number one. But secondly, if let's say he didn't want to work with Kino Casino genuinely, did he really need a lie to PPP to say, I don't want to do this? Because all that would come out is, TSP just kept saying, no, man, I can't believe it, which, you know, would actually be honest, for starters, because he said no to us on stream. I didn't want to do this content, blah, blah, blah. Then the DMs would leak and it would say the same thing. But DSP is so stupid, he can't do that. Because he's so scared of any pushback that PPP could possibly have. That's why he was so amazed when PPP accepted his lies. Because he didn't think PPP was lying to him. This is so sad. By the way, as I'm saying this, like, DSP really does look like a child in this frame. He just looks like a kid just sitting there and the teacher scolding him for lying. Why do you lie to the teacher?
Doing like smart guys and stuff like that. Okay? And then eventually what ends up happening is PPP contacts me behind the scenes and gets me to do this interview.
He couldn't even organize these DMs either.
Okay? And the interview, as you know, wasn't really an interview.
You notice that we don't really need to see the DMs.
Session, all right?
He's doing this. We don't even need to look at them.
The bummer is I can't show you the one little conversation we had about it before, because this was actually took place verbally after we had filmed an episode of Smart Guys. But there was a conversation where basically I said, so you want me to go on Steve's show? I guess I'll do it. But, you know, what's it going to be? And he said to me, oh, this is just going to be like a softball interview. And when he told me that, I 100% knew that it wasn't going to be a softball interview. I knew that he was kind of starting to snake me.
So then why did he do it?
We had been planning.
Notice how he makes excuses to get out of these other interviews, But this one interview, this one specific interview, he suspected was a snaking. He's like, I'm gonna do it anyway. Why not? Let's not use any excuse out of this. I'm gonna give them the interview. Again, what did DSP get out of snaking Kino Casino? Nothing. Factually nothing. What did Kino Casino get out of Phil for snaking him? They got him to dance, they got him to be on Truth Seekers, they got him to show his underwear. Like, this is really like, a dude robbed a bank and then you robbed that person's pocket and thinking you won. Like, oh yeah, I got them. You're like, oh yeah, you sure did, buddy.
Stuff behind the scenes the entire time. That Steven interview, all right, was not legit. I knew going into it that he was going to bring up drama. I knew that he was going to be talking about the drama. Like, it wasn't like he blindsided me and snaked me. The point was that we were supposed to milk the detractors, okay?
So then why did you cry about it? Are we not going to read these?
Yeah, see, he's talking shit about Broside Phil, who showed up on that show. And basically says I owned them when I'm like, I know I didn't own them. I came off poorly on that show because it was just the same retreaded shit.
So he knew it was a snaking and he made no attempt to like do anything different. Just oh yeah, man, yeah, I came off poorly. That what a cool guy, right? So smart. He's so smart, man. He was snaking them and he couldn't come up with anything at all during this. Okay.
Right?
And all he did was like
after the show
lies.
ends, I basically say to PPP, listen, I didn't appreciate the way that show went down, and here's why. If I had known that he was going to go as hard as he did in that True Seekers interview, I would have actually given him more to work with. We actually could have worked together to blow this up bigger. As it is, all that's going to happen now is the same detractors are going to show up to his streams
what does that
and
mean,
probably
though?
throw him money,
Like,
similar to what happened with Side Scroller.
This is like fucking hindsight bullshit. It's so easy to say in retrospect, oh yeah, they said this, I would have done that, man. Yeah, right. You would have been like, oh, this is gonna be. But he's like, oh yeah, it's a Gundam. Again, this is so fucking stupid. He lied about it's a Gundam. He was like, oh yeah, man, cat found God. I can't do it. Okay, and then that didn't pan out. Okay.
Controllers after they did their interview with me. Okay? Well, here's his response. You made the guy's career, and I really like him. I want him to do well. I appreciate you doing a good favor. I think it's going to bring attention back to the DSP ecosystem and energize your supporters, and there's future business in it. We subverted the detractors. My guy is their new hero, and we can take their money now. So he's outright saying here, yes, the entire thing was orchestrated. We're only doing it to milk the money from the detractors.
Which he said that he was doing anyway. He said all these people, they milk the detractors, like Craig and all these other people. Like, wow, he said that? I can't believe it, Phil. I'm so shocked. I'm floored, man. He owned. How will Kino Casino thrive after this one?
It's not that Steven actually did research, got anything interesting. They just know that anyone who talks shit about me, essentially, is going to make money for my detractors. So the whole Steve thing, I was aware of ahead of time. It was complete setup on purpose to milk the detractors. But the detractors are too stupid to figure that out.
Oh my God.
So they still kept going to Steve's streams to give him money. So literally anyone who comes to Steve's streams to have to go through the same shit about me, the same retreads, the same crap, okay? It's the same stuff, man. And he's only doing it to milk money from you. Just like Stuttering Craig milked the detractors for about a year there. And people kept going back and throwing him money every time.
But isn't that the point? During this, he was like, we're making content it's cycle, whatever the fuck. It's all reciprocal. I do something, they do something. We all make out, man. I thought that was the point. And now I was like, guys, you're not gonna believe this, but they were trying to milk the detractors. I thought that was the point. Remember, he said that he was saying this before. Like, guys, like, this is all reciprocal. We're gonna make content by doing drama, blah blah blah. Okay, man.
Every time he did a stream about me. So It's like I've said, this is not anything new. It's
All
just that my
right.
detractors are so fucking brain dead that
But
they
that's not
don't
what.
understand that they're being milked every single time
So what was he gonna do?
that this is
Like,
happening.
no,
Now,
again, this has nothing to do with the interview. This is like, oh, this is like other people like giving them money. It's nothing new that they're gonna do this, but that's not what the interview was. Like, what?
you might wonder, why did I do this, right?
Why did
Because I
you do
wanted to
this?
keep the
Why
grift
did you
going.
do this?
All right, I did. I wanted to keep it going where I was going to do stuff with the casino from time to time. I was doing Smart Guys, and Smart Guys at least was doing all right. And I was really hoping that we were going to get a situation where we would get another big thing that was going to happen. But once this thing happened with Steve, I'm going to be
Again,
honest.
notice. All these people wants to get out of them is just content to make Smart Guys and this and that and keep the clout. These are very basic things to ask out of a cooperation like this. Meanwhile, PPP got DSP to dance for him. Who made out? Who made out in all of this?
Be honest with you guys, this was the beginning of the end for me back in February, because I was like, there's absolutely no way after this that these guys are going to come up with any good ideas.
Again, he needed someone to ask, Phil, I'll give you $40 to address PPP making fun of Cat. Was that staged? Did DSP randomly find a guy and be like, hey, go in my chat, say this exactly, and I'll say it? Which is way lamer and dumb. Why couldn't he do this before? This makes no sense. With everything in DSP's little land here, when you start to think about it, more than level 1, it makes less and less sense, and it makes him look really stupid. It's very obvious. He was just lying to PvP, and he just wanted to keep making content, and that's all he was content with. He did not care about this other stuff and this and that. That's all this is.
In fact, the next thing that PPP told me that he wanted to do out of this, all right, was so dumb. Basically, they want me to make Steve the villain of the DSP universe. All right? Here.
I don't know if I'm going to finish this. I'm going to do another part.
My plan was to perhaps build up a show where you and Steve will debate a random topic each week and play a co-op game, doing random challenges against each other, and that you guys would split the money. So what does he do? He's turning it into like fucking a Nickelodeon game show. He really thought that having me on...
Again, this was supposed to be like Lolcow Live, basically. Lolcow Live does these kind of stunts, but he's offering these ideas, and DSP's offering nothing in return. Like, yeah, some people may have dumb ideas, but in a collaboration, you can also throw in your own ideas. But what is DSP's ideas? Marathon. Dumb, meaningless game that nobody cares about, like Chained Together. He doesn't make up good ideas either, and they cannot like put their heads together, right?
On Steve's show, and him just doing the usual detractor shtick, which is what he did, was then going to set up the DSP supervillain universe, where Steve was going to be a villain to me, and we were just going to talk shit and play games, and it was all going to be staged. That's probably the worst fucking idea I've ever heard. There was no way that was ever going to work. No one was ever going to believe that. That is the most half-assed cockamamie stuff.
Cockamamie.
And the thing is that
man, where did he learn this
know,
word?
Right?
Cockamamie, Mimi. Jesus.
PPP really is jealous of and wishes.
Oh man, here we go.
He wishes that he could set up his own lolcow.
Remember when Rich wanted to be like Keemstar?
Where he could pit this person versus this person, and they could do drama.
But you said that was a good show.
Crap. That's really what he wishes.
He gave it.
He wants his own
Lolcow
Live
props.
and then another show, and then another show. That's what he's trying to build up.
Yeah.
All right? But it's just an awful idea. It's the same as taking a photocopy of something and taking a photocopy of the photocopy and taking a copy of the copy of the copy. Eventually, the copy looks like crap.
But that's
And
not what's
this
going
is
on. It's only
exactly
one
what
level
he was trying
in.
to do, was copy other people's ideas and run with them and see if they would work, but they never would. Now,
But
admittedly,
what did
you guys
DSP
know.
like again? What did DSP offer? Oh, let's do Smart Guys, a wrestling commentary show that everyone has done, that he has done before, an old show that he has already done before, and when he did it, people were bored. Okay.
All right.
Alright.
At one
Oh,
point.
yeah. Oh, you know, how could I forget, right? He did DSP Politics, that hot new show, right? That was so successful that it only lasted a month. Yeah, this is the guy that knows good shows and good content. Listen to Phil. Alright, man.
Point had issues with Keemstar. And I don't anymore. Because I had Keem on my show
Yeah,
back
you
in
sucked
August.
your dick.
And when I did, we hashed shit out.
No, you didn't.
And I feel it went really well. And now we leave each other alone.
But again, were you being
We're
genuine
amicable.
or were you being disingenuous?
Right? I
This is during
actually
your
have no
whole
issue with
Kino
Keem.
arc, though.
Now, would I ever do any long-term work with Keem or anything like that? Probably not.
Oh, there
Right?
we go.
Everyone says,
there
would
it
you ever
is.
go on Lol Call Live? Would you ever do that? Probably not, because I
No.
don't like being indebted to anyone particularly. All right? I don't want to sign a contract and now I'm locked in and I'm
There you go. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. As I said, this dude hates being indebted to people. And since Keemstar has a platform and a loud voice, DSP doesn't want to do anything with him, because if he, like, slights him in any way, Keem could, like, fucking make it a real problem for DSP. He said in the beginning of this as well, where he said that I cased everyone, guys. I think Kino Casino was the guys to do it, because he did not see them as, like, as a capable people to hold them accountable to stuff. And even then, he did not want to be indebted to them. That's why he made up these fancy lies, and then when he couldn't make up a lie, he ended up doing Truth Seekers. This is all just cope. It's all just cope.
I'm stuck, doing something that I don't want to do. And I feel like if I did that with Keem, sadly, I might get stuck in something I don't like and I don't want to do it. And then I'm not going to put my heart into it. All right. But I've said time and time again over the last many months that I feel that Keemstar knows what he's doing with his content, and I now respect him. All right. There's a difference between, I don't like the content that he puts out, but I respect him for being a good businessman and making the content that, is bringing the butts to seats or whatever. All right. But I'll tell you, man, PPP has a major problem with Keemstar. I don't know why, but he absolutely does. All right. So just to give you some evidence of this.
Right.
This is when Keemstar publicly apologized to me on X. And this is actually what happened, is that he ended up then being on my show as a result and having that really good interview.
He
back
knows
in
he's
August
taking
or
big L's
September.
with your success lately.
He immediately contacted
man.
me to say, Keem apologized to you. It's disingenuous, but he knows he's taking big L's because you're a success lately.
Why are we reading what you wrote?
This is the wrong one. Hold on. It went to
Oh,
the wrong
we couldn't get the right one.
I'm trying to get them in order here.
Man, maybe you should have
That's
planned
the
this
wrong
out a
one,
little bit
sorry.
better, right? He was rushing this. Look how
So
much he rushed.
basically, what ended up happening
He's like,
was
I gotta
PPP
get
kept
this
saying
up before Kino.
bad things about Keem. And I basically said, well, how can I play into his good graces and make him feel like this is something that I'm going to
Oh, look at this. I'm playing Keem so hard. Wait until you see where this goes. Oh my god. Oh man, so cool.
Keem. So I said, I'm playing Keem so hard, wait until you see where this goes. Because I knew from what I'd seen, PPP didn't like Keemstar. So I fooled him into thinking that if I had Keemstar on my show, that it was going to be like an aggressive thing, and I was going to destroy him or whatever. All right? So, here he is. God bless you, fuck Keem. I honestly thought just a little bit after his apology, maybe something fun could happen with him, but he's truly a piece of shit. Right? And then we were talking about when Keem was on the drunk stream or whatever. So, here's an interesting one. All right? All I'm going to say about this one, because this is not one for me to fully talk about.
Why?
All right? Because I'm not
You're
the
leaking
only
the
person
DMs.
involved in this one. All right? But basically, back in
Keem just added you to a
the fall,
group chat without
okay? An
without me
opportunity was
talking to you?
presented to do content.
What?
All right? An interesting piece of content at that. That likely would have worked. Likely would have actually gotten big attention, big support. All right? Now, it just so happened that this idea was presented when I was on my day off. So I didn't even know that it was going on because I was spending time with my family,
What?
etc. This is what happened behind the scenes that day. Before I even
But
had a
you
chance
can look
to do
the-
anything,
okay.
I get a private message from PPP. Keem added you to a group chat without talking to me first, or without me talking to you first? Wait, why does he have to talk to you first?
But I got a question though, right? This begs the question. PPP said that Keem added him to a group chat. Did that happen? Because they really just like, oh, I mean, this apparently happened. I don't know. But then PPP said this like, what?
I don't get it, right? Why does that have to talk to you first? I'm the person involved. I'm the one who's getting an offer. Why does he have to? Are you my agent? Are you my dad? Like, why would that? I don't even understand that. He's like interjecting me into this. All right. So there you go. All right. So
What?
then,
Okay.
you know, I'm not happy with how fast Keem tries to move things. The moment an idea is floated, but it can be big for everyone. Honestly, we should talk about this, but blah, blah, blah. You should stall. So again, I haven't really had a chance to even read anything or do anything. And PPP is telling me, don't do it. Delay till Monday. Let's talk more.
So
Don't
why didn't
accept
he
the
do it then?
opportunity
Like-
because it's Keemstar.
Dude, look at this. Oh, yeah, this big opportunity. Oh, okay. Like, he did it anyway. He did what he told him to do. Think about this. You'd be saying, like, well, this is a big opportunity. He's telling me not to do it. And you didn't do it? Okay, man.
All right? Why? My opinion is because he wants control of the entire situation. He wants to control, he wants his own lolcow universe, right? So he wants to control me because I'm his talent, right? He doesn't want me to have an opportunity with Keemstar. He's afraid that Keemstar is going to snatch me away and have me involved in other content. And it's disingenuous that Keemstar would come to you for this idea.
Oh, man.
Instead of actually, like, you know, talking to the casino.
This
first
is really
about it. Like
weird.
The casino owns me or something. All right. Now, listen, you will see, because again, these logs are all going live after I end the show, that basically in this case, all right, in this case, I did talk a lot of shit about Keemstar. All right. But I'm eating into what PPP
What?
is saying. I'm trying to make him feel like I'm his guy. I'm his confidant. I'm with you no matter what.
What?
All right, remember?
But
I'm not.
he kept bragging how he was friends with Keem now. Yeah, I'm eating to his hands. I'm telling what he wants to hear. That Keem is stupid, even though he never said that in the fucking DMs. He said at the beginning, I am playing him so hard right now. At the beginning. So you're like, oh my god. Oh, okay, man.
Not trying to get into overly drama content, right? I want to do some, but I don't want it to become my end all be all. All right? So, in this case, he is completely cutting me off from doing that, from having any say or having any opportunity.
But he
to make
added
any
you
kind
to
of
a
judgment
group
for myself.
chat.
He's just telling me how to behave. So I'm going along.
Again, if he doesn't like being controlled, why doesn't he talk to Keem himself, right? Why can't he do that himself? Is he not a grown man? Bitch made.
With it, because again, I don't want the sham to end. I don't want him to know that I really don't like him and that this is all me just working these people.
But what did you get out of this?
So, you know, I did say some stuff, and you'll see it in the logs, okay?
But if that's the case, then
this is me just
what?
going along with the conversation to get him to keep going, and eventually.
Wow, this is so convenient. That because like he said he didn't want to be indebted to Keem. I don't want to do anything with Keem. PvP is basically saying, "Oh, don't do anything with Keem." He's like, "Well, I'm just going along with what he's saying, man, because like you know I don't want to burn the bridge." Even though like he has been going along with him so much, like what's one thing to not go along with him with, right? And again, like, this is so stupid. I ain't buying this.
Thing fell apart and we didn't do anything with it. Okay. Let's see.
And if he knew PvP and Keem had a problem, why didn't he invite Keem to do this? What?
I get it, relax. I hate these fuckers. It turns into Keem making dictates and showing zero respect again. So here I am clapping back to agree with him. Oh yeah, that's how it works. I'm not Wings and Boogie. I won't get pushed around. I don't want to cost you guys any money or views, but I don't see how it'll benefit me. Basically,
But
I'm
that's
echoing
true,
what he said.
though. You didn't want to do anything with Keem. Oh my god, this is really like, I have no plans on buying any Blizzard games, but I'm joining the Blizzard boycott, guys. I'm joining the boycott. I'm never buying any games from Blizzard or Activision during the time that I have no interest in buying their games. I'm joining the boycott. Like, that's all this is. It just happened to coincide with both what PvP wants him not to do, and also what he doesn't want to do is, yeah, I'm just playing to his hand. Fuck you, man. You didn't want to do anything with Keem. Don't pretend as if this was some 40 chips. He went along with so much other shit that made him look worse. But this is the one. Okay, I went with PvP on this one. Okay.
Saying he doesn't want to do it. He wants me to delay. So I'm just saying, all right, then I won't do it. But it's obvious.
By the way, he said even before these dates that he didn't want to do anything with Keem because he didn't want to be on Lolcow Live. Like, right after he did the interview. Come on, man.
Incredibly jealous of Keem. He wants what Keem has, but he doesn't want Keem trying to pull us into his stuff. He wants to do it for himself. All right?
That's kind of what you're doing, though, right? You want to do yourself for yourself.
And then once again...
Like, this is nothing.
Many months later, another offer gets made. All right?
He really thinks this is, like, if this is anyone else saying this about Keem, sure, that might be something, but... I mean, first off, DSP said that Keem and PvP don't get along, as it is. So, I don't think Keem's gonna be like, what? PvP said this about me? Like... Okay.
Basically, this was one. I'll be honest, I probably may have done something, but this guy... Again,
dude, listen to this. Sus time.
And basically, this was one. I'll be honest, I probably may have done something.
May have done something. What? What did he do? I may have done something, guys. I can't tell you. Oh, man. Trump gotta get behind this one. Trump gotta declassify the Burnell files.
But this guy, again, oh, he has no idea how to approach you in your business. Holy fuck. It's brain dead over there. Again.
I may have done something.
So this is just going on anytime.
So
that there's
this
something
is
going
funny
on
what
with
you did
Keemstar.
then.
PPP is so upset. He wants to be Keem, but he can't get anything that Keem has. All right? And if I tried to, there's an opportunity, maybe I could be involved with something that has something to do with Keemstar. Oh, no, you can't do that. Delay. Don't do it.
But you didn't do it.
Okay.
And you didn't want to do anything.
We'll continue on with...
What a fucking clown.
The embarrassment of PPP at this point. All right. Now, this one, guys...
Boy.
This one...
I'm married, PPP.
It's going to be a good one. All right, to be honest.
Oh,
this
yeah,
is
homophobic
that
side.
He has talked about as if it was some kind of a big positive for him. PPP has said, I offered Phil money to fly out to Florida to paid vacation for him and his wife, and he declined. What kind of a guy would decline, and why?
I mean, I don't think it's that much of a mystery.
How can you say I'm a bad guy when I offered him this?
That, like, I don't think it's a stretch.
Here's the truth of what actually happened in the situation.
But okay, here's the truth.
So recently,
let's hear what DSP has to say.
Has been saying, oh, fuck pro wrestling. Pro wrestling's for losers. Pro wrestling sucks. Pro wrestling's awful. Also, I was always the butt of the joke when it came to Hogan, because it was Phil's pulling Hogan's in WWE Champions the mobile game, right? That was always the thing.
Always the thing.
Well, guess what? This guy is a much bigger mark for wrestling than I ever have been. This guy is a huge mark for
tell
Hogan.
me.
I mean, in the first episode or second
Uh-huh.
episode of Smart Guys,
Right.
he shows off that he bought all these collector's belts. He bought the Hogan belt. He bought a Bret Hart belt. He spent all this money on belts.
How much
So
did
what
that
the fuck is he talking
PlayStation
about?
sign
He's the
cost,
one
Phil?
who loves Hogan and sucks his balls, talks about him all the
Right.
time. Like, he was a very
How
small
much did you
part of
play
one
in
episode of
Champions
Raw,
again?
and he just kept bringing him up every fucking week.
Okay, this is the fundamental difference, though. Buying physical merch that's a collectible, like that's a physical thing, and people can have like attachments of physical things. I mean, it's whatever. I mean, you think he would know since he bought figures, right? But he spent money on fucking JPEGs in a mobile game that has no end, like constant. Like PvP spent a one-time payment on a fucking belt that he could use in videos, in his background. He tried to use it to get like DSP to also waste money on collectibles, but you know, whatever. But he got it because he also liked it. It was like a double whammy for him. But but that's like a one-time payment. He plays WWE Champions, which is an ongoing game, and it's infinite. Constantly doing like events. Like, he is spending more money than PvP did for that belt, like in a year. So, I mean, this is really nothing. And kind of dumb, because again, people collect shit all the time. Like, we're gonna start shaming people for collecting what they like? Oh my god, Theo, you bought that Dizzy Nendroid? Wow, what an idiot. But it's like, you know what, I like Dizzy. She's a cool character. Leave her alone. You know, I got a Jacko figure, which is cool. She does a Jacko pose and everything. Come on.
I was like, dude, why are you doing that? Why
are you
cares about
buying
Hogan? He's
stuff
not
that
even
you
part of
like?
the show, really, right? Well, it all came to fruition when this happened. Out of the blue.
Shit. Out of the blue.
Hey, Phil, when was the last time you got to go on a vacation or a trip? I know this might be beyond your comfort zone, but Hulk Hogan has a bar in Tampa Bay called Hogan's Hangout. And for the Super Bowl this year, he's going to be at the bar with a bunch of other wrestler friends. I think I'm going to fly down for the event and rent a table. I want to offer you to pay for your flight and hotel if you want to come down for the weekend. We could drink and hang out, and you could film videos, and it would be a tax write-off. You know, I know it's crazy, but it's something fun that we could do.
Oh, man,
Maybe
it
we
could
could
be a
meet
tax
Hogan.
write-off.
Okay? Now,
But if DSP,
you might say,
is whatever, okay.
does that sound like a paid vacation for Phil and his family? No, because it's not. All right? I had been talking with these guys for months. All right?
How is it not a paid
Night after-
vacation? The hangout thing was for one night or whatever the fuck. He wants you to go there for a week. That's a vacation. Like, he goes to all these places, he's like, this isn't a vacation. I went to Connecticut. I mean, Connecticut is a shitty state, to be fair. I mean, what can you do in Connecticut, right? He goes to Connecticut to hang out with his family, but that's not a vacation, that's work, apparently. He's had to get married. I mean, that is work. You had to get married, guys. Come on. And hang out with your family. Hang out with your family, that's a job, okay? You're seeing your mom and dad, like, come on, fuck them. I mean, they're like, come on, it's a career. You go there like, hi, Mom. Oh, what are you doing? Well, you're old, right? Yeah, wow. Okay, I'm going back to Seattle. Like, come on.
Night after night, behind the scenes, making them feel like I'm their friend, building up confidence. Particularly PPP was the one who I talked to the most.
Dude,
all right?
This is like a few months. This is the beginning
out
of the
of
year.
nowhere, we had never had
like,
any plans to ever do anything, you know, in person.
Man.
We never, you know, oh, let's hang out or nothing. Never. It was, you know, it's a business relationship. It's supposed to be work, right? All of a sudden, he takes it to the next level. All right. And I'm going to be honest with you guys. When I see something like this, I actually feel work, right? Any plans to ever do anything, you know, in person. We never, you know, oh, let's hang out or nothing. Never. It was, you know, it's a business relationship. It's supposed to be work, right?
It's a business relationship.
All of a sudden,
it's supposed to be work.
he takes it to the next level. All right.
It's supposed to be work.
And I'm going to be honest with you guys.
Man.
When I see something like this, I actually felt bad because it's two things. Number one, it definitely means that the trick worked. That even though these guys at a moment's notice are ready to snake me, no matter what, because everyone knew that from the start, right? Everyone knew they were going to turn on me no matter what.
I think this is before the
But number two, if he's offering me this, I don't know if this is an offer of, oh, we're friends and we want to go hang out. I'm going to be honest. I think this is a cry because he's very lonely. He doesn't really have anyone to spend.
Dude, he has a picture in his fucking dumb fuck briefcase of PvP and Andy. Yeah, he's lonely. So Andy is just there? He doesn't count as a person? Oh, because they're business friends. They can't possibly be IRL friends. They're just there for a business. This dude, man, it's crazy.
To spend time with, which is probably why he would chat with me at night so often, you know, in the middle of the night. I mean, look at the time with these texts.
Dude. You yelled at Keem for trying to reach you during the day.
I'm streaming now, Keem. Why are you calling me?
Oh, this dumb fuck. Like, he got mad at a fucking dude who was trying to, like, help rent the condo in Connecticut or whatever the fuck. And like, these people don't want to talk to me in person. They can't email. Because I'm busy. Oh, I can't do this because it's during my work hours. Blah, blah, blah. So, like, in all fairness, PvP is literally texting him at a time he knows he's offline. And he's also, like, he does stuff offline at those hours anyway. This is bullshit. Coming from him, come on.
Texts. It's the middle of the night. For me, this is the time that I'm getting ready to go to bed. For him,
by the way, people are like, oh, why don't you, well, girls are sleeping at night. That's what he said. Girls are sleeping at night. You can't talk to a girl at night. They're sleeping.
East Coast of Canada. What is this, like 5 in the morning? And he's sending me these texts talking to me about this stuff? Like,
what if he wakes up early?
Right?
So, I assume he has a job.
Very lonely.
I don't think Kino Casino has a full-time job, but maybe I'm ignorant.
I think Andy is his business partner when it comes to the casino, but this guy doesn't really have anyone to talk to about wrestling.
He really thinks that they're not friends.
So, after having done
okay
this work with me for many months,
dude,
and then all of a sudden,
you can have a friend that doesn't have the same interests as you. You know, they may have other interests and be friends. He saw you being a wrestling guy and was like, "Oh, I'm a wrestling guy too." Like this is a weird read on this. Like it's bizarre. I mean, I'd be more weirded out that a dude was willing to pay for my trip. Like, I think that'd be kind of weird. Not that he's lonely or anything like that, because that's a weird thing to read on just off of this. Like that's what you're concerned about? How do you know he's lonely? How do you know that? It's like, what? And also, if he felt so bad about it, why didn't he come clean? Like that also does not make him look good. It makes him, because he says how immoral and fucked up it is that these women pretend to be your friend, like Lex supposedly, and all these other titty streamers that try to be your friend and this and that. What is this? Again, this doesn't make him look good, and it makes him look bad. Like, and they can say, well, they were sticking me too, but the fact that, like, that he told us that he felt bad because he thought that PvP was lonely, and he still went along with it, doesn't make it good. Like, it doesn't matter. That's telling on yourself, my guy. And that's how he treats his audience. It's not a stretch to get to that conclusion.
You know, doing smart guys and seeing, hey, we both do have a affinity for pro wrestling. He reaches out to me in this way. Now, I'm going to be honest, I'm very embarrassed when I get this because, number one, all right?
You should be embarrassed.
I'm friendly with this man.
Friendly?
From a work perspective. I'm not necessarily considering this guy a close personal friend or anything.
Why?
He probably thinks that way because I've been feeding him these lies for months and months about family members and shit to get out of stuff.
This is so
I
nasty.
don't have to get wrapped into his drama
nasty
shit.
work,
That's
my guy.
Ideas that aren't going to work.
Like, as I said, it doesn't matter to me that PPB was also lying. The fact that DSP just admitted when he saw that he felt bad and continued says all you need to know about this dude's ethics and morals. Like, he kept going. And then he's gonna say, see, I'm not like these other people, I'm not negative. But you did this. Despite your lack of conscience telling you, no, stop, this is wrong, and you did it anyway. So you're no better than them.
So, basically, I'm like, damn. He definitely got, he's lonely, he's got I'll be honest, maybe a little bit of gay, I don't know. Again,
maybe a little bit of gay. What is
so,
this?
basically, I'm like, damn, he definitely got, he's lonely. He's got full. I'll be honest, maybe a little bit of gay. I don't know.
Why? What? A little bit of gay. Okay, man. A little bit of gay. What does that mean? A homophobic side Phil coming out. True ally, by the way.
No. Again, that's not anything bad. If he is gay, I don't know if he is or not. I really don't know his sexual affiliation.
If it's not bad, then why is it always framed negatively?
Weird when someone who you've never spent any time with in real life all of a sudden is offering to fly you across the country, all expenses paid, to a bar in Florida to drink and see Hulk Hogan. I'm like, this is a little gay. Okay? Just being honest. Okay? Now.
But you felt bad, right? Whatever. Okay, man.
For those who don't know.
So secure about his sexuality, obviously.
My best friend is my wife. I've said time and time again.
Okay.
If I'm going to spend more time with someone, it's going to be my wife. It's not going to be PPP
paying both your way.
Hogan's bar in Florida, brother.
He's not telling you to go by yourself. He's acting as if he's only paying for him.
And said maybe if it were 10 years ago, this is something I would have been interested in, but I'm tied down and rooted in Washington, and I couldn't, in good conscience, go on a trip.
No one can go on vacations once they're married.
I want to spend time with her. So what he says is, I would pay for her to come too, and we'll set up Jasper with a sitter. No pressure. I know it's a lot of, again, the health issues, with my wife that we had mentioned and stuff like that.
But is that a lie?
And then he said, I want you guys.
The health issues, with my wife. The other thing I said that I kind of lied, there's a nugget of truth, but there's health issues. Okay, man. But he said it's not ongoing. But he said the health issues hit the beginning of last year. This is this year, current year. Don't think about it too hard, guys.
You guys out of the house and something that the detractors can suck cock forever. That's not true. A moment ago, you just said you wanted to fly me down and spend time at the bar. Now all of a sudden, it turns into, now I want to fly you and her out.
Because he saw that you're like, well, I want to spend time with my wife. I love my wife. And he's like, okay, you love your wife? Okay, I'll bring her too. He's like, wait a second, this is weird. Huh? Again, doesn't know how conversation works. He doesn't. He still has not learned how
because I want to get you out of the house to basically spite the detractors. That's not what it was. What happened is he got embarrassed because he saw that I declined and said, dude, it's not like that. I don't like you like that. I got a wife.
Oh, man.
And he's like, oh shit, let me spin it out.
Nasty work. Nasty work. This dude is acting really as if PPP was like falling in love with him. DSP really does think he's a titty streamer. Nasty work. Nasty. Disgusting.
His wife and his family, all right? Ridiculous. So anyway,
Ridiculous.
Again, I would put you up at the Hilton by the beach, and then he says, I feel bad for pressure again. I say, it's all good, right? It's just so bizarre. So he basically 100% thought that everything that I ever told him was genuine when most of it was bullshit.
Again, okay. I just want you to remember he shamed women who streamed for this kind of thing happening, and he assumed this was happening with PPP and kept going with it. Really think about that. At least these other women streamers and this and that, they kind of are just doing their stream, and these guys are thinking that, and all this stuff, they're not in their DMs. As far as I'm to understand, it's usually on the dude that's like, hey, you need to calm down. This is DSP actively thinking this and continuing. But remember, guys, he was very scared of Duty. Duty was gonna do something. He was gonna do something, man. Duty is scary. Duty's gonna do something. Same with Rich.
Okay. And quite frankly, that was one of the most embarrassing moments because he actually thought that I was a close personal confidant of him when I really hadn't told him anything that was anything secret whatsoever. None of it was real. It was all bullshit.
He really,
that's what I mean. All this week,
how hard he tried to really make PPP look gay, right? He tried so hard. See this, and then he realized I'm not gay. Then he's like, okay, well, you can bring your wife, even though he could easily just read the conversation, oh, you don't want to go because your wife. Okay, she could come too. Whatever. Because if he was gay and he loved you in that way, he probably would have just not said anything after that, because he, probably would be a little bit more awkwarded out if he had hard feelings and he thought you were gay and you ended up you weren't. Whatever. Okay.
Every time that they're doing Kino Casino, they're like, here's something, a big revelation. Phil has a rabbit that died. Phil's wife was sick and she found religion. I'm like, it's every lie I've told him
But
to
he
get
just
his confidence over
mentioned
the
his
last 8
sickness,
months,
though.
and he's spewing them out to the internet like there's some big deal.
Look at
the truth
this.
is, even if they were true, that's still fucked up. Like, that's supposed to be private.
You can't say, I'm sorry, Phil. I'm just gonna say it. You can't say that. You literally admitted, like already, you lied about your wife's health condition, which is like really fucked up. You know, nobody would do that. Nobody with a conscience would do that, or just let alone involve their family into their lies. Like, that's really fucked up. That's awful. Secondly, you literally admitted you were catfishing PPP and pretending to do all this stuff. You felt bad that PPP supposedly had feelings for you and continued anyway. You can't play the morality card, my guy. You literally continued it. You went on with it. You can't say this. You lost this one, my guy. You're fucking dumb.
Private personal shit that you never would have to tell anyone, but yet you're doing it anyway, even if it were true. Now, it's
Even
not,
if it's true.
but even if it were, man, that's fucked up. But the thing is, his audience is so dumb and
But
stunted.
dude, he didn't even say what the health conditions were. You noticed that, right? When he brought it up, he's like, oh, she has conditions, and, you know, that's it. That's all he said. That's all he said. He wasn't even sure he was going to show those DMs. And DSP said, I lied. I lied about I lied all about that. But it wouldn't be fucked up if he did show that? Well, DSP, it's also kind of fucked up to lie and involve your family into your lies without their consent. And to also, like, lure in PPP, feel bad and continue the lie. Who are you, man? Are you a spy? No, you're just some dude on the internet. But remember, guys, he doesn't do these weird ops, like, he doesn't try to bait people like Marl did, right? No. No way.
That they think that that's
Mental health,
he's saying he's spilling the tea. This is
mental
exciting.
illness, by the way.
It's not. It's fucked. If you had said something to someone in confidence like that, would you think that they would go out and publicly say something about it later just because they broke off a business relationship
dude
with
literally
you?
lied.
And by the way, we're definitely going to look at that. All right? Because I absolutely know that you guys want to see how it broke off and how it ended and how unhinged PPP became at the end. Okay?
Oh, he became unhinged. He lost his mind. He lost his marbles. Oh no.
Let's continue because we got more. All right?
All right. What's the next topic?
You know what? We really haven't done anything with Andy.
All right. I think we're going to stop here, sadly, for those Andy fans out there. I will continue this again. I will finish this whole stream. It was an entire shit show. But before we leave, before I say goodbye, let's do a vibe check. Where's Raw? Where's Raw Phil? Raw Phil, show up. Where are you, man? Where are you, my guy? There he is. Let's do a vibe check. Let's see what he's doing.
I received a $10.05 tip from Mulciber.
Oh, Mulciber.
He's his female boss. Check. Black protagonist. Check.
Oh, wow. We're gonna do this. Man, Mulciber's totally not Lights for Soul, by the way. I think he is. I think he is Lights for Soul.
White hetero men. Triple check. What? Wait, there were no white. What are you talking about? There were no white guys yet. How do you dare? Unless you're talking about the Portuguese, but they're not white either. Same unattractive formula. There aren't sufficient bamboo needles in the world to stick under my nails to convince me to buy an Ubisoft game today. Wow. Or make an Ubisoft account and download any forced launcher. Same for EA games. I have Plus on PC, but a viewer donated it on PS5 Pro to me. So technically I own the game and I can play it at my own pace and there's no rush, you know, to say, oh, if I don't play it at a certain pace, my Ubisoft Plus will run out.
Yeah, that's what oh my god. I'm scared. Did he do any gamer news? You know what? Let's
It could be too little too late, right?
What?
So I guess we'll have to see.
It's a little too late?
To the fight. And they're already making a sequel. So when you play this game, you're going to be like, well, you were second to the fight.
What?
You were second in place. You were late. What took you so long? Everyone wanted Assassin's Creed Japan. You wouldn't give it to us. So another company made it, and it was great. Now here you are 5 years later, and now you're trying. Well, it could be too little too late, right?
Yeah, because that's kind of stupid. I mean, like, come on. Yeah, they, like, nobody can make Japanese games ever again because Ghost of Sushi exists. Makes a lot of sense.
Good morning, everyone. After a big delayed start, it is time to hit the ground running because today is the premiere of Assassin's Creed Shadows. So, of course, we will talk about that. But also, we got a big story today. A lot of interesting controversy around the upcoming Minecraft movie that will be releasing in just a few weeks. Plus, we will get back to nice, fun gaming and no drama. We'll talk about the schedule coming up.
All right, I just want to hear the headline for the Minecraft show.
I just got to be careful that I don't step too far to the left or too far to the right back into the storm. It'll be interesting to manage it, but I've done it for a long time.
What?
So why can't I just keep doing it? And I know I can't. You know, it's just a matter of keeping your head on your shoulders, not losing it, not getting wrapped up in the bullshit, which I'm not going to.
Is that why
I've been
you're
here,
using a
done this a
strip ball now?
bazillion times. I'll do it again. We're all good. All right?
Okay.
So, just to forewarn everyone, that is really it. I'm not going to be doing drama content. Doesn't matter how much people want me to do it. It doesn't matter how.
Okay, yeah, you only do it when it benefits you. That's all it is.
I think that anyone who wears like a red sweater is a Christian sweater. This sweater, number one, is much.
All right,
You have to
cool.
exclusively stream on Kick. So that's like putting all your eggs in one basket. You know, right now I get way more viewers on YouTube than I do on Kick. Right now we have over 300 viewers on YouTube and only like 8. I don't know how that would go. It certainly seems like that would be a humongous risk. And it's probably not a risk I'm willing to take yet. Like, if I already consistently had an audience of hundreds of people on Kick, and then I could add hundreds more because the YouTube audience would move over, and then all of that would compound, maybe then it would be worth it. But I don't know. I think that's like
when he didn't want to do his eggs in one basket because of Twitch, and now he's back to doing this.
And also, the other thing is, with Kick, it's always a gamble anyway. Kick is funded by, you know, like gambling you do now if you put all your eggs in that basket. I'll monitor it moving forward. Absolutely great momentum this week. We were hitting goals. Happened. First, finish it up. Okay? Don't tune into me in super chats.
Okay, he's just
so
coping.
To do at least one on this stream and one on Smart Guys. Hey, you know, so obviously they were going for something wild and out of the way. They didn't want to be in line with you know what would be accurate. And probably, let's be honest, once again, they probably did it to get people talking. Oh, and
man.
It was good. I like Samurai Lore. Anything. And it wanted to have combat that was interesting. You could play it like Assassin's Creed Shadow. So, obviously, they were going for some people talking. Oh, and they did, but the talk was not good.
Oh, man.
The difference is,
okay,
if there was,
he's talking
what
more
took,
about
now you're trying. Well,
Creed being
all right. Anyway, so good stuff. Now, very
that.
briefly, let's look at the schedule for what I've played.
I can't believe, man. Even though there's a lot of stuff that, whatever. Like,
foreigners allowed. Only Japanese can. There will be businesses, some businesses, not Japanese, can be pretty xenophobic.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
PM said Assassin's Creed is an insult to Japan's cultures. Excellent. Excellent.
Oh,
I'm sure
God,
that's what Ubisoft was going for.
Sure.
You know, I'll say this about the Japanese, all right? The Japanese can be pretty xenophobic when it comes to certain things.
Like you,
right? Like, no exaggeration. If you go to Japan, there will be businesses, some businesses, not all of them. Some businesses will outright on the door say no foreigners allowed. Only Japanese can actually, you know, be a customer of our business. And you'd be like, huh?
How do you know
that's how they
Have
are.
you been in Japan?
A lot of the Japanese are just, hey, we are number one. You're lower than us. We're hot shit. You're not.
No?
Too bad.
What if they're like, we don't speak
They don't
English,
give a shit
so like
about
don't
what you
go
think.
here.
They just don't. that's just how they are,
He's framing
right?
it like this,
So
and it's like, that's
if
not,
the Japanese
that might not even
have
be
a
true.
very,
This is really petty and stupid.
proud feeling about
This
their
is why,
culture,
like, when DSP was talking about, like,
and the
Yasuke,
first
I don't want to learn
of
from
Assassin's
him. He's
Creed
not
set
the
in
voice
Japan
of, like,
has
who's
two
on
characters that are
Japan.
not predominantly of their major focus
But
culture.
this isn't
Like
based
a
on
female
true
ninja,
history.
insanely
It's
rare.
inspired
Maybe
by
there were
history,
a few,
but,
but
like,
certainly not
that
representative
doesn't
of
mean
what
that
actually happened in
what's
Japanese
going on
culture.
is,
A
like,
black samurai, there's really only record of one, and it's debatable if he really was a samurai or just an overglorified,
if it's debatable, then it doesn't
serving.
matter.
That was used
Like,
as a way, like, oh, look, march around, look who's in my
why
regiment,
is he
right? Look
so
who
worked
I
up
have, and
about
stuff
this?
like
People
that.
are so worked up about this. I think
Yeah,
it's
it's
not
pretty
worth it.
silly that they decided that's going to be the first
Like,
game.
okay, yeah, he's a samurai.
I'm not
Oh
shocked
my god.
if,
Wow, guys. He's
anyone
a samurai
in
in
Japan
a game about
is looking at
going
this
back
game
in
from
time
the
through your
outside and saying,
DNA,
this is bullshit.
and it's
If you're
and
going to have a
there's
game
Templars
based on
everywhere.
Japan
Washington
and its
was a
culture,
Templar.
then have a game
The
based
Pope
on
was a
Japan and its
Templar.
culture.
JFK was a Templar.
And don't, jerk us around and have all this fringe stuff and try to prove points and be, let's have a talking point that we picked these
Oh, I
these
hope it does.
outliers.
I
These
hope
are the
I hope
main characters
the
of our
samurai's
game,
like,
right?
I love everything. I don't want to do violence.
And before people start making excuses, because they always do, take a look at every single Assassin's Creed game up to now. Have there been distinct instances of Ubisoft stretching historical truth? 1,000,000,000% yes.
Yeah, so why is it a big
part
deal?
of the game.
Why is it okay for other games to do this and no one cares, but then in this game, oh, there's a black samurai. Okay, guys, this is a little much.
I'm pretty sure you got to suspend your disbelief to the main character wasn't Jamaican. The character culture. Don's Doom says, what if they're accurate to the time period, but then space aliens come down? Well, sure, that's something. Right, with their bread and their cheese. Ha ha ha.
Oh my god.
Yes. And they have like checkered or shig, like Chris. Don's Doom says, what if they're accurate to the time period, but then space aliens come down? Well, sure, that's fine. As long as, if they're in France and they're walking around, they're eating big, like, croissants and big French breads, they're snapping them off and they're shoving.
So aliens are French. Okay, that's not xenophobic at all. Or racist or whatever. Okay, here's the Minecraft stuff. What is the controversy of Minecraft? Is it like, oh,
I don't know how to say it. Because he liked the way it's Minecraft. So, some news is hit. It was funny because, there was, like, news articles being written, interviews are being done now, because now we're in the home stretch before this movie releases. And some really funny stuff
stream, guys. Okay,
has come out. Let's take a look at some of this, okay?
Stream, it's a video, honestly.
So first off, I'm on fire. And then...
Can he actually be on fire?
So first off...
He never needs to do that when he has that kind
take
of
a look at this one, okay? As it turns out, Steve means quite a lot to Jack Black, who's playing the character, who went full method on set. During production, Olafsson got Xboxes for the trailers and set up private Minecraft servers for the cast and crew to mess around on. Black quickly became the most passionate player of all and logged more than 100 hours of playing Minecraft. He was just completely manic, hoarding stuff in the mines, searching for lapis lazuli, or is it lapis lazuli? I don't even know how to say it.
Dude,
because he liked the way it sounds, Olafsson recalls, mentioning the bright blue stones that figure into the game.
What do you mean
He
they
kept
named them after
saying,
rocks?
can I talk about lapis lazuli in the movie?
What?
Let's continue.
Oh, okay.
Jack Black was initially meant to play a talking pig in the Minecraft movie, but it was switched to Steve late in development. This is not my Steve or your Steve. This is Jack Black's Steve.
Okay.
This is literally him interpreting the character and what it means to him.
Who's Steve? It's fucking Minecraft. Does he talk? Does Steve, like, talk in the game? Is he, like, very thoughtful?
I'm thinking back to when I played Minecraft, right? I played it for a long time. I don't know who remembers.
This is marketing.
I did a
We're
really
really
long
crying about fucking marketing,
right? Then we went out in the world and explored with a cave system
the
and
Ender
stuff.
Dragon either.
And then we actually had a teleport. It was very. Do you remember all those epic nights of Minecraft? Do you remember that? Do you remember how
he didn't do the Ender Dragon?
Did it update and it's not here now? Well, first of all, this is Jack Black Steve. This is him interpreting the character and what it means to him. So there's Dr. Ian Malcolm staring at the pile of dinosaur shit from Jurassic Park.
Oh, dude, Lapis there she is.
I'm trying, man, I lost it because there's actually
there she is
really
again.
Good quote here.
Someone's gonna say, Theo, why? Come on now, dog.
Oh, here it is. So I think this person hits it on the head.
He couldn't bookmark, by the way.
Interpreting this character, Steve is a fucking avatar. There is no character to interpret.
So,
that's why Jack Black.
What if it's meaningful to him because that's how he interprets the character? If it's so open ended, it could be personal to anyone. Oh my god.
He's just gonna play him and put himself into the role. There's nothing else to work off of. Exactly. What is all this that the people are talking about?
Dude, come on. It's fucking whatever. That's it for this video. I went on very long. This is 5 hours. And dude, look how long that was left. There's like 3 hours left. 3 hours. 3 hours of this. And I made it to like 5 hours in the video. Guys, you cannot complain anymore, okay? This is insane. I can't believe we did this stream. It's bullshit. But I will see you guys in part 2. Maybe part 2 will be a little bit more reasonable. Probably not, honestly. It's probably going to be just as fucking long. But thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Alright. Now for real, bye.